Hunting Hollywood. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 1025 Garden of Eden. It was late summer and early autumn in the northern hemisphere, but winter was turning into spring in the southern hemisphere. However, in cities near the sea, the changes between the four seasons are usually not too obvious. Melbourne. It was early in the morning, and I didn't know what time it was. I could only feel a little morning light shining through the curtains. On the big bed in the bedroom, it was obviously late. Janet, who woke up automatically, groaned and arched into Simon's arms, unwilling to get up. She asked dazedly, "Honey, what do you want to eat in the morning?" Simon was also a little dazed. These days, he was deliberately pushed by the two women to look after the children. Last night, he read stories to little Nick until late at night. At this time, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Eat the children." Janet chuckled, "Okay." On the other side, Jennifer, who was hugging Simon's waist, gently raised her hand and hid him. "Don't say that, especially outside, people will take it seriously." Janet laughed again. With Simon's current status, if he said this kind of words outside, it might indeed be believed by others. After all, in people's instinctive concept, the richer the person, the more evil. Simon changed from lying on his side to lying flat on his back, and hugged the female assistant on the other side. He kissed her gently on the cheek, but his big hand stroked the woman's belly. "I've been working hard for so many days, it should be possible." Jennifer leaned towards Simon, her tone was a little softer, and she pressed the man's big hand and said, "It should be possible, but we will know in a few days. This vacation, a very important thing is that the female assistant wants to have another child." Janet pretended to be jealous. "Add one more, that's 6 little guys. Jenny, you will be more difficult to handle in the future, and you will be tired until you get wrinkles." The female assistant reached out and pinched Janet's face. "Who of us will get wrinkles first?" Then there were a few slaps. Opening the female assistant's little hand, Janet, who was touched by the reverse scale, immediately said viciously, "Besides, you can see that a guy who wants to eat children doesn't like children at all." Jennifer did not answer, but smiled and looked at Simon. Simon said, "Of course I like children, as long as I don't have to take care of them." "Oh, me too." The female assistant looked helplessly at the two heartless people beside her, sat up and started to get dressed, saying, "You can sleep a little longer, I'll go prepare breakfast." Both agreed, and when they watched the female assistant get dressed, Janet even deliberately reached out and touched her a few times, which caused some laughter and playfulness. When Jennifer got out of bed and walked to the bathroom, Janet, who had Simon all to herself, clung to the man and asked again, "Little bastard, so, do you like children or not?" There was a hint of ridicule in her tone. Simon nodded without hesitation. "Of course, according to the theory of genetic instinct, no one would dislike children. I have recently figured out another truth. In the life cycle of an individual, only if you live longer, you will be the winner. Otherwise, everything may become someone else's. And in the survival cycle of mankind, only if you spread your genes more strongly, you will be the winner." After listening to this, Janet opened her mouth and bit Simon's shoulder, grinding her teeth for a while, then loosened her mouth, her eyes curved. "So, this is what you felt after I said those words to you a few days ago?" Simon pretended to be confused. "What did you say?" Janet bit the man again, then said, "That is, let more women give you more children." Simon rubbed Janet's body with his big hands. "Why don't you give me a few more?" "No," Janet refused immediately, but she smiled again, rubbing her smooth face against Simon's shoulder, with an evil tone. "Anyway, no matter which woman has your child, the child will always carry the blood of the Johnston family." "Humph, what Westeros, they're all Johnston." Seeing Simon's speechless look, Janet laughed again. "Dad thinks so too, otherwise, do you think he would accept Zaire and others so easily?" Simon thought about these days. Although he obviously still preferred his 2 grandsons, the old man did not show too much rejection of the Snow siblings born to Seattle and Sophia. Thinking about it, it was indeed the case, and couldn't help but sighed. "Yes, we are all family." Janet suddenly became interested again, twisting her body to climb on Simon, and facing him face to face. Little bastard, I suddenly feel that maybe having many children is also a very exciting thing. Simon wrapped his arms around Janet's slender waist. I think so too. Janet bit down again in dissatisfaction. Bad man, how can you think like that? Simon also began to beg for mercy in a blink of an eye. Just thinking about it, it will be very troublesome to operate. Bite you. Today is September 2nd, Monday, the beginning of a new week. It was not until after 8 o'clock that the family sat in the restaurant. Simon, 2 women, and 5 children. The coldness of winter still made the restaurant more lively and warm. It was a pity that there was no snow. It has been half a month since I came to Melbourne. I went skiing in the nearby mountains a few days ago, but only Simon and the 2 Jennies went there. Because of worrying about the children and the inevitable social activities, they only played in the mountains for 2 days and returned again. It is really not easy for Simon to have a vacation completely away from everything. Fortunately, they will set off today to stay on Tasmania Island, which is across the sea from Melbourne, for a few days. There won't be too much trouble there. In the restaurant, while eating breakfast, Janet, who was sitting next to Simon, mentioned another thing. Are you really not going to go to the set of Titanic? James Cameron's Titanic finally started filming in July after much delay. After all, it was delayed for so long, and the preparatory work was very sufficient. The original plan was to complete the filming in 2 months, which means that the filming will be finished soon. As a result, the filming progress is not even halfway through. Overspending is inevitable. The producer in charge of budget control at Deanery's Entertainment, who followed up on Titanic, watched Cameron on the set almost every day, but still couldn't control Cameron's procrastination and perfectionism. When he learned that the big boss was coming to Australia for vacation, he hoped that he could come out in person. He even suggested replacing the director directly to avoid repeating the mistakes of Waterworld because the budget was already seriously overspent. Even the 2 Jennies knew about this, but Simon just watched coldly. Hearing this, Simon shook his head and said, no. Seeing that both Jennies were puzzled, he thought for a while and said, Deanery's Entertainment is too dazzling now, or the entire Westeros system is too dazzling. Everyone would be happy to see some problems. Janet tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded in agreement. Jennifer, who was sitting opposite and taking care of the 2 youngest children, looked over and said with a smile, I feel that you have been deliberately slacking off in the past 1 or 2 years. Is it because of this? Janet immediately said harshly, maybe you are really slacking off. After all, there are so many women outside. How can you cope with them if you don't slack off? Simon smiled and didn't care about Janet's little venom. He nodded and said, when a company develops to a certain level, problems are inevitable. The biggest problem is that there are no problems. I am now waiting for companies such as Deanery's Entertainment and Ygritte to take the initiative to expose the problems. After hearing what Simon said, the female assistant said, the bursting of the next new technology bubble is the node. Yes, when the crisis comes, problems are more likely to appear. Janet said, in fact, all the companies in the Westeros system are relatively young and are in a rising period. Whether it is Deanery's Entertainment or Ygritte, they don't have as many problems as you think. It will take at least 5 to 10 years for serious rigid big company diseases to appear. Simon said, Deanery's is doing really well. Amy and the others are very dedicated, and I'm watching over it personally. However, as for Ygritte, you know, last year's IPO made many executives and employees rich all of a sudden. Coupled with the near monopoly advantage of the internet platform, the company is actually quite impetuous. Now in Silicon Valley, there are carnivals and entertainment everywhere every day, which is even more lively than Hollywood. The female assistant thought for a while and said, as for the core members of Ygritte, Tim really doesn't have much ambition. This is determined by his personality. You have already made arrangements. Just let Bezos take over next year. As for Alice Ferguson and Carol Bartz, and of course Jeff, they are all very qualified. Janet nodded in agreement. Yes, in fact, being able to select outstanding professional managers is the best talent of us men. Otherwise, the Westeros system would never be so big. As she spoke, she recalled an interesting incident. You don't know, I originally planned to bring Jeff to Cersei Capital, because he was originally a very outstanding professional manager on Wall Street. Simon was selecting executives for Ygritte at the time, and didn't want someone who was too rigid and professional, So he randomly picked one from my interview list, Jeff. I didn't expect him to be so competent. Tisk, it's amazing. The female assistant actually knew about this matter. When she saw Janet talking about it, she nodded and also felt it was amazing. After breakfast, the family went to the Johnston family's mansion first, said goodbye to the old man and others, and then rushed to the dock, and still took 3 yachts to Tasmania. Near noon, the 3 boats docked at a dock where the grassland and forest met in the northwest corner of Tasmania. Over the years, Simon has built many manor houses in his territory in Tasmania. This time he lived in a manor on the cliff where the forest and grassland met and was close to the sea. Not far away, this area in the northwest corner of Tasmania has a similar climate to Melbourne. A team of waiters had already arrived to set up the place. After the family arrived, they took a short break and it was time for lunch. There were no special arrangements. The sun was shining in the afternoon, and the family sat on the open terrace on the second floor of the neoclassical castle in the manor. To the west was the blue sea, to the east were the snow-capped mountains hidden in the clouds, to the south were the vast primeval forests, and to the north were the pastures that were still green in winter because they were close to the sea. Where is the Garden of Eden? Janet suddenly said this while squeezing on a soft chair with Simon and looking at the Spanish version of 100 Years of Solitude in the man's hand. The children's playful sounds were heard by the female assistant. Simon nodded, but there was something else on the corner of his mouth. Yes, the Garden of Eden. Janet leaned over and touched Simon's face. The Garden of Eden project. How? Like the Sowell project and the Troit project, Simon quietly planned another Garden of Eden project. Tasmania Island is the Garden of Eden chosen by Simon. In fact, many things have already started a long time ago. The root cause is Simon's pessimism about the ultimate prospects of human society. Since some things are unavoidable, the best way is to choose a relatively safer place in advance for yourself and your future children. Simon did not have a clear concept and plan for this matter. He just spent money to build underground shelters in the mountains and forests of Tasmania. After years of preparation, the idea has become clearer and clearer. Next, Simon will promote this matter from the Australian policy aspect, and will try to bring in as many people at the top of the pyramid as possible in the world. As long as everyone regards Australia as the Garden of Eden, when something happens, everyone forms a tacit understanding, and this place can become a real paradise. Janet only mentioned it and didn't say much. Instead, she looked at the book in Simon's hand again. Dear, why do you like 100 Years of Solitude? Simon thought for a while and said, I am not interested in the emotions that Marquez wants to express in the book. It's just that when you read it carefully, you can feel a sense of time flying from the fast-flowing story of the novel. It seems that in the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of words and 100 years have passed. This is a very wonderful experience, especially now, staying with your lover and children, surrounded by beautiful scenery, and then stretching the short afternoon time to 100 years. Imagine it, it's beautiful, right? Janet hummed twice and stopped talking. Her eyes fell on the book in Simon's hand and began to immerse herself in it. Later, the female assistant who sent the children to take a nap also joined in. 100 Years of Solitude in the book. Outside the book, not lonely at all. This pastoral life lasted for 2 or 3 days. It was not until Thursday morning that Simon remembered to deal with some work matters again. Girl A had been with Simon these days. However, according to Simon's instructions, as long as it was not particularly important to deal with it immediately, he did not need to know. In the past few days, Girl A had not mentioned any work to Simon. On Thursday morning, after dealing with some accumulated documents, Simon checked his email, which was mainly some personal emails. Then, he saw a letter from Chen Qing, talking about something that happened a few days ago. There was a little gloating between the lines. It was probably that Zumomo's incident was exposed, and his mother came to his house. Zumomo's mother also asked to talk to him. Chapter 1026 Phone Call. Simon had originally not intended to respond to Zumomo's mother's request for a conversation. He didn't have the time to deal with the needs of any of his lovers' mothers. However, he suddenly thought of the conversation he had with Zumomo about each other's families, and inexplicably he became interested again. He casually typed a reply to Chen Qing, saying that they could chat on Saturday. The email also asked Chen Qing to investigate the details of Zumomo's family. After that, he dealt with some more emails, and it was almost noon. Girl A came over to remind him that Janet's eldest brother Anthony Johnston and his family had arrived, so Simon left the study. Anthony had been in Brazil these days, still for the privatization of Vale, Brazil's largest iron ore producer. Johnston Holdings finally decided to take over part of Vale's shares. Simon had also discussed this with the old man a few days ago. It was still the same idea as before. The Johnston family should not try to intervene in all the major iron ore producers in the world, because this would inevitably lead to antitrust risks in the future and would be easily targeted. The old man partially agreed with Simon's idea. In Australia, the Johnston family will not attempt to fully integrate, but will take the initiative to leave another open competitor. But in Brazil, they still have to intervene. If you want to actually control the world's iron ore industry, it is ultimately unreliable to just reach an alliance or tacit understanding in private. In Australia, the Johnston family, backed by the Westeros system, has enough confidence to maintain a strong influence. But in Brazil, even if they cannot snatch Vale, they must guarantee a certain degree of actual voice. In fact, it is to buy shares. Simon is an outsider in the iron ore industry after all, and the old man's ideas largely coincide with his, so he did not force it. After greeting the Anthony family who came, there was still some time before lunch. Simon and Anthony came to a study on the first floor, sat down, and waited for the waitress to bring coffee. Anthony took the initiative to talk about the trip to Brazil that had just ended. It has been basically determined that we can get 15% of the shares, and Japan Mitsui is about 30%. Regarding Simon's ideas, they had communicated on the phone in advance, so of course there was no need to say more at this time, and directly talked about the results. Simon nodded. So, the Brazilian government still retains absolute control. There is resistance in Brazil, so we can't rush this matter. Anthony took a sip of coffee, held the cup in his hand, and continued, however, if we want the Brazilian government to give up more shares, we only need another economic crisis. By then, the Brazilian government will have to let go even if it doesn't want to. In fact, the Brazilian economy has been prosperous on the surface in recent years, but it is seriously unbalanced inside. The Brazilian economy has been up and down in the early 1990s and was very unstable. The Mexican peso crisis 2 years ago hit Latin America, which was also an important reason why Brazil was willing to promote the privatization of Vale. In the past 2 years, with the economic recovery of Europe and the United States and the development of Asia, especially China, entering the fast lane, the Brazilian economy has also rebounded rapidly. However, Brazil, with iron ore and agricultural product exports as its main economic driving force, is easily affected by changes in the external economic environment. This has been confirmed both in the past and in Simon's memory. This industrial model makes the Brazilian economy far less smooth than China's smooth upward curve since the 1990s, but continues to stumble up and down. Therefore, Anthony's statement is basically correct. Whenever a crisis occurs, the Brazilian government has to sell its property to help it out. Thinking of this, Simon said, that's at most 3 years. You know, someone will take action against Southeast Asia next year. By then, the entire Asian economy will be in a downturn. Asia has been Brazil's main export growth point in recent years. This impact will be transmitted to Latin America in at most 3 years. 3 years is a bit short. It will take at least 5 years. However, this has nothing to do with us. According to your thinking, we only need to maintain a certain influence on Vale and will not pursue more. The Japanese are the ones who are anxious, Anthony said with a smile, and then said, speaking of which, our layout in China has also blocked the Japanese's way to a large extent. They are not friendly to us now. Then I will take time to go to Japan a few more times to repair the relationship. Simon said with a teasing tone, and Anthony immediately laughed. With Simon's past of causing the Westeros effect every time, he is definitely the least popular person in Japan now. If he goes a few more times, who knows how miserable the Japanese stock market will be. After a few jokes, Anthony said, I read the latest immigration and labor bills drafted by the Liberal Party government on the plane back. I have to say that this is more in line with Australia's long-term plan. I really don't understand what those politicians used to do. Anthony was talking about the latest immigration and labor policy bills quietly promoted by the Westeros system and the Johnston family, who are the direct local snakes. In fact, it was Simon who initiated the promotion in person. This matter started in March this year. After the latest election, the Labour Party government in Australia, which had been in power for 13 years, finally stepped down. The Liberal Party, which had been in opposition for many years, formed an alliance with another national party to become the latest ruling party in Australia. In simple terms, the Labour Party and the Liberal Party in Australia roughly correspond to the Republican Party and the Democratic Party in the United States. One is conservative and the other is open. When the Liberal Party came to power, it stands to reason that immigration policy must be open again. The Westeros system, which promoted this election behind the scenes, did not want to see this happen. However, because the Labour Party tends to have high welfare and low taxes are no problem, but if high welfare is continuously increased, no country can stand it, so this time everyone tacitly drove the Labour Party out of power. The Liberal Party came to power, tightened welfare policies, and increased taxes, all of which the Westeros system could accept. Simon was not going to let immigration go, however, because of the severe sparse population and the long-term lack of labor in Australia, it was impossible not to introduce immigrants. Therefore, Simon referred to Singapore's thinking, and the latest policy was to open up high-net-worth immigrants and introduce low-end workers in the form of a bill. The entry of high-net-worth immigrants into Australia can increase the country's economic strength. The introduction of low-end workers was certainly not something that no one had thought of before, but it was more difficult to promote, because the lower-class people were always not so smart. When they heard that the country was going to introduce workers, it was obviously to steal their jobs. How could they accept this? Therefore, it has been difficult to promote. This result actually led to the prevalence of illegal workers in Australia. This time, with a continuous control and infiltration of the Westeros system in Australia, as its own backyard, Simon certainly spared no effort to make full efforts in all aspects such as public opinion and elections, and invested a lot of money to clearly explain the power of its opponents, so that the lower-class Australians believed that only by doing so would it be more in their interests, and the bill was naturally promoted. In the final analysis, Simon was still for his own Eden project. Since he planned to make Australia into the Eden of the Westeros family, then, not only Tasmania, but the entire continent, was regarded as Simon's private territory to some extent. Simon was well aware of the chaotic state of the United States in the years to come due to excessive ethnic diversity, which led to the loss of power of the main ethnic group. Simon certainly would not allow this situation to happen in Australia. Therefore, the low-end workers involved in this bill, like Singapore, or even more stringent than Singapore, will have their visas reviewed twice a year. In order to avoid falling in love with each other over time, they can only work in Australia for 2 years at most, and then they must leave and be replaced by the next batch. There is basically no possibility of naturalization. I chatted casually with Anthony until Janet came to call people in person, and then the two left the study to have lunch together. Anthony's family only stayed here for 2 days, and they also took the initiative to leave, without disturbing Simon's family's private time too much. However, in fact, it was almost time to leave here, and I planned to return to North America next week after this week. Time soon came to Saturday, September 7th. If it weren't for Miss A's reminder, Simon would have almost forgotten something. In the evening of that day, in a private study on the second floor of the Manor Villa, a family was preparing a barbecue outside, and Simon took time out to come over. Miss A had already prepared the video call equipment. On Simon's side, the 100-inch projection screen on the wall would serve as the interactive interface, and as for the Chinese side, it would probably be a computer. After the communication was connected, Simon first saw Chen Qing. Chen Qing just smiled and waved to her boss, said hello, and gave up her seat. Then, a woman in a black dress sat in front of the camera. The woman looked a bit like Zumomo, but as Zumomo said at the beginning, her mother was more beautiful than her. The woman in front of him was obviously a fairy type who had resisted the erosion of time. At first glance, she was not old enough. Compared with Zumomo, her fair and round oval face was more in line with Simon's aesthetics. The whole person also had a charming charm that had settled over the years. Simon sat behind a large desk, looking at the projector screen, wearing wireless headphones, while on the other side of the call, Zumomo's mother Mo Yiling saw a young foreign man leaning on a leather chair behind a large desk, looking at her with a smile. Even though she had been preparing for this video call over and over again these days, when she was really facing this super rich man with a net worth of $1.5 trillion, even though she had a strong personality since she was a child, even though the young man opposite her didn't seem to be aggressive at all, and even though they were actually thousands of miles apart, Mo Yiling still naturally felt an inexplicable restraint, and for a moment she even forgot to take the initiative to speak for the right to speak. In a study room in the courtyard on the Chinese side, Chen Qing, Lin Su, Zhu Momo, and Zhu Momo's aunt Mo Wuling, who had also stayed in Beijing these days, saw Mo Yiling's reaction when she sat in front of the computer, and her thoughts were different. Zhu Momo was even more moved. "This is the first time I have seen my mother like this." In the end, Simon spoke first. "Hello, Ms. Mo." Mo Yiling finally came to her senses, quickly put away her thoughts, and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Westeros." Then she reacted. This foreigner's Chinese was so standard that she almost forgot that she was talking to a foreigner. Simon looked at the little expression of the woman on the projection screen and raised his mouth slightly. "So, you want to talk to me?" Mo Yiling took a deep breath quietly, calmed down, and nodded. "Yes, Mr. Westeros, I hope you can let go of my daughter, she is just a child." As she said this, Mo Yiling, who quietly straightened her waist and looked directly at the computer screen, began to quickly show a certain strong woman's temperament, so that when Zhu Momo heard her mother suddenly say this, even though she was prepared, she wanted to interrupt, but she didn't have the courage to do it. On the other side, Simon was not surprised by Mo Yiling's words, nor was he affected by the change in the woman's temperament. He nodded readily and said, "As long as this is Momo's personal wish, I have no problem with it. I never force the women around me. They are free and can leave at any time." Now it was Mo Yiling's turn to be stunned. Unexpectedly, the man opposite would be so easy to talk to, and, well, how could he be so easy to talk to? Some anger inexplicably arose in his heart, and Mo Yiling stared at the computer screen. "Mr. Westeros, it seems that you don't care about my daughter." Simon admired Mo Yiling's angry look through the projection screen. The woman probably had no experience in video calls, so she didn't know that staring at the computer screen was useless and she should look at the camera. Simon certainly didn't mean to remind the other party, but laughed. "Ms. Mo, you reminded me of a saying of Confucius, only women and villains are difficult to raise. If you are close to them, they will be disrespectful. If you are far away, they will complain. If I don't agree to let your daughter go, you will definitely be very angry. Now, I agree, but I didn't expect you to be so angry, which makes me very embarrassed." Puff. Hearing Simon say this, Zhu Momo couldn't help laughing out loud. Mo Yiling was also embarrassed, and a little unexpected again. Moreover, this man was really hateful. It was just that she didn't expect Simon to give in so easily, which made many of Mo Yiling's prepared strong arguments useless. If it was someone else, so weak, so useless, Mo Yiling would not entangle with the other party at all, but this time, it was different after all. For this call, she stayed in BJ for a week. In fact, it means that she was left alone for a week by a man, and she left a lot of work in her hometown because of this, and it also caused dissatisfaction among some people. Unexpectedly, the result would be like this. In the final analysis, although she was unwilling to admit it, Mo Yiling understood that her poor performance today was ultimately due to the identity of the man opposite her. As a super rich man with a wealth of $1.5 trillion, Mo Yiling is not an ignorant little girl. Of course, she understands what such a huge amount of capital means. If it weren't for her daughter, she, the executive deputy county magistrate of a remote town in China, would probably never have any intersection with such a big man in her life. After taking a deep breath again, Mo Yiling said, "In this case, Mr. Westeros, I have some other conditions." Simon felt that he should not be too easy to talk to this time, so he shook his head. "Ms. Mo, it's unreasonable for you to say that. Since I have let go of your daughter, you can't ask me for anything else." "That's right." Mo Yiling immediately found the feeling and responded tit for tat. "This is what my daughter deserves. When she was with you, she was still a little girl." Zhu Momo, who was listening, didn't expect her mother to say it so bluntly, and she had the urge to cover her face. Simon of course understood what Mo Yiling meant, but he insisted on shaking his head. "But, Ms. Mo, you may also know that we Westerners don't care too much about this." Mo Yiling immediately shook her head. "No, Mr. Westeros, since you are so familiar with Chinese culture, you must understand what this means, and you should also care very much." Zhu Momo wanted to cover her face. Mo Wuling listened to her elder sister and Simon Westeros arguing about this, and she also had the urge to cover her face. "Sister, is it appropriate for you as a mother to argue with your daughter and man about this?" Chapter 1027, Sheep in the Tiger's Mouth. Simon deliberately argued with Zhu Momo's mother, and feeling the woman on the other side becoming more and more courageous, he pretended to be defeated. Okay, Ms. Mo, then, what do you want? Seeing that Simon Westeros finally gave in, Mo Yiling said without hesitation, Mr. Westeros, I hope that after my daughter leaves you, her career can continue to develop along the current trajectory. Simon nodded readily, of course. Also, Mo Yiling immediately continued, my daughter should have her own apartment in BJ and New York. No problem. Mo Yiling felt that the man opposite seemed to be easy to talk to again. She was suspicious in her heart, but continued, in addition, Momo will give up the $200,000 living allowance you gave her every year, but the current performance courses, model training, and 2 assistants will also continue to be retained. In the next 5 years, all these expenses will be paid by you. Simon pretended to hesitate for a moment before reluctantly nodding, okay. Mo Yiling hadn't finished yet, and continued, regarding the 2 assistants, I will personally help my daughter choose them, instead of the original 2. One of them will be my sister Mo Wuling, and the other one is to be determined. That's fine. Seeing that Simon Westeros agreed to all her conditions so quickly, Mo Yiling felt a little unsatisfied, but she didn't push any further, and said, in that case, Mr. Westeros, I hope you can do what you say. Of course, I am a very honest person, Simon said, turning his head slightly to look at Zhu Momo, who was only half exposed behind Mo Yiling, and smiled and said, Momo, from today on, you are free. Zhu Momo on the side of the courtyard wanted to say that she didn't want any freedom at all, but she didn't dare to show it because of the power of her mother. Moreover, looking at the smile of the man on the screen, the girl suddenly understood something. Anyway, her mother couldn't always stay by her side, even if it was her aunt. Humph, there was always a chance. Mo Yiling also sensed something wrong from the last sentence of the man opposite her, and even anticipated what her daughter might be thinking. However, the other party had already agreed to all her conditions. If she couldn't control her daughter, then the next thing would be her own business, so she said, in that case, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Westeros, goodbye. Goodbye. Mo Yiling was about to get up, but when she saw Simon Westeros looking at her with a calm smile, she felt a little angry for no reason, and finally couldn't help but say, Mr. Westeros, to be honest, I don't agree with your attitude towards relationships between men and women. As the world's top super rich man, I think you should be a very self-disciplined person. Thank you for your criticism, Ms. Mo. Simon nodded seriously, then I still have some time, I want to talk to Chen Qing and the other 2. This is to drive the guests away. Mo Yiling didn't get entangled, and got up and took her younger sister and daughter out of the room. Only Chen Qing and Lin Su were left in the study. Chen Qing sat in the position where Mo Yiling had just sat without any humility. Lin Su had no choice but to pull another chair over and sit next to her. Simon looked at Chen Qing, who had a smile on her face, and asked with a smile, how do you feel? There was evil in Chen Qing's smile. When a lion and a tiger negotiate, it's called tit for tat. When a sheep and a tiger negotiate, it's called a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. Simon smiled a little more, but said, okay, restrain yourself a little, don't always act so smart. Chen Qing looked at the camera and said slyly, boss, what should we do next? Simon gestured to her side, Lin Su is here, let's discuss bad things in private. Yet, Lin Su looked helpless. Simon changed the subject and asked, how is China doing recently? Chen Qing said, the Ministry of Radio, Film and Television has begun to force cinemas to sell tickets online. Recently, cinemas across the country have been complaining. Fortunately, they don't know the inside story, otherwise the bosses will be scolded. The Chinese film industry is planning to reform the theater chain system. However, before that, the theater network has been promoted in advance. Although it is still inevitable to conceal the box office in the future, compared with now, once the national network is completed and the supervision mechanism is improved, there will never be a ridiculous scene where the theater is full but the reported attendance rate is only 10% or 20%. In recent years, the annual box office in mainland China has continued to hover around 1 billion yuan, which seems to be extremely depressed, but in fact, a large part of the reason is that the box office has been concealed. The reason why Simon dared to promote the construction of the Jinshu cinema line at this time is that after research, he found that with the rapid development of the economy, at least the popular theaters in China's core cities are actually very profitable. The only ones that are losing money are those theaters in second, third, fourth and fifth tier cities with outdated equipment and scarce film sources. Moreover, a large part of the reason for the loss is not because no one watches movies. I won't go into this in depth. In short, with a huge population of 1.2 billion, China's film industry will not be too bad even if it is in a slump. As long as things make progress, Simon is not afraid of being scolded. Anyway, there are probably countless people taking him as a target every day. He nodded and said, also, regarding the Human Club, have you found a site in Beijing? The golf course at the foot of Xiangshan Mountain cannot be built overnight, so the Human Club that Simon is preparing in China needs a meeting place in advance. Chen Qing said, I think the courtyard house that the boss bought next to Guangzhou Temple on the Haohe Sea is pretty good, and many top clubs in Beijing are in courtyard houses. Actually, I prefer more modern places. Chen Qing said helplessly, the problem is, boss, BJ doesn't have too many modern properties suitable for clubs now, or, what about the China World Trade Center? Now the China World Trade Center and Levison International Center are potential direct competitors. If Simon rents a venue in someone else's building, then, is it reasonable? Seeing Simon speechless, Chen Qing smiled foolishly twice. So, boss, you make your own decision. Simon thought for a moment and said, then let's go for the courtyard house in Haohe. In addition, you can now list the names and give them to me within a month. Okay. Regarding the Human Club, Simon does not plan to open passive applications, but will only actively invite and recommend future members. After saying this, Simon looked at Lin Su next to him and said with a smile, Ms. Forbes, how are you feeling recently? Lin Su was a little happy to see that the man finally remembered her, but when she heard this, she immediately had the urge to roll her eyes. Chen Qing also smiled and interrupted, Su has been very busy recently. She can receive a lot of invitations every day, soliciting investment, asking for donations, inviting speeches, participating in seminars. Tisk tisk, I'm so envious. Simon imagined the scene described by Chen Qing and couldn't help laughing out loud. Lin Su stared at the two helplessly, you two are bullying me together. Simon gestured to Chen Qing, help me bully her. Lin Su was about to hide, but Chen Qing came up to her and kissed her on the face. After a while of laughter, Chen Qing finally stopped talking to her. Lin Su looked at the camera, hesitated a little, and said seriously, boss, I have been thinking recently that this money is too much, I can't take it. Simon asked with a smile, then what are you going to do? Lin Su paused and said, or, you can handle it. Is that so? Simon leaned back in the chair, crossed his hands in front of him, looked at Lin Su on the projection screen, and said after a while, how about leaving it to our son? In the study room of the courtyard, the two women thought they had heard it wrong for a while. Then, reacting, Lin Su's face was the first to turn red. You, boss, what did you just say? Chen Qing, who also reacted, interrupted again, aggrieved, boss, I also want a son. Lin Su felt her face getting even hotter. Simon ignored Chen Qing's half-serious gag, looked at Lin Su, and said seriously, actually, I happened to think about this recently. Su, if you are willing, take good care of your body recently, don't eat things that you shouldn't eat, and then give me a son. Boss, what if it's a daughter? Boss, she pinched me. Lin Su, whose face was completely red, reached out and pinched Chen Qing's waist to stop her from interrupting. After dodging for a moment, he finally looked at the camera again, suppressed his shyness and asked a question, then, what will be the surname of this child in the future? Simon did not hesitate, of course it's Westeros, but if you want to add your own surname, that's no problem, according to Western customs, for example, Little Simon Lin Westeros. Lin Su, who had been worried by the word but waited for Simon to finish speaking, looked at him steadily for a few seconds, and finally nodded with some determination, just call me Little Simon Lin Westeros. After saying this, Lin Su seemed to have exhausted all his courage, and stood up. I'll go out first, you talk to Zhao King. Chen Qing looked at Lin Su who was fleeing in a panic, then looked at the opposite side with a face full of resentment. Boss, what about me? Simon curled his lips. What? Chen Qing was obviously much bolder than Lin Su. I can also have a baby. Simon restrained his smile a little and said, you are still undecided, wait another 2 years. Chen Qing held the edge of the desk with her small hands and leaned forward. I'm already very determined, boss. If you said so earlier, I would definitely be very willing. Okay, then you have to wait another 2 years. If you and Asu have a baby together, what about the things in China? Chen Qing blinked her eyes and suddenly said, the one just now, Mo Yiling, and there are 5 Lings in total. Boss, didn't you ask me to check their information? They are all very capable. Boss, you actually saw it just now. Why not recruit them, and then me and Asu? Whoa, boss, you just called Asu, this is not fair, I also want a child. She became more and more pitiful as she spoke. In fact, in her heart, Chen Qing found that if she really had such a little Simon in Westeros, then her hard work in China might be taken away by some little bastard in the future. How could she tolerate this? Exclamation mark. Even if she had a child in 2 years, as Lin Su's child was the eldest son to some extent, she might not be competitive. She couldn't tolerate it. Simon saw Chen Qing looked like a pitiful kitten, but he didn't feel soft-hearted. He directly pointed out Chen Qing's thoughts and said, I know what you are thinking, Chen. Chen Qing interrupted half resentfully and half coquettishly, boss, call me I Qing, Zio Qing is also fine. Okay, Zio Qing, Simon said, and felt strange again. This girl seemed to be the same age as him, but he was too lazy to change. He continued, the reason why I made this decision recently is that the scale of the Westeros system will only become larger and larger in the future. You guessed it right. If you have children, China will belong to your children in the future, but this is not absolute. What will happen in the future is still a long time. Who knows? So, don't talk back to me, and don't argue about these things. Start with Asu first. The man said this, Chen Qing didn't say anything more, but, after a little hesitation, she couldn't help but test it again. Boss, do you know about the lady? Simon nodded. That's no problem. Chen Qing became more and more confident. You know, compared to Simon, she was more afraid of Janet, whom she had only met a few times. Since the boss nodded, it meant that Janet Westeros also acquiesced to this matter, and there would be no future troubles. Thinking of this, Chen Qing temporarily put aside her thoughts and returned to a certain topic just now, with some instigation in her tone. Boss, what do you think of what I said just now? What? Chen Qing rolled her eyes at her boss who was asking knowingly, but said, Mo Yiling, I have checked recently. This is indeed a very capable person. The reason why he is still only an executive deputy county magistrate at the deputy division level is a bit complicated. The main reason is that someone is suppressing their family. It can be said to be a grudge between 2 generations. In addition, the Mo family's foundation is too shallow, otherwise it would be more than enough to be a mayor of a prefecture-level city. Now, we can use our connections to transfer her out of Yunnan, and then this chess piece will come alive immediately. Boss, if you want, the 5 sisters, well, Mo Wuling who has already run away does not count, and the other 4 sisters, well, or the entire Mo family, can be slowly transferred out from the rundown small county next to Dali. Boss, you have read their information. The 7 brothers and sisters of the Mo family are all college students. It was not easy to achieve this in that era. They are all talented people. Seeing that her boss didn't answer, Chen Qing smiled even more. Then it's settled, boss. You don't have to worry about these small things, I will implement them. And don't worry, it won't cause any backlash in China. We have so much investment, and it's a common practice here to exchange some official hats. What's more, we didn't break the rules to promote someone out of thin air. The Mo family was already in the system, it's just a horizontal transfer at the original level, or even if it's a higher level, it's actually us who suffer. Chapter 1028 Apple Pie. Chapter 1028 Apple, send Simon to spend another weekend in Australia, and set off alone again on the new Monday to return to North America. Although in the end, even Amy Pascal reminded Simon in a private call that he should go to the Titanic set, which was obviously out of control, Simon did not go there after all, and also reminded the producer in charge of the project budget at Deanery's Entertainment not to waste time on arguing with James Cameron, and to try his best to cooperate with him to complete the film. This is already a hint of indulgence. Simon did not completely ignore it. He privately asked someone to re-estimate it. According to the progress at this time, Cameron needs about $150 million to complete the film. Even if it exceeds a little in the end, it may save a lot compared to the previous $200 million. In addition, the former Titanic indirectly made James Cameron's Lightstorm special effects studio a success. This time, starting from Terminator 2, all the special effects technologies involved in Cameron's film production are retained in Deanery's special effects. Although Titanic may not seem as showy as Star Wars and Transformers to outsiders, it contains more special effects technologies. These special effects innovations are very valuable technical assets for Deanery's special effects. In addition, Simon really hopes that Deanery's Entertainment will have some problems to entertain the public. After all, even if Titanic fails completely this time, it will not hurt the foundation of Deanery's Entertainment Group, which has completed a comprehensive and diversified layout. In short, Godcaw can do whatever he wants this time. Simon pays for it. Back in Los Angeles, the local time is still September 9th, Monday. Simon's first focus is on the 1996 summer season, which has officially ended. This is actually the confidence of Deanery's Entertainment to support James Cameron's casual play. This summer season lasted for 17 weeks, from the release of The Order and Romeo and Juliet on May 10 to the full reopening of schools in North America on September 5. During the 3 days of the weekend from September 6 to September 8, the weekend's box office in the North American market dropped from more than $62 million in the same period last week to about $35 million, which clearly announced the end of the summer season. For 17 weeks, a total of 6 films with a box office exceeding $100 million appeared in North America. All 6 films have more or less connections with Deanery's Entertainment. Even Eddie Murphy's new film The Nutty Professor, which Deanery's Entertainment did not intervene in the investment and distribution, was privately pushed to Fox by Simon. You know, The Nutty Professor in the original time and space was a movie invested by Universal Pictures, and Universal is now part of Deanery's Entertainment. Moreover, in addition to the 6 domestic movies that have broken the $100 million box office, the entire summer season, not to mention the cooperative projects such as The Mummy and Mission Impossible 2, only the films produced independently by the 3 labels under Deanery's Entertainment, such as Black Mask, Police Empire, Fargo, etc., have achieved quite good results. If the timeline is extended to the first 8 months of 1996 from the beginning of the year to the end of the summer season on September 5, there have been 9 movies with a box office of over $100 million in North American theaters, namely, number 1, Spectre, $307 million US. Number 2, Mission Impossible 2, $216 million US. Number 3, Sleepy Hollow, $177 million US. Number 4, The Mummy, $156 million US. Number 5, Rush Hour, $141 million US. Number 6, The Mortuary Haunting 2, $137 million US. Number 7, Romeo and Juliet, $123 million US. Number 8, The Nutty Professor, $113 million US. Ninth place, Ace Ventura 2, $108 million. The entire list is clear at a glance. Among them, Deanery's Entertainment produced 5 of the 9 films independently, and there are 2 co-productions. Even the number 1 Spectre, because of MGM's insufficient distribution capacity, Deanery's Entertainment is responsible for the distribution in many overseas markets, so it is also a vested interest. There is only one Nutty Professor, which is completely exclusive to Fox. Although the first place on the list is temporarily occupied by MGM's Spectre, and although Simon actually does not want to compete for the first place, considering that the DC Movie Universe series Wonder Woman 2, whose distribution rights belong to Deanery's Entertainment, will be released at the end of the year, it is still unknown what the final result of the annual list will be. In any case, just looking at the list so far, Deanery's Entertainment is no less than Disney at its peak in Simon's memory. If we can fully understand the connections among the series of films, it is not an exaggeration to say that Simon has basically controlled the entire Hollywood at this time. In the 100-year history of Hollywood, Louis B. Mayer, who was once the most powerful man, has far less power than Simon now. Deanery's Studios. In Simon's office, David Geffen, who as an insider had witnessed the entire rise of Simon Westeros, looked at the young man opposite him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even Geffen Records, which he founded in the past, has become a part of Deanery's records after many twists and turns. And now, not to mention other things, just the power of this young man in Hollywood is enough for everyone to look up to. Sitting on the sofa in the reception area, Simon took a sip of the soda water that Gurley had just brought to him. He felt a little uncomfortable with David Geffen's stare. You know, this man is a recognized coming-out big shot in Hollywood. Putting down the cup, Simon went straight to the point and said, "David, I have a meeting later, so let's make it short." "Oh, of course." David Geffen quickly put away his thoughts and said, "I have already sent an email in advance about the general situation. DreamWorks hopes to buy the script of Saving Private Ryan from Deaneries Entertainment." "Simon, I also checked in advance. Deaneries has not made any preparations for the project. I think you should not mind transferring it." Simon did not comment, and said, "David, Saving Private Ryan is a script about World War II, and it must be a blockbuster-level investment. The risk is very high. Why do you want to shoot this project?" "Mainly." David Geffen wanted to prevaricate, hesitated a little, and finally told the truth with a bitter smile on his face. "Well, Simon, actually Stephen was very excited after seeing the script, but unfortunately we acted too late. Hollywood is full of intrigues. However, for Simon Westeros, if he used lies today, even if he got the script of Saving Private Ryan, once the matter was exposed, this young man would not be like other deceived filmmakers who could only blame themselves for their bad luck. If there was a rebound, the entire DreamWorks would be implicated. It is better to tell the truth." Even if Spielberg had not asked him to do so, David Geffen would not want to accept this job at all. As a shareholder of DreamWorks, his attitude was consistent with what Simon had just said, and he was also not optimistic about such a war film that had a huge investment and might not be popular with the audience in the future. Simon had already guessed the general situation. Since Geffen confessed, he did not beat around the bush and said, "Since Stephen is interested, Deaneries can let it go. However, this is also an opportunity. Why don't Stephen pay off the last film contract he owes to Deaneries Entertainment this time?" David Geffen did not expect Simon to agree so readily, but then he was stunned again. Looking at the expression on Westeros's face, this big man who has been in Hollywood for many years inexplicably felt that he might have stepped into a pit on his own initiative. However, this can only be said to be a feeling. There is no evidence. However, David Geffen quickly reacted and realized that if this project could be made into co-production with Deaneries Entertainment, it would be a good thing for DreamWorks, which was ambitious but did not develop so smoothly after its establishment. The problem is that Spielberg asked him to come over to discuss the script because he didn't want to have any contact with Deaneries Entertainment again. After all, Deaneries kicked him out after the success of the Jurassic Park series. Spielberg produced 2 hit films for Deaneries Entertainment, Jurassic Park and Schindler's List. The young man on the other side later abandoned Spielberg and used the newcomer, which was really a bit disappointing. Seeing David Geffen hesitant, Simon continued, "David, you can go back and discuss it with Stephen. If he wants this project, my conditions are very simple. Our 2 companies will invest together, and Deaneries Entertainment will be responsible for the distribution. Oh, as for the production, I am very confident in Stephen, so I will not interfere at all." There is another point that Simon didn't say. I think it would be easy for both Geffen and Spielberg to think clearly. After completing this project, Spielberg's film contract owed by Universal Times will be completely settled this time. Seeing that Simon had already made clear conditions, David Geffen nodded slightly, but then said, "The problem is, Simon, we have an agreement with Paramount." "That's not a problem. I think we can also talk about Paramount. As for Deaneries, I only ask for half of the investment share and the distribution rights of the film." David Geffen was not very optimistic about Saving Private Ryan, but at this time, seeing Simon Westeros, who had previously expressed the same attitude, making such a request, his heart immediately confirmed some of his previous intuitions, and naturally felt that leaving only half of the investment share for DreamWorks and Paramount to share would definitely not be enough. However, after continuing to discuss, Simon refused to give in, so he had to temporarily get up and say goodbye, thinking about how to go back and discuss with Spielberg, and whether he could completely get rid of Paramount. After seeing Geffen off, Simon was about to attend the production meeting of American Pie, which had just been launched some time ago, but was temporarily stopped by another matter. Girl A brought the news that had just come from San Francisco. After this period of secret negotiations, Tinkober, which C-Girl is in charge of, successfully reached an acquisition agreement with Apple. After all, it is only a small business worth several $billion. Simon told C-Girl last month that Apple agreed to Tinkober's acquisition offer in just 1 month. The main reason is that Apple is really at the end of its rope. Obviously, the new technology industry has been booming in recent years. As an old giant that pioneered the PC era, Apple has been going downhill against the trend under the impact of Microsoft. The most direct manifestation is the market value. Compared with the market value of more than $7 billion in the early 1990s, Apple's market value has almost fallen to the threshold of $2 billion recently, shrinking by more than 70% compared with its peak period. Moreover, Apple, which could barely maintain profits in previous years, has fallen into a loss quagmire since last year. In the first 2 quarters of this year, Apple's total losses have reached $300 million, and the annual loss is expected to exceed $600 million. Unless a miracle happens, Apple will go bankrupt in 2 years at most. On the other hand, this time, Jobs, who had already sold Pixar to Simon, had unknowingly fallen into obscurity. Without the appeal brought by Toy Story, the other party could not return to run Apple, and Simon did not intend to allow this to happen. Therefore, selling to Tinkober is almost the only way out for Apple. Even many people probably don't understand Tinkober's intention to acquire Apple, a poor company. Continued to a nearby conference room, signaling New World Pictures president Danny Morris to start the meeting, Simon held the draft acquisition agreement reached between Tinkober and Apple in his hand. Tinkober will acquire Apple in the form of cash and stock, and the final transaction price is $2.8 billion, which is a premium of 33% compared to the market value of about $2.1 billion at this time, of which $1 billion is paid in cash and the other $1.6 billion is Tinkober's stock. At the same time, Tinkober will also assume Apple's debt of about $1.2 billion. Calculated, the total transaction amount is $4 billion. Compared with Apple's current sluggish state, this is an obviously high price. However, the higher offer price is also the key to Tinkerbell being able to negotiate a satisfactory acquisition agreement within a month. After all, if the time is delayed too long and the news is leaked, Apple's stock price may rise by more than 30% within a few days. Simon does not want to wait for more, and Miss C, who has received Simon's private instructions, does not want to wait for more. As for Apple, it has no confidence to take Tinkerbell as a fat sheep and slaughter it, and probably does not want to wait for more. Therefore, this is basically the final plan. As long as Simon has no objection, the news will be announced tomorrow morning. In addition, such an acquisition will not encounter any resistance from the authorities' review, and Simon can now consider the next step. The first is the system. Since Ygritte got the original source code of the Linux system in 1991, Simon began to plan a graphical interface PC operating system with Linux as the kernel. At present, the Ygritte team has been developing it for 5 consecutive years and has begun to use it for the operating system of Ygritte's self-built data center. As for the PC version, it was once planned to be officially launched in 1997. Now, with Apple and a series of core patents for the graphical interface operating system, the Westeros system will not be afraid of Microsoft's patent barriers. The worst that can happen is a lawsuit. Secondly, it is hardware. Many people may not know that the British ARM company that proposed the ARM architecture was first invested by Apple. Now Apple is still the major shareholder of ARM. The Newton tablet in recent years uses the ARM architecture processor. After taking down Apple, the next step is to take full control of ARM. Then, using the resources of the Westeros system, we will fully promote the research and development of ARM architecture chips suitable for mobile electronic devices. Even if the mobile internet era may take another 10 years to fully arrive, with the success of products such as iCom and iPlayer, it is more than enough to develop more portable mobile electronic devices with ARM chips as the core, and create a mini-home mobile internet ecosystem through technologies such as Bluetooth and Wi-Fi that have already appeared at this time. Simon read the draft agreement between Tinkerbell and Apple, and quickly began to write down various brainstorming ideas on the draft paper in front of him. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. It was not until Danny Morris reminded him that he remembered that this was the production meeting of American Pie. Simon quickly glanced at the meeting memo handed over by Gurley, and finally put his mind back on the topic of this meeting. He said to Danny Morris and others, regarding this project, on the public level, we need to package the film into a story about youth and growth with special connotations, but you must understand that in fact, the selling point of this film is only one word, sex. Only by firmly grasping this point, whether it is the production of the film or the future distribution, will everyone not go astray. Over the years, many movies in Simon's memory have been butterfly dropped, and many movies that have never been heard of have emerged. The American Pie being discussed is a story that is lucky enough not to be butterfly dropped. Although the details of the script are very different from what Simon remembers, the overall situation has not changed much, so Simon decisively took it and gave it a green light. The first part of American Pie once sold more than 200 million box office worldwide with a cost of only $11 million. Even Simon couldn't remember how many sequels were made for a while. Although there are various analyses of the core of the film, youth, growth, etc., in fact, the key to the success of this series is indeed only one word: sex. The film even created a term such as MILF that has become a fixed adult vocabulary, so this is evident. As for the others, they are all foils outside this core. Therefore, if the new version of American Pie wants to succeed this time, no matter how it whitewashes a relatively vulgar theme in the future, Simon must let the team of New World Pictures understand the core of the project. Grasp the main contradiction. Although it is not comparable to the DC movie universe, and even inferior to the Conjuring movie universe, according to memory, this series is actually a goldmine level IP. As long as the first part is successful, the subsequent production can continue for many years as in the original time and space, including many non-theater versions that are only supplied to the videotape and DVD market. Deaneries Entertainment still controls the huge blockbuster video chain system, so it can maximize the benefits of this series in all aspects. Combined with the information in memory, this seemingly insignificant youth film series, if properly developed, will be enough to bring Deaneries Entertainment a billion-dollar level of income in the future. Chapter 1029 IMAC. The next day was Wednesday, September 11th. Simon rushed to San Francisco early in the morning. At the same time, Tinkober also held a press conference at 9 o'clock in the morning to officially announce that it had reached an acquisition plan with Apple involving a total amount of $4 billion. Public opinion was immediately in an uproar. Apple's current state of decline and quagmire is well known. In the past 2 years, it has even become a company that the industry media likes to criticize and ridicule the most. As Microsoft's natural monopoly advantage of the Windows operating system gradually becomes clear, coupled with the increasingly deep-rooted Wintel alliance, no one now believes that Apple, which relies on the PowerPC architecture and the backward Macintosh system, can still turn the tide. Unexpectedly, Tinkober, which has risen in recent years, would suddenly come up with this move. With the convening of the press conference and the release of the press release on various platforms, a large number of targeted comments first appeared on the internet. Most professionals or non-professionals were almost unanimously pessimistic about Tinkober's acquisition, believing that it was actively recruiting a burden. Although Apple's market value was only $2.1 billion at the close of yesterday's trading, it is an old American electronics giant that has been established for 20 years. Apple's annual revenue still reaches the level of tens of billions of dollars. In addition to various types of personal computers, it also involves more than 10 product lines such as servers, printers, tablets, and digital cameras. Even if the great success of iRec this year and the continued surge in sales of iCom and iPlayer products have made Tinkober's annual revenue growth expected to reach 60%, the company's annual revenue is only about $20 billion. The two companies, whose market value is more than 100 times different, actually only have a difference of twice in terms of revenue. This is enough to show that Apple is a lean camel that is bigger than a horse. It is generally believed in the industry that Tinkober's acquisition of Apple is likely to expand its product line in the shortest possible time. This is definitely a stupid move. Because the reason why Apple has come to this day, in addition to serious mistakes in its core personal computer business, another important reason is its unrestrained expansion. It seems to be letting 100 flowers bloom, but in fact, most of the peripheral product businesses that are eager for quick success are in a loss-making state. With the decline of the core PC business, other peripheral product lines have become a burden that has caused a domino effect. Of course, some smart people have also thought of the real purpose of Tinkober or Westeros system to swallow Apple, for patents and the entire PC industry. Even though Westeros is one of Microsoft's major shareholders, the friction between the two parties is no secret. Therefore, many professionals have also written articles to analyze Tinkober's acquisition of Apple, which is likely to be in conjunction with the grid to enter the PC industry together to avoid being constrained by Microsoft and Internet terminal devices. Similar discussions have also caused widespread heated discussions, but most of the tendencies are still not optimistic. After all, Microsoft's advantage in the operating system market at this time is too great. All these disturbances are directly reflected in the North American stock market. When the news of the West Coast acquisition was officially announced, it was already noon on the East Coast. As of the closing at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, Apple's stock price soared 19% in one day, and its closing market value reached $2.53 billion, with a single-day market value increase of $400 million, only $300 million away from Tinko Bale's $2.8 billion acquisition offer. Because the market is generally not optimistic about this acquisition, Tinko Bale's stock price fell by 2.7%, and its closing market value is $272.3 billion. Although the stock price shrank by only 2.7%, due to Tinko Bale's huge size, its market value evaporated by a full $7.55 billion. According to the closing market value of the day, it is almost equivalent to 3 Apple companies. At the same time, Microsoft was also affected by the media's analysis of the purpose of this acquisition. At the close of the afternoon of the same day, Microsoft's stock price fell by 2.5% in a single day, with a closing market value of $269.7 billion. Microsoft shareholders also lost $6.9 billion in one day. In fact, Tinko Bale's overtaking of Microsoft's market value during this period is also one of the hot topics discussed by the media, because the market value of the two is similar, showing a tug-of-war state, and both are hitting the $300 billion mark. It has to be said that Microsoft, which should have led the new technology wave in the original time and space, was really taken away too much luck by the Westeros system this time, so that the next highest point of market value will hardly break through the 60 million mark as before. Now, although the real intention of this acquisition has not yet been revealed, Microsoft has been affected. It is easier for the outside world to guess Simon's purpose of this acquisition. It is difficult for Damen to calm down. After lunch on the West Coast, Simon had just left the restaurant with Miss C and others when the other party called. After answering the phone, Simon did not avoid Miss C and others. While continuing to walk to a conference room in the headquarters building of Tinkober, he said to the microphone, "Hi, Bill. Of course, otherwise why would I acquire Apple? Of course I have not forgotten that I am also a major shareholder of Microsoft, but Bill, do you think it is a good thing for Microsoft to completely occupy the operating system market? Let's not argue about these. You have to understand that I did not suppress Microsoft's network business too much, because I know that competition is the best catalyst for an industry to develop and progress, so what you have to do is to wait for challenges, rather than trying to prevent others from competing with you." After putting away the phone that was hung up, Simon just smiled, and the group also came to the conference room. Several leaders of the desktop Linux operating system development team of Ygritte also arrived at the same time. Everyone sat down in the conference room and started the afternoon topic, combining the upcoming acquisition of Apple and the operating system research and development results accumulated by Ygritte over the past few years, to develop a Linux version of personal computers under the Tinkober brand. Simon sat down at the conference table and naturally took the initiative in the meeting. He spoke first. Everyone already knows the content of this meeting. Regarding the personal computer development plan of Tinkober after the acquisition of Apple, it is tentatively named the iMac series. This is one of the many trademarks that Tinkober has applied for. I will only say 2 points. First, the iMac series will use Ygritte's Linux desktop operating system. Second, this personal computer abandons Apple's original PowerPC architecture and uses Intel processors. As Simon finished speaking, more than a dozen executives from Tinkober, Apple and Ygritte in the conference room immediately started discussing, and a buzzing sound rang around them. Simon tapped lightly on the table a few times to attract everyone's attention. He looked at the people around him and said in an unquestionable tone, "This is the final decision, and you only have 7 months from now to the Tinkober Spring Conference next Easter. I don't want to hear your objections. At this meeting, I just want to hear you discuss how to accomplish this." "But, Mr. Westeros," an executive from Apple couldn't help but say, "it's impossible to complete a personal computer with a brand new operating system and a brand new processor architecture in 7 months." Simon glanced at Peter Bacher, Apple's vice president of PC research and development, and shook his head. "Not just 7 months, but 5 years and 7 months to be precise, because Ygritte's research and development of the Linux system can be said to have started 5 years ago, and the graphical interface desktop operating system version was based on the x86 architecture from the beginning. Before that, Ygritte had already completed the prototype. If you want, You can see it tomorrow. Mr. Westeros, I still think you think the problem is too simple. Peter Backer still shook his head and said, if you want, a senior computer engineer can spend several years to develop an operating system from scratch and design a prototype, but this is different from a personal computer that can be sold to the market. The development of a mature personal computer is a systematic and huge project. For example, how to solve the software problem. Mr. Westeros, have you considered it? Even the chairman and CEO of Apple did not attend this meeting, but Peter Backer was invited instead. There was a reason. The other party was a candidate for promotion who was carefully screened by Miss C and submitted to Simon for personal approval. Therefore, Simon was very patient with Peter Backer, nodded again, and smiled. Of course I have considered it, Peter. Since a few years ago, Ygritte has been quietly cooperating with Sun to develop a Java software platform, which is planned to be used for the development of Linux system software. I think you are very clear about the advantages of the Java language. Next year, when the iMac is launched, the mainstream application software on the market, especially the internet-related software under Ygritte, will launch Linux versions. Peter Backer was speechless for a moment when he heard what Simon said. He also suddenly felt a little sad. If the recent leaders of Apple could have the vision of this young man, why would Apple, which he had served for more than 10 years, fall to this situation? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man in his 40s with thick frameless glasses suddenly couldn't help wanting to say something from his heart, so he said, okay, Mr. Westeros. Peter, you can call me Simon. Well, Simon, actually I want to say that although this is inappropriate, Microsoft has left us too far behind. Instead of, maybe it's better to use Microsoft's Windows system directly. From a purely commercial perspective, this is of course the best choice. Simon nodded slightly and said, but, Peter, I acquired Apple just to open up an operating system platform that belongs entirely to the Westeros system in addition to the Windows system. In order to avoid possible constraints from Microsoft and retain the platform position of user terminals, this is what both Ygritte and Tinkabair must do. Although Peter Backer is obsessed with technology, he is not completely ignorant of the considerations at the corporate strategic level. Simon explained this and quickly understood. Since the young man has considered this extent, he will not say anything more. 7 months is 7 months, it's nothing more than a fight. In the next few hours, everyone began to speak freely about the iMac plan, such as R&D budget, team size, product positioning, etc. When the meeting was over, everyone realized that it was already past 6 in the afternoon. The meeting lasted for more than 5 hours. Simon simply invited everyone to dinner, and then took girls A and C away from the Ygritte Park in Mountain View and rushed to the mountain villa in Woodside on the other side of the city. In the black Mercedes-Benz, girls A and C sat on Simon's left and right. Girl C held Simon's arm intimately, her body pressed against the man, with a bit of coquettishness in her expression. Boss, you haven't congratulated me yet. Simon felt the feminine scent coming from him, and asked with a smile, congratulations for what? Claire showed a half-true and half-false little resentment. Congratulations on becoming the 3rd richest person on the Forbes list last month. Well, congratulations to you, super rich Miss C. Yes. Girl C was immediately satisfied, her head still resting on Simon's shoulder, and soon said, Boss, I also attended B's wedding last Saturday, and D. Did you get to throw the flowers to the bride? Claire moved her head, but did not leave Simon's shoulder, and seemed very dissatisfied. Boss, do you want me to get it? Yes, there are too many women around me, and I want to drive some away so that I can find new girls. Claire finally raised her head again and looked at Simon. Boss, do you want to drive me away? Simon put his arm around the girl's waist and patted her. As long as both of you are fine, remember to find a boyfriend in the future and keep an eye on your wallet and don't get cheated. If you get married, remember to sign a prenuptial agreement. I don't want to see that I have helped you make so much money, but in the end it was cheated away by another man. This is quite maddening. Girl C pouted slightly. Boss, you still don't trust people's hearts. Simon nodded. Yeah, I don't believe it, so I won't force it. Girl C leaned back on Simon's shoulder and said carefully, then, boss, what about you and your wife? Jenny and I. Simon did not hide it, with a smile on his face, and said, actually, I am the passive one, very passive. Girl C blinked, and suddenly smiled again. I understand. Simon knew what Claire was thinking, of course, and shook his head slightly, and smiled. No, You don't understand. Of course I understand. No. Of course. On the other side, girl A, who was eavesdropping quietly, unconsciously curled the corners of her mouth. Back at the mountain villa in Woodside, in addition to the waiter team who arrived in advance, D-girl also rushed over after get off work, and there was also little Jenny who rushed forward to ask for a hug as soon as Simon got off the car. The girl entered Stanford in 1991. Not only did she complete her undergraduate and master's studies in just 5 years, but she has also become D-girl's right-hand man on Instagram in the past 2 years. However, the girl, who is already 23 years old, was only 155 centimeters tall when they first met, and she is still so small now. Simon easily hugged little Jenny in his arms, and even held her up and waiter, teasing, she still hasn't grown taller, but it seems that she has gained weight. Jennifer Bray used her hands and feet to wrap around Simon like a little koala, kissing Simon on the face and acting coquettishly, she won't grow any taller, and my type can also make Simon change your taste, and, being a little fatter, actually feels better. Simon pretended to be disgusted and avoided the girl's little mouth that kissed his cheek and came over to kiss him again, and went to the living room, threw the girl on the sofa, and then greeted D-girl. I have been away from the United States for more than half a month, which is a long time. So this night was quite absurd. Although he pretended to be disgusted, Simon still had more feelings for the women who had been around for many years. Late at night, he also taught the women a Chinese poem by drawing on the white bare back of Sea Girl. The lonely white rabbit walks east and west. Clothes are not as good as new, and people are not as good as old. After explaining, he also added a fabricated short story. After listening to the story, the tearful little Jenny said that she wanted to tattoo it on herself. Simon recommended the soles of the feet, saying that other areas belong to Westeros and no graffiti is allowed. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1030, Scober's Transformation. Near noon, Emmanuel Brandt left the headquarters of Scober, which was rented out on the east side of Westeros Technology Park, and drove across the Ygritte Avenue in the middle to the Ygritte Park on the west side. To be precise, it was the second area of the Ygritte headquarters next to the Green Park in the south. After the completion of the first area on the north side, Ygritte immediately began to build the second park. The total area of the two parks reached 60 hectares. Just looking at the scale of the headquarters, you can imagine the huge size of Ygritte at this time. In comparison, on the east side of Ygritte Avenue, in addition to the 30-hectare headquarters park that Tinkable has also set aside for construction, there is also another 60-hectare office space for rent. At this time, more than 100 large and small technology companies have gathered, including Tinkable, which is temporarily squeezed in, as well as Instagram, eBay, Scober, Broadcast, which has been acquired by Tinkable, and other cutting-edge technology companies. According to the address given by Girl A in advance, the car was parked outside a building in the 2nd District of Ygritte headquarters. Emmanuel did not open the car door immediately, but took out the makeup mirror in her bag to carefully check her makeup. Because she was focused on work, she did not care too much about these things on weekdays, and she often did not care about her appearance. But today was different. She was going to have dinner with that man later. Looking at the flawless white face in the mirror, Emmanuel suddenly felt a little annoyed and self-pitying. The 6-foot height, white skin, high IQ and high education, all of these were completely in line with his aesthetics. When she first saw him, she had already had some thoughts in her mind, but until now, nothing had come of it. Is it because of the red hair? No, he should not care about such old and boring ideas. However, since he thought about it, he suddenly had an idea that maybe he could dye his hair blonde when he had time, and then there would be no problem. It was lunchtime, and more people were around. 3 young men in neat shirts and trousers, who were obviously employees of Ygritte, happened to pass by Emmanuel's car, who was looking at himself in the mirror. They occasionally glanced at him and suddenly couldn't move their feet. They deliberately waited for a while until Emmanuel, who was wearing a black OL suit, got out of the car. Although Emmanuel was taller than the 3 men in high heels, they still came over. One of them said, "Hi, lady, are you here for an interview?" Emmanuel looked at the 3 guys in front of her with a slightly strange expression. "Do I look like an interviewer?" The man who spoke didn't seem to feel the unkindness in Emmanuel's tone, smiled, and stretched out his hand. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Jason. Besides, it's lunchtime now, how about going to have a meal together?" Emmanuel squinted at the hand that was stretched out, and turned away without paying any attention. He was still a little dissatisfied. It has been more than a year since the settlement in San Francisco. With a surging wave of new technology, Emmanuel has clearly realized how impetuous Silicon Valley is now. He has just met these guys who may have tens of millions of stock options. Their self-confidence is also overflowing. They are like nouveau riche and spend lavishly every day. They party every night, attracting call girls and drug dealers from all over the world to gather in this area. Just like just now, even though the restaurant inside Ygritte has provided quite superior dining treatment, the three of them obviously still plan to go out for dinner. All of this made Emmanuel, who was born in a wealthy family and well-educated, very uncomfortable. Entering a restaurant for executives in the building, he happened to meet Simon and the four giants of Ygritte who also came to eat. Emmanuel immediately changed his mind and went up to hug and greet the big boss. Of course, he did not forget to shake hands and greet Tim Berners-Lee. The obvious difference in treatment inevitably attracted a few jokes, and Emmanuel also laughed and fought back. Afterwards, everyone did not sit together. Bezos and others dispersed. Simon chose a long table for 4 people and motioned Emmanuel to sit opposite. He took Lady A to sit on the other side. While ordering food, he said, "See, we'll come over later." Emmanuel nodded. Given Simon's current busyness, this lunch is certainly not a casual reminiscence, but a serious matter to discuss. Just after ordering food, Lady C also arrived. After a simple greeting, Emmanuel took the seat facing her boss, and Lady C could only sit diagonally opposite. After Claire ordered food, Simon also got straight to the point and said to Emmanuel, "You should have read the technical information about Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, right?" Simon had been paying close attention to Wi-Fi and Bluetooth in the past few years and made a decisive move. 3 years ago, Ygritte's Australian branch learned that a professor at the University of Sydney was interested in developing a wireless transmission technology, and decisively provided financial support, so the patent for Wi-Fi technology easily fell into the hands of the Westeros system. As for Bluetooth, because it involves wireless communication and data transmission, all major communication giants are developing it. The technical standards in Simon's hands come from Nokia. At the same time, in order to avoid too many different standards for Bluetooth technology, Nokia has taken the lead in jointly formulating unified standards with Ericsson, Sony, Toshiba and other companies. In short, the Westeros system has absolute initiative in these two technologies. Emmanuel heard Simon mention this, nodded, and said, "Boss, do you mean to let Skabo turn to the research and development of wireless communication chips?" "Yes," Simon said. "In addition, I have also read the information of Broadcom, which Skabo recently bought. Your ideas are correct. Of course, there are some deviations. Today we are going to clarify these issues and the next development direction of Skabo. Due to the explosion of China's VCD industry and the proliferation of new technology bubbles, coupled with the addition of Westeros concept stocks, the Skabo company acquired 2 years ago has a market value of more than $20 billion. For Simon, who is familiar with the future prospects of VCD, this far exceeds the actual value of Skabo. Although Skabo has started the research and development of DVD video decoding chips, unlike the VCD video decoding chips that maintain a monopoly at this time, in the future DVD industry, Skabo is destined to change from the current VCD industry leader to a marginal profit enterprise that shares some scraps from DVD core manufacturers such as Sony and Toshiba. Therefore, if Skabo does not transform, its decline will be inevitable. Since Skabo's stock price at this time is far higher than its actual value, Simon designed a merger and expansion strategy using Skabo's stock as money more than 2 months ago, referring to the routine of AOL's acquisition of Time Warner in his memory, and transformed by launching mergers and acquisitions in other fields. The Skabo team led by Emmanuel also implemented Simon's plan well. In just over 2 months, Skabo successfully merged 3 startup semiconductor companies, one of which was called Broadcom. In the original time and space, people are more familiar with Qualcomm, but in fact, they don't know that Broadcom's position in the industry is comparable to Qualcomm. Both are high-tech companies that mainly engage in technology licensing and chip development in the communication field. Moreover, Broadcom's involvement in the field is more extensive than Qualcomm. For one thing, Broadcom was once the world's largest Wi-Fi chip manufacturer. Simon was a little surprised when he first saw the acquisition report submitted by Emmanuel. He didn't expect that Szabo could bring Broadcom under his command so many years in advance. However, after research, it was found that the current Broadcom and the later Broadcom are completely different. Broadcom, which was founded by two Stanford professors 5 years ago, currently mainly launches cable TV set-top box communication chips for receiving and processing digital signals. It is still a long way from the communication giants that can compete with Qualcomm later. Szabo's acquisition is mainly to get involved in the cable TV field. It plans to combine Broadcom's communication chips with Szabo's decoding chips and other technologies to build a complete cable TV set-top box solution. Given the current situation of the cable TV industry, which is still expanding globally, this is a very promising business plan. It is also the main reason why Broadcom, which was originally planning an IPO, gave up the listing and took the initiative to accept the acquisition by Scoop. Otherwise, if the two companies have no connection or complementarity at all, the slightly wiser business owners will not easily agree to such an acquisition offer. For example, if Scoop launched an acquisition of Qualcomm, whose market value is only a few billion US dollars, Simon would certainly want to take advantage of this, but the probability of Qualcomm agreeing is very small, even if Westeros is also a shareholder of Qualcomm. Because the businesses of the two companies are unrelated, Simon is in favor of Scoop's expansion into the cable TV field this time, but he still hopes that Scoop can make good use of the current good situation to get involved in more fields. In the executive restaurant of Agrit, Simon took out an Apple Newton tablet from the bag of Gurlea beside him, handed it to Emmanuel opposite him, and said, "Perhaps you also know this, Apple's PDA products. In my opinion, the business assistant positioning of this product is obviously wrong. You can learn about this privately." What we are going to talk about today is the family mobile internet ecological plan that will be launched next after Tinkerbell acquires Apple. Emmanuel took the Newton tablet handed over by Simon and turned it on skillfully. She happened to have used it before, but she also felt that this product was very useless. It was expensive at $900, but it only had some simple functions such as calendar, clock, drawing, and notes, and the battery capacity was very low. The handwriting function as a highlight was actually dispensable. In short, as a business assistant, it is not as convenient as a pocket notebook. Thinking of this, Emmanuel listened to Simon's last words and looked up at the boss. "Mobile internet, boss, does this have anything to do with the Newton tablet?" Of course, the tablet is the key. To be more precise, it will be the ultimate form of the future mobile internet plan. I hope that Tinkerbell can rely on its existing technical foundation to concentrate all of its current flagship products into a pocket-sized tablet computer. Emmanuel immediately discovered the problem and turned to look at the girl C beside him. "In this case, C, I think you should do your best to prevent the birth of this product, right? Currently, Tinkerbell's flagship products, iPlayer, iCom and iRec, have annual shipments of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. If these electronic products are integrated into a mere tablet computer, it will inevitably mean that the market share of products such as iPlayer will be impacted or even eliminated." Girl C didn't care about Emmanuel's teasing and shook her head. "Do I look like someone without foresight? Many things are not what you want them to be or what you don't want them to be," Emmanuel said with a smile, and turned to Simon. "Boss, then, what does Szabo need to do?" Simon didn't answer directly, but pointed to the Newton tablet in the red-haired girl's hand again. "With the current technical level of screens, batteries, chips, etc., Apple's product has actually reached a very high level, so it will take about 5 to 10 years to achieve the level of integration I mentioned. This product in your hand, Tinkerbell will combine it with its own technology developed in recent years, and by integrating the micro hard disk solution, it will focus on more practical ebook readers and digital music players. What Szabo has to do is very critical. Through the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth technology I gave you, it will develop related chips to realize the wireless connection of tablets, and even iPlayer, iCom and other products with personal computers and the internet." Emmanuel thought for a while after hearing this, and her eyes soon lit up. "You should know that in the first 8 months of this year, the global total shipments of Tinkerbell's 3 main products, iCom, iPlayer and iRec, have reached a terrifying 56 million units. It is expected that the total annual shipments will be close to 90 million units, and next year, This number will easily exceed 100 million. If Tinkerbell's main electronic products with a total shipment volume of over 100 million in the future can all use the chips developed by SYNOPSIS, SYNOPSIS will easily cross the threshold of transformation in the post-VCD era, and even, let alone the current market value of $20 billion, it is not impossible to reach 100 billion in the future. Simon looked at Emmanuel's beautiful blue eyes, eager to try, and smiled. Have you figured it out? Emmanuel nodded. Boss, in this case, maybe Scober should try to build its own wafer factory. No need. Simon knew that building a wafer factory by itself was still the instinctive thinking of many semiconductor companies at this stage, but he rejected it immediately. According to Moore's law, the iteration and update speed of the semiconductor industry is very fast. Therefore, for most semiconductor companies, building their own wafer factories will become less and less cost-effective in the future. The semiconductor industry will gradually tend to separate design and production, and foundry is the general trend of the entire semiconductor industry. Therefore, Scober only needs to focus on technology research and development in chip design, and leave chip production to other companies. I will also make some arrangements in this regard. In the future, even giants like Intel will begin to seek foundry services in order to share the high cost of building a wafer factory. With Scober's current size, building a wafer factory by itself will definitely not be worth a loss, and may even drag itself down. As for some hidden worries that may arise from the lack of its own factory, there will be no such problem for the Westeros system. Simon did not allow Scober to build its own wafer fab, but he would not miss the opportunity to lay out the wafer foundry industry. The target has been selected, and the entry time is next year. Once the Southeast Asian financial crisis breaks out, as capital-intensive enterprises, the two famous wafer foundry giants in Asia will be in trouble. At that time, it will be an opportunity for the Westeros system. The waiters brought lunch one after another, and several people at the table began to discuss more details. Limited to the current technical level in all aspects, the first phase of Tinkerbell's mobile internet plan will last for 2 years. First, next fall, Tinkerbell will combine the iBook that has been quietly developed in recent years and Apple's tablet computer technology to launch the first generation of iPad 10 that can be used as an ebook reader and digital music player. Then, in the fall of 1998, as Scober completes its own related chip development work and electronic technology further develops, Tinkerbell will release a home router with a built-in Wi-Fi function and a micro hard disk version of the iPad tablet computer with built-in Wi-Fi technology, officially opening the era of mobile internet. As for the three main products at this stage, they will certainly not be eliminated so quickly. For example, iRec is limited by the speed of wireless transmission, and the huge video files are not suitable for wireless transmission. They will still be mainly connected by wire. The key is integration. The existing products will be gradually integrated into the iPad tablet computer, and even the mobile phone call function will be launched later, that is, the iPhone, which has also been in the huge iSeries trademark inventory of Tinkerbell. Then realize the arrival of the era of family-style short-distance mobile internet to unlimited mobile internet. The lunch lasted for an hour, and Emmanuel also understood Simon's ideas very thoroughly. If it was a latecomer like Simon, looking back on the past, he would not think that the whole plan was anything special, but at this moment, as a time native, Emmanuel Brandt only felt that the young man sitting opposite him was simply imaginative. Most ordinary people often live in the present, while the other party has easily spread his chess game in a professional field to 10 years later. Perhaps, only such a brilliant man can accumulate a huge fortune of $1.5 trillion in just 10 years and create a miraculous business empire. Caressing the porcelain cup of after-meal coffee brought by the waiter, Emmanuel waited for the man who was only 2 feet away from him to finish his last words. Realizing that it was time to say goodbye, Emmanuel felt reluctant to leave. Thinking of something, he looked at Simon with a gleaming gaze and asked, "By the way, boss, are you going to take a look at Fusion Times in the next few days?" In addition to being the chairman of Scober, Emmanuel, who holds a doctorate in particle physics, also volunteered to serve as the president of Fusion Times, one of the 3 avant-garde technology companies promoted by Simon. This project has been progressing steadily, and the 50-hectare Fusion Times headquarters in Morgan Hill, south of San Jose, has broken ground. Of course, but that will have to wait until tomorrow afternoon. I'll go take a look at Solar City and Fusion Times here, so remember to arrange your time then, Simon said, raising his wrist to check the time. Bezos and his companions had already left the restaurant, so he stood up and said, "Well, that's it for today. Emmanuel, you and C can go back first." Emmanuel glanced at girls A and C who stood up together at the dining table, so she had to stand up as well. She looked at the man opposite her and mustered up the courage to say, "Boss, are you free tonight to have dinner together?" Simon looked at the red-haired girl who stood up and was taller than him in high heels, smiled and shook his head, and did not hide it. "Not tonight, I have to accompany Alice. Last night it was girl C and the others, and tonight's time was reserved for the housekeeper." Now that she had spoken, Emmanuel did not give up easily. "So, what about tomorrow night? I have to go back to Los Angeles tomorrow night. Can I not go back?" "No, there's a cocktail party in Los Angeles tomorrow night." Outside the restaurant building, Claire smiled and said to Emmanuel as she watched the man and girl A leave and walk towards the parking lot together, "Actually, you can try to visit Alice tonight and say you want to borrow a juicer or something." Emmanuel was too lazy to roll her eyes. "Are you sure I won't be kicked out?" The redhead is familiar with Alice Ferguson. For the convenience of work, they both live in a villa in the northern residential area of the Science and Technology Park. It is okay to visit, but just like C and D are in a circle, the arrogant and workaholic Amazon mall helmsman also has his own circle. Moreover, although the other party has obvious lace tendencies, the redhead who secretly tried it has not been able to become a close friend with the other party. If you rashly go over tonight, the chance of being kicked out is very high. As for Emmanuel herself, her circle is with Chen Qing and Lin Su, but Chen and Lin are either in China or in New York, and rarely come here. Seeing Emmanuel rolling her eyes, Claire still smiled and shrugged, saying, "That can't be helped. The bus is really busy, and there are too many women. Just like last night, we can only share it with the four of us." Emmanuel wanted to laugh at C's private gossip about 1v4, but hesitated a little. She looked around to see if there was anyone around, and couldn't help asking, "Is he very good?" C smiled mysteriously with a sense of superiority. "I won't tell you." Emmanuel rolled her eyes again and stopped asking. On the other side, Simon was really busy, not only at night, but also during the day. Yesterday's time was reserved for Tinkerbell to discuss the subsequent layout after the acquisition of Apple. Today was all about Ygritte. In the morning, he discussed with several responsible persons how to deal with the antitrust investigation launched again by the Ministry of Justice. In the afternoon, he discussed the progress of Ygritte's recent plans, such as starting the construction of a new batch of data centers. He was busy until after 7 o'clock in the evening. Even after making love late at night, he was pressed on the bed by the workaholic housekeeper to continue talking about some work. The next morning was a meeting of Cisco, AOL and other companies. AOL currently has two headquarters on the East and West Coasts. Previously, the East Coast mainly developed business, while the West Coast focused on technology research and development. When AOL moved its headquarters from Virginia to San Francisco, because in recent years AOL's main business has focused on the East Coast, its focus has also been on New York. However, with the release of the latest Telecommunications Act by the Clinton administration to loosen up the telecommunications industry, and the fact that the East Coast business has reached its ceiling, AOL has turned its attention to the West Coast states again, and the West Coast headquarters has become important again. The morning meeting was to discuss the expansion of the West Coast. Because we are too busy, many smaller decisions, such as the cooperation between Tinkerbell's mobile internet ecological plan and Scabo, and Instagram, founded by D-Girl, quietly launched its IPO plan to go public at the end of the year, can only be discussed during breakfast, lunch and dinner. After looking at fusion times in Solar City again on Friday afternoon, Simon set off to fly back to Los Angeles at around 6 p.m. The weekend was not easy either. Entering September, the end of the year is not far away. Simon was busy with the final editing and marketing plan of a series of films for the end of the year for 2 consecutive days over the weekend. Then, on September 16th, a new week, he set off to New York again. In this busy week, some things closely related to the Westeros system are also happening. For example, on September 12th, New York Fashion Week opened, announcing the start of the 1997 spring and summer fashion season. Then, on September 13th, Black Friday, Deanery's Entertainment's game department released another masterpiece of Silicon and Synapse Studios, which has been integrated into the Blizzard label, Diablo. Then, on September 14th, Saturday, Tinkerbell held a relatively small autumn conference, launch IVID camera products for network video calls and some other small peripherals, and privately, Tinkerbell also began to contact deaneries to cooperate with the IVID camera and American Pie project. Chapter 1031 NSUE. We set off from the West Coast at around 8 a.m. and arrived in New York. It was already past 3 p.m. on the East Coast. This was the fourth day of the 7-day New York Fashion Week. We took a car to the apartment on Fifth Avenue, and Sophia Fessy also came over. The woman came to New York when the Fashion Week opened last week. While taking care of the fashion shows of Melisandre's brands such as CK, she was mainly responsible for personally controlling the promotion of Melisandre's New York Fashion Week brand party last Saturday. Melisandre's subsidiaries in the United States are mainly CK, as well as several other small niche brands. However, the sales of all Melisandre's brands in the United States account for more than 30% of the group's total sales. Therefore, although brands such as Gucci, Versace, and Burberry will not hold fashion shows in the United States, Melisandre has always attached great importance to publicity and marketing activities in North America. Both of them have been busy for many days in a row. After meeting, they tacitly did not talk about work at the first time. They took a long bath with Simon, and took a short rest in the big bed. In the blink of an eye, dusk had fallen. Without turning on the lights, in the last rays of the evening, Sophia, who was only wearing a close-fitting pink nightgown, helped Simon button his shirt. Her voice was soft, but with some anger. "Tomorrow I will go to Los Angeles and I must settle accounts with Janet. I was not able to spend Snow and Green's first birthday. There was nothing I could do. If I followed them to Melbourne, they would definitely be disliked. However, they did not remind you, which was intentional. Last month, August 18th, was the first birthday of Snow and Greenwich, born to Sophia. Simon occasionally remembered it at first, but when the time came, he forgot because he was too busy. As a result, he rushed to Melbourne the day after the birthdays of the two little guys. When Sophia mentioned it, he took the initiative to admit his mistake and said, "Why don't you just come to me to settle accounts? I really forgot." The main reason is that he has never been sensitive to birthdays. Not only did he rarely celebrate birthdays in his previous life, but even his original self in this life was very unfamiliar with birthdays from childhood to adulthood. In fact, Simon was not so sensitive to all the festivals in this world, because these had nothing to do with him for many years. Sophia helped Simon fasten the last button, raised her head and looked at him, suddenly came over with some pity and kissed Simon, and whispered, "Don't blame you, I only looked for Jenny. She knew you, but deliberately didn't remind you, and later deliberately told me that you didn't attend Snow's birthday party. She was just trying to be mean. Okay, you can settle the score, but remember not to fight." Sophia rolled her eyes at Simon, and suddenly asked quickly, "When is Melbourne's birthday?" Simon paused, and seeing Sophia's anxious look, he quickly replied, "Probably March 13th, no, it's Jenny's birthday. I don't know if I should be angry or not. You don't remember Mel's birthday, but you can blurt out Jenny's birthday. Actually, yours. Let me think about it." "Don't think about it," Sophia glared at him. "Let's not talk about this topic, you go down first." Simon did not leave, looking at the woman in front of him in the dim light, her beautiful body still well maintained. "Since you helped me put on my clothes, I will help you too." No. Simon was in the mood. He was used to taking off women's clothes, but he had never helped them wear them. He had to try it. So he was busy again. If he hadn't planned to leave the bedroom later, he would have almost not planned to leave the bedroom. The two went downstairs together. Dinner was ready. The housekeeper and Jerry Davis personally served dinner to the two of them. Occasionally, he glanced at Sophia's rosy face and envied her. After chatting about the recent trivialities and finishing a warm dinner, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. There was a fashion show at 8:30 tonight. I made an appointment in advance to watch it and attend the after party. This was a small brand that Melisandre quietly took over at the beginning of the year, so it didn't matter whether she attended the show or not. However, the most important thing for a man and a woman to be together is to find common things and topics. This is the way to get along for a long time. The kind of tacit understanding of looking at each other without words but being able to think in the heart is not something that everyone can have. After leaving the apartment on Fifth Avenue and rushing to the car on the way to Bryant Park, Sophia talked about the brand she was going to attend this show. It's a brand created by a Chinese woman, called NSUE. It started with cosmetics in the 1980s, and only started to get involved in the fashion field and held its first fashion show in 1991. The design style is very avant-garde and alternative, so it has always been a niche. After Melisandre's two aircraft carrier battle groups were formed, Simon no longer intervened too much in the subsequent development, and this kind of mini-merger would not attract too much of his attention. However, when Sophia mentioned it, Simon still said, "Avant-garde, alternative, doesn't this overlap with CK?" Of course not. To be precise, CK is avant-garde and bold, and Anna Sui is alternative and gorgeous. You will understand after taking a look. Simon nodded, a little more curious. Sophia continued, "In fact, the reason for acquiring this brand is mainly because of this designer. Anna is a very tenacious woman, just like many Chinese people. She is 41 years old this year. After graduating from Parsons School of Design in the 1970s, she has been pursuing her career. At first, she rented an apartment as a studio and relied on her job as a hairdresser as a subsidy. She persisted for more than 10 years before she made a breakthrough in the late 1980s. And until now, Anna is still a workaholic, working 7 days a week and more than 10 hours a day. When I learned about this, I thought it was definitely right to invest in a designer's company like this." Simon nodded. After a brief memory review, he found that the Anna Sui brand still had a strong presence even after more than 10 or 20 years, and he couldn't help but agree with Sophia's judgment. In the fashion field, whether it is first-tier brands such as Gucci, Dior, and Chanel, or second-tier brands such as Anna Sui, Chloe, and Donna Karan, they are all the result of decades or even hundreds of years of great waves in the fashion circle. In this process, countless brands that are ambitious to impact the top of the fashion pyramid have been beaten to death on the beach. For most brands, being able to survive for more than 10 years is a success, and as for those that survive for more than 100 years, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a miracle. Since Anna Sui can still appear in Simon's memory many years later, regardless of whether the other party is alternative or niche, this brand is enough to be called outstanding. The success behind excellence has never been easy. This is Anna Sui's first public appearance after being acquired by Melisandre, and it is also a very important marketing promotion. Therefore, compared with the previous shabbiness, this time only the tents rented for the show are much larger than those of other brands holding the show tonight, and the models and guests are all upgraded. In order to make it relatively easier for this brand to obtain more media coverage, even the date of today's big show was specially selected. In the second half of New York Fashion Week, many big brands had already finished their shows the previous weekend. Coupled with Melisandre's ability to control media resources, there were not many brands that could compete with Anna Sui for attention. Of course, after all, it was a small company with an annual turnover of only $20 million. Even if Melisandre gave it exceptional resources because it was the first public promotion after the acquisition, it would not be too much. Simon and the other two attended the show completely out of interest. Maybe some news would spread in a small circle, but it would not appear in the public media. Entering the show through the backstage of the tent, a short round-faced black-haired woman wearing a black windbreaker came to greet them in person. It was Anna Sui herself. When she saw Simon, she showed an expression of obvious disbelief and surprise. For a moment, she forgot to greet Sophia. A girl who looked like an assistant behind Anna Sui opened her eyes wide and opened her mouth. Sophia had to take the initiative to wake up the two and made a gesture to silence them. Anna Sui reacted, raised her hand tentatively, shrank back, and barely mustered up the courage to reach out to the young man in front of her the second time. "Hello, Mr. Westeros, I'm Anna." Simon shook hands with the other party gently. "Hello, Anna. Can you take us to the front desk, and I hope you don't mind that I brought 2 followers with me temporarily." Of course, no problem." Anna Sui nodded quickly, glanced at the 2 black-clad bodyguards following behind Westeros, made a gesture of invitation, and said sideways, "Mr. Westeros, come this way." Going to the front desk naturally requires passing through the backstage. Dozens of staff members and models who are preparing for the show are here. The news naturally cannot be concealed. Soon everyone in the venue knew about Simon's arrival, and the entire show began to get restless. If it weren't for seeing Sophia walking with him, several big fairies who have a close relationship with Simon would definitely have come forward. No wonder these people are like this. It is difficult for anyone to remain calm when thinking of the wealth, power and even a series of awe-inspiring halos represented by the name Simon Westeros, because it means that the other party can easily make everyone at the scene go to heaven or hell with one thought. This is actually a terrifying power that is not prominent but enough to crush the will of too many people. Just like, for most of the non-pillar models who are about to go on stage, if they can be favored by Simon Westeros tonight, it is equivalent to ascending to heaven in one step. For many guests at the front desk, if they can get a connection with Simon Westeros, the other party can make them die if they lose a hair. For the reporters tonight, well, the reporters have no chance. When Westeros took Sophia Fessy to sit down, before they took pictures, a staff member came forward to remind them of something, and then they could only obey obediently. After all, let alone the media reporters at the scene, even if they were the big bosses behind them, even if they had no direct interest in the Westeros system, they would not dare to provoke the other party casually if they thought about the fate of the Hearst family. As for these minions, if they don't follow the rules, they will lose their jobs in a minute. Not to mention, most of the current media are actually closely related to the Westeros system, just like fashion TV, which records the live show, is a TV media under Deanery's entertainment. Simon has always been in a state of mind of living in two different lives, and with the tempering of these years, he has been able to calm down the restlessness caused by himself. He and Sophia sat down in the last two rows of the stairs at the end of the tea stage, where they would not be caught by the camera and had a good view. They also admired the layout of the show and the guests in the front row with interest. The show venue is nothing special. After all, the budget is there. It is impossible for Gucci, which is the core of Melisandre's aircraft carrier battle group, to use a castle as the show venue this year. The guests are quite interesting. The first is the retired waste beauty Yasmin Gary, and the leg beauty Nadia Ullman was also seen backstage just now. Secondly, there was Kathy Hilton with her two daughters, Paris and Nikki. They noticed Simon's gaze and the three of them responded with their eyes. Last time, when Simon mentioned that the whole family liked their younger sister more than their older sister, Nikki Hilton shyly waved her hand at Simon. Then there were three girls. One of them had a very spectacular chest, which was obviously Christina Hendricks. The three girls were obviously the Ordinary Girls internet celebrity girl group that Grace had created according to Simon's suggestion. With the strong support of Elite and its own proper operation strategy, the three girls have become a very successful group of internet celebrities on the internet platform. According to the later model, internet celebrities in Fashion Week are also very suitable for mutually beneficial cooperation. Simon did not mention this, but Grace obviously discovered this point without any guidance. The three girls were also secretly looking at Simon, but when they saw the man looking at them, they all looked away obediently with guilt or reserve. Simon also noticed that Christina Hendricks seemed to have accidentally raised her arms and put her hands under her chest, which made her two balls of tempting and thrilling more and more. Finally, it was obviously the last guest of the night, Madonna. Queen Madonna had no intention of caring about the face of her fitness coach boyfriend who had given birth to a child for her. She winked at Simon and blew him a kiss. If the show hadn't started soon, she would have definitely run over to join in the fun. Simon smiled at Queen Madonna and asked Sophia beside him, "Why is Maggie here?" Sophia also smiled back at Madonna, who waved at her, and then explained, "She and Anna have known each other for a long time. She wore several sets of clothes designed by Anna in the past few years. Of course, this time it was Anna's suggestion, and I asked someone to invite her. Isn't it expensive? When big names and celebrities attend fashion shows, unless they are the top brands that can enhance each other's style and status and increase exposure, they usually have to pay an appearance fee. What's more, with Madonna's status, even if she knows Anna Sui, she will not easily attend such a small brand fashion show, even if she is paid if their relationship is not to a certain extent." Sophia nodded, $50,000, friendly price, because Maggie happened to live in Manhattan at this time, so she agreed to come. That's right. Simon looked around again. Madonna, the pop queen, was the main guest, plus the TV star Hilton family and the internet celebrity girl group, and the waste beauty who rarely appeared in public after retiring. Not to mention the other celebrities in the front row that Simon was not very familiar with. These were already a very good guest lineup. Moreover, the cost performance was very high. After all, Madonna only took $50,000. The Hilton family and the internet celebrity girl group must have just been a token of appreciation, and the waist beauty was probably just to show support for the leg beauty. Thinking of this, the staff reminded that the show was about to begin, the lights dimmed, and the waiting music soon sounded. The rock-style soundtrack was rare. At the exit of the catwalk, models soon appeared. Unsurprisingly, the opening was Nadja with a pair of crazy long legs. Moreover, the first set of dark red, or more accurately blood red dress with dense flower embroidery and beaded tassels completely matched Sophia's evaluation when she came. It was alternative, gorgeous, and full of visual impact. It can almost be said that it was completely contrary to the current fashion design style that tends to be bright and simple. Not only that, the smoky makeup and macy hair of the leg beauty on the stage, as well as the retro agate accessories on the neck, arms and ankles, made the girl look very strange, like a witch. Simon looked at the leg beauty's look and glanced at the stands on both sides. He found that the guests who appeared on the stage were obviously not used to this kind of design style. They either looked surprised or whispered to each other. On the stage, after the fairy turned around, the second witch appeared. This is Linda Evangelista. Linda's personal style is very consistent with the Anna Sui brand. The girl was wearing a short sleeveless tube dress with a dark blue tone and pop-style graffiti, and she was wearing over the knee-high boots, which was equally enchanting and stunning. Sophia leaned close to Simon's ear and whispered, "I talked to Anna and let her give full play to her ideas. This is the result. In fact, if you look closely, it's pretty, isn't it?" Simon nodded, "Yes, but I don't think many girls have the courage to wear it." "As long as it is properly promoted, it will be popular," Sophia said, and then said, "Besides, this is only the first theme, there are 3 series in total, and the styles of the other 2 series will be restrained. There was originally men's clothing, but I persuaded them to cut it off. Anna Sui doesn't need to be so comprehensive now," Sophia occasionally explained, and the first theme gradually came to an end. In addition to Nadia and Linda at the beginning, Simon also saw the familiar Eva Herzigova, Roberta Churko and Black Pearl Naomi Campbell, a total of 5 supermodels, which is also the capacity limit of the Anna Sui brand. After all, it is impossible to be as star-studded as first-tier brands. The budget does not allow it. Among them, Roberta Churko, the female assassin who made a stunning appearance in the summer movie Spectre, was on stage. Because of the girl's glance, Simon was teased by Sophia. In addition to the 5 big names, there are 2 girls that Simon also knows. 2 of the 3 Chinese girls under elite, Tao Yulai and Jian Xin, who were quietly eaten by Simon before the Australian vacation. Simon has selected 2 girls to perform on the stage of this year's 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show. The 2 girls have obviously worked hard during this period, and they have already had several months of training during the modeling competition. At this time, it seems that their catwalk level has reached Simon's standard for selecting Victoria's Secret Angels. Chapter 1032 Tasmania Club. The 3 series lasted 15 minutes in total. After the shocking opening of the alternative design, the next 2 themes were much more normal. Finally, the models took their bows on stage, and Anna Sui's fashion show officially ended. At the end of the show, the guests were obviously not so neat, and they were hesitant, not knowing whether they should or could go up to greet a certain important person. The first person to rush to Simon, and the other person who had just stood up, was Madonna. The Queen hugged Simon openly, touching him and taking advantage of him. "Simon, I'm so glad to see you again." Simon blocked Madonna's lips without giving her face, with a look of disgust. "A hug is enough, but use your hands. If you go any further, I'll sue you for harassment." Madonna reluctantly let go of Simon, greeted Sophia again, and then showed her disgust. "Stingy man, you are becoming more and more like a billionaire." Simon deliberately said proudly, "You are wrong, not billionaire, but trillionaire. Let me teach you a new word, remember it." Madonna rolled her eyes. "Remember it? How about I write a song to praise you, Mr. Trillionaire? Then you have to change your name first, to Taylor Ciccone." It is obvious that the Queen could not understand such a profound joke. "What do you mean?" Simon mocked again. "So you are uneducated." The Queen looked resentful. "Simon, if you do this again, I will not love you anymore." Sophia hugged and greeted Yasmin Gary, who was walking over, glanced at her poor boyfriend who was completely ignored behind Queen Mai, and said to the 2 people who were bickering, "Let's go, we'll talk at the party." After passing backstage again and saying hello briefly, Simon and the other person left the show first. In the car heading to the nearby Gramercy Hotel, Simon thought for a moment and said to Sophia beside him, "How about we go back to Greenwich directly?" Sophia was a little numb to the fact that she could meet a group of women who were close to Simon wherever she went. She just glanced at him lightly and said, "Anna and I still have serious business to discuss. Besides, As long as you don't bully me because you favor a little girl, it's fine. That's not necessarily the case. Sophia had no intention of arguing with Simon, and asked, "So, after watching the fashion show, what do you think now?" As for the fashion business, it is still too niche and has little development prospects. However, perhaps we can focus on cosmetics, luggage or accessories. After all, the style of this brand is very distinctive and will definitely attract the attention of consumers who like to be different. In addition, don't try to expand blindly and turn to the mainstream. Doing so will only make Anna Sui lose its characteristics and become mediocre. At that time, there will be no need for it to exist. Sophia nodded approvingly. I thought so too, so I gave Anna a lot of autonomy. Simon asked again, by the way, how much do we hold in the shares? 70%, Sophia replied. So, in order to ensure investment, of course it is not 100% autonomy. In fact, the relationship between brands and capital is like this. Our capital requirements are too harsh, and only pursue performance, which will constrain the creativity of the brand. On the other hand, if you let it go too much, it is more likely to make the brand out of control. I have been trying to find the appropriate control strength for different brands. Simon put his arm around the woman's waist and hugged her. In short, don't be too tired. If one day you suddenly don't want to do it, you can let the manager do it. Actually, this is what I want to say to you. Sophia leaned on Simon and stroked the man's cheek. You should pay more attention to handing over things that can be let go to the people below. There are always endless things to do. Simon remembered something and smiled. It seems that a few days ago, a woman criticized me for being too indulgent and lazy. Sophia narrowed her eyes slightly. Who is it? Simon smiled and did not answer. Instead, he said, besides, I really have stopped pursuing more wealth now, but some things cannot be stopped just by saying so, just like a million-ton ship on the sea. In addition, I need to gradually transform the wealth of the Westeros system into real influence and control over the world. You know, this is very important, for us, and even more for our little guy. Sophia nodded and said, speaking of this, the site selection of the Tasmanian Club gathering venue on Martha's Vineyard has been finalized. We can go and have a look tomorrow. The Tasmanian Club is another private club that Sophia is planning after the 63 Club on East 63rd Street in Manhattan. The previous 63 Club had a very low standard. The venue on 63rd Street in the Upper East Side was only used by the Westeros system to entertain VIPs or hold various corporate gatherings. This time, the Tasmanian Club is positioned at the highest end. Just like the Human Club planned by Chen Qing in China, it adopts a membership system and does not accept active applications. The plan is only for a few people in the core of the Westeros system and some candidates from the external political and business circles selected by Simon. As for why it is called the Tasmanian Club, it is still related to Simon's Iran project. If it is not to cover up the official purpose, this club, more accurately, should be called the Noah's Ark Club. Therefore, the Tasmanian Club will only send invitations to a group of elites at the top of the pyramid who can truly influence the historical trend of human society. Equivalent to a boat ticket. Therefore, in Simon's plan, each member will receive a piece of private land on the island of Tasmania from the Westeros system. On the other hand, a golf course planned to be built on Martha's Vineyard, a famous wealthy area on the east end of Long Island, is a gathering place for the Tasmanian Club in North America. Next, corresponding properties will be built in Europe, Asia and even on the main island of Tasmania in Australia. This is a long-term plan, and there is no rush for property construction or member invitations. Simon heard Sophia mention it and shook his head and said, next time, I don't have time tomorrow. Sophia thought about it and it was true. She would fly to the West Coast to see her children tomorrow morning, and then return to Europe to follow the 3 major fashion weeks there. Simon's schedule must be full when he came here. Thinking of this, Sophia changed the subject and said, by the way, there is one more thing. I brought you a gift this time. Simon smiled and asked, what? Sophia showed a mysterious expression. I will let Ange pass it to you after I leave tomorrow. You will definitely like it. Seeing Sophia keeping it a secret, Simon didn't have any clues for a while and could only look forward to it. In a blink of an eye, they had arrived at the Gramercy Hotel. Entering a small banquet hall rented by Anna Sui, other people arrived one after another. Because it was confirmed in advance that a man would attend, Sophia personally intervened to finalize the list. Only a part of the models and guests at the show just now received the invitation letter, and it was even more impossible for outsiders who got the news temporarily to sneak in. The security standards around Simon have long reached the level of heads of state, and have been strengthened. Just like the fashion show just now, although there were only 2 bodyguards on the surface, there were 4 groups of Westeros family security guards scattered around the show, and even in the stands, there were private agents of the Westeros family who entered the stands in advance to investigate. Kathy Hilton wanted to let her 2 daughters go home first and attend Anna Sui's after party alone, but she couldn't stand the 2 girls' entanglement. She also remembered that Simon seemed to have a good impression of the 2 daughters. Although it didn't feel right, the mother and daughter finally rushed over together. After the security confirmation, entering the party scene, the first impression was the flashing purple-red dim lights here, and the surrounding layout was like Halloween, which was very consistent with the Anna Sui brand design sense just seen. The mother and daughters all looked for a man at the first time. Even in the dim light, they found him quickly, because at the bar on one side of the banquet hall, a guy was holding a glass of wine, leaning against a bar, with slim waists and legs on his left and right, and a group of big fairies who had just walked on the catwalk, chatting and laughing. When they first met, he was still with the elegant female leader Melisandre, but now he was replaced by 2 supermodels. Paris Hilton couldn't help but mutter, "Playboy." Nikki Hilton looked at the man who was mostly blocked by a group of fairies, and instinctively retorted to her sister, "This is charm." "Don't talk nonsense," Kathy Hilton also warned her eldest daughter, then turned her eyes to other places and said to the 2 girls, "You, be good, I'm going to say hello to Miss Fessy." After that, she ignored her 2 daughters and walked straight to Sophia Fessy, who was talking to Anna Sui on the other side. Born in the Hilton family, the 2 girls are used to such occasions. When they saw their mother leave, they walked to the buffet table together and took a glass of juice each. In fact, they wanted to try champagne or something like that. However, after all, it was not a familiar occasion. The 2 girls were still too young to drink. If they encountered a serious one, it would definitely be troublesome. After taking a sip of juice, Nikki Hilton looked at Simon again, feeling a little inferior. Compared with those big fairies who were generally 6 feet tall, she was only 5 feet 3 inches, 163 centimeters tall. In fact, she was already outstanding compared to her mother's 160 centimeters and her 2 aunts who were only 1.5 meters tall. Her mother and sisters were all petite, and she was able to break through because she inherited her father's genes. However, in front of those models, she was still too short. He seemed to prefer tall girls. Although he thought so, his steps were a little out of control, and he took the initiative to walk over. He said that he liked himself more. Although the fairies around Simon seemed to be loosely surrounding the man, they cherished this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to talk with Westeros, and they all blocked the guests who wanted to come over. But they didn't expect the 2 little girls to come over. When Nikki Hilton approached, she squeezed out the big fairy who was blocking the way. They couldn't be so mean to the little girls. Simon saw the Hilton sisters, smiled and greeted Nikki who came to him first, and then said to the fairies, "Everyone go play, have fun tonight." Hearing this, the girls had to disperse. Simon whispered a few words to Yasmin on the side, and the waist and legs also left with a smile. Robert Chilco stayed until the end, boldly expressed that he hoped to have the opportunity to treat Simon to dinner, thanking him for recommending him to join Spectre. Simon said that he would call her if he had the chance, and the girl walked away. Soon only the Hilton sisters were left. Seeing the 2 sisters in front of him who were not tall looking up at him, Simon considerately pointed to the booth in the corner and said, "Let's go over there." "Okay." Nikki Hilton nodded, followed Simon stickily, and even touched him a few times, and then she felt her heart pounding. Paris Hilton turned to the other side, completely forgetting her previous comment on someone, and took the initiative to say, "Simon, why are you in New York?" "For work." Nikki immediately joined in from the other side. "Simon has many companies in New York, so of course he comes here often." Paris countered, "It has nothing to do with you if he comes here. Why are you so proud?" Nikki immediately looked at Simon aggrievedly. As they were talking, they had already reached the sofa booth. Simon sat down with the 2 girls and tried to stop the quarrel. "Okay, stop arguing. School should be starting soon, right?" "Yes," Nikki answered quickly, her little body pressed against Simon. In fact, she missed the feeling of being picked up and held in the arms of a man at Elizabeth's house last time. It's just that there were so many people here, So he didn't take the initiative, and she wasn't that bold either. But she just felt good to be next to him. Seeing her sister on the other side also imitating her, she felt a little jealous and took the initiative to say, "Mom almost said she wanted to send Paris to boarding school some time ago. Nikki, if you keep telling tales like this, be careful or I will break off our sisterhood." Nikki shrank her neck and didn't continue. In fact, it was not because she was afraid of her sister, but she realized that Simon probably wouldn't like a girl who told tales. Seeing that her sister stopped exposing her secrets, Paris raised her chin slightly in pride, and then turned into a snitch. "My mother will never send me to boarding school, otherwise who will cooperate with her to shoot a reality show? Reality shows should be family-friendly, and there is also our family's YouTube account. Paris Hilton can't suddenly disappear." Simon heard Paris's somewhat venomous exposing of her mother's past, and it reminded him of the girl's documentary in her previous life about how she was sent to a boarding high school by her parents when she was a teenager and suffered mental abuse and psychological trauma. As for the reason, the documentary didn't say, but there were other reports, because of teenage alcoholism and petty theft. Alcoholism is too common among Westerners. As for stealing, it seems that many celebrities also have this hobby, from Winona Ryder to Megan Fox, from ancient Hedy Lamarr to the world-famous Britney Spears. As for Paris, it seems that she has inherited it a bit. The girl's aunt, Kim Richards, who participated in The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills in the original time and space, was actually the worst, and was arrested for theft. Anyway, as long as they are caught, it must be a psychological problem and they need to be recuperated. Simon thinks that if his children are infected with these bad habits in the future, well, he will definitely not just send them to a boarding school with strict supervision. Chapter 1033 Evita. Chatting casually, they talked about the girls' last trip to Europe sponsored by Simon. The sisters' tone was obviously looking forward to the next trip. Just as the champagne in the glass was finished, Simon waved to the waiter who was passing by not far away. The other party came closer and saw a set of cocktails on the tray. He reached out to take a glass. Seeing the two girls' eyes shining, he smiled and asked, "Do you want any?" Nikki immediately shook her head. "Simon, we are not old enough to drink yet." "I want." Paris reached out to take a glass, and then said, "But, Simon, if Mom sees me later, I will say that you asked me to drink it." Simon nodded and said, "Okay." Seeing her sister take a glass of wine, Nikki was unwilling to be left behind, so she also reached out to take a glass. After the waiter left, she took a sip. Of course, it was not her first time to drink, but the degree of cocktails was much higher than champagne. After drinking it in one gulp, she immediately stuck out her tongue. It's not that she can't stand it, but it will definitely make her look a little cuter in front of him. Paris drank half a cup in one breath, and her face soon became red. Just as she was about to continue speaking, 3 other girls came over. One of them had exaggerated breasts that were bigger than the 2 sisters combined. They were the Christina Hendricks internet celebrity trio. When a group of big fairies surrounded Simon just now, they didn't have a chance to come forward. Now it was the Hilton sisters' turn, and they didn't have too many concerns. Christina, who is obviously the big sister, came up and greeted them with some restraint but eagerness. "Simon, I'm Christina. Can we take a picture with you?" "Sure," Simon nodded, and reminded, "But you can't post it online." Of course, Christina nodded, and then reacted and asked tentatively, "Simon, do you know us?" "Yes, we are the internet celebrity girl group of Elite." Simon smiled. "In fact, I am a major shareholder of Elite, and you are my employees." "Oh, it's an honor," Christina said, and finally remembered the 2 friends around her, and helped to introduce them. "Also, Simon, this is Barbara, and Lisa." Simon took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hello." The 3 girls shook hands with Simon respectively, and Christina pushed the black-haired girl named Barbara on the left. The other party left reluctantly, and Christina hurriedly explained, "Cameras are not allowed here, we can only ask the official photographer." After the photo was taken, the 3 girls did not stay here any longer. However, when Christina left, she quietly put a card into Simon's hand and boldly invited him to call her. After the 3 girls left, Paris, who had regained her position, immediately started to speak harshly. "It's so big, it must have sagged. It's actually very ugly." Nikki also stood on the side with her sister this time, and looked at the card in Simon's hand sourly. "Simon, will you call her?" Simon put the card into his shirt pocket seriously and shook his head. Of course not. Paris pouted, it's a lie. Nikki thought that he was quite considerate to lie to her. So she also took a big sip of the cocktail, feeling dizzy, and became bolder. She moved closer and hugged the man's arm like Christina just now. She leaned her slender body against him and said with courage, Simon, actually, I like you. Simon tilted his head and rubbed the girl's head with his cheek, and smiled, I know. Nikki's face was red. Well, you said last time. Before Nikki finished speaking, Paris said, Simon said last time that compared to me, she likes you a little more, that is, just a little more than me. The girl immediately looked at Simon pitifully. Simon smiled and said, your sister is annoying, right? Let's drive her away. Yes. Paris immediately imitated her sister and hugged the man's arm next to her, saying, I won't leave. Then, another voice came, Simon, are you starting to change your taste and like little girls? The three of them looked over together. It was Madonna. As a representative of rebellious girls and a pop diva who has been popular for many years, the two sisters originally liked Madonna. However, when Madonna said this, she immediately lost two fans. Madonna didn't care at all. She stepped forward and lifted Paris's chin, quickly leaned over and kissed her, and said, sweetheart, please give me a seat, otherwise I can only sit on Simon's lap and compete with you for a seat. Paris was stunned by the kiss. In addition, Madonna was a pop diva after all, and she still had a lot of prestige in the hearts of the little girls. Subconsciously, she moved inside and gave up her seat. However, when Madonna sat down, Paris immediately regretted it again. She angrily thought that she must find all the Madonna records at home and throw them all into the trash can. Simon waited for Madonna to sit down beside him, took a look, and said with a smile, Maggie, your eyes seem different from before. Are they more beautiful? Yes, more charming. Madonna raised her hand and wiped the corners of her eyes proudly. I just had it done recently, by a very good plastic surgeon. The Queen has always been open about plastic surgery. Simon didn't care, and took a look at Queen Madonna's lips. Madonna got it right and said with a smile, I didn't do my lip work. Natural lips are advocated now, and it's all because of you, Simon. When I was chatting privately with my plastic surgeon, he said that a famous lip augmentation needle manufacturer he had cooperated with for many years went bankrupt last year. It's all your fault, haha. Simon smiled and said, I won't be responsible for this. Madonna smiled heartlessly and stretched out a white arm exposed outside her sleeveless dress to Simon. Also, Simon, do you think I'm very white now? Yes. Although I'm very white to begin with, I still tried whitening injections recently, and the effect is quite good. It's all because of you. Whitening injections are becoming more and more popular now, said the Queen, and then leaned close to Simon's ear. However, the effect is most obvious where I am. Simon, why don't we find a place for you to appreciate it, whatever you want? Madonna didn't lower her voice at all, so that Nikki, who was still sticking to Simon on the other side, blushed suddenly. The girl knew that Queen Madonna always had a lot of fun, but it was still a little unexpected. Simon immediately refused, I'm not interested. I think it's better for us to be pure boyfriend and girlfriend. The longer Simon was in the fashion circle, the more he understood that the so-called fashion trends were never determined by the public, but by brands, media and even individuals who had the right to speak. It's similar to the saying what the superiors like, the subordinates will like even more. Just like now, Simon's preference has dominated the female aesthetics of the entire fashion and entertainment industry. In recent years, fewer and fewer women in the circle have received lip injections, and many people have also changed their tanning habits. This aesthetic style has continued to sink and has gradually become a popular trend in the whole society. Madonna made a few jokes and then talked about serious matters. Simon, my film Evita will be completed soon. Can you help me take a look at the sample film? No need. I've read the script. It's a project tailored for you. The director is Alan Parker. The quality is guaranteed. Maybe you can get an Oscar nomination this time. Queen Madonna was dissatisfied. Then why did you refuse to invest? The cost effectiveness is too low, Simon said truthfully. If it was only 10 or 20 million, I would definitely invest. A budget of 50 million is already a blockbuster. Maggie, to be honest, you played a little too big this time. If you messed up, don't even think about making it in Hollywood in the future. Queen Madonna's eyes flashed with some rare worry, and then she said casually, don't you have it? Someone just said that we are good friends. Good friends can't cheat each other. Tisk, Simon, you are so rich, 1.5 trillion, why does it sound even more stingy? Friends are friends. If you are short of money, I will definitely lend it to you. But business must be done according to the rules, otherwise, even the best company will fail. Okay, the Queen obviously didn't like to listen to Simon's preaching, and returned to the previous request. Anyway, Simon, you can help me take a look and give me some suggestions. It will only take you 2 hours. Or, you don't have to watch it, but you can say a few good words and ask Paramount to give me more publicity resources. After the new version of Evita was rejected by Simon, Disney, the former producer, also chose to refuse under Vivendi's cautious operation strategy. After a lot of twists and turns, it fell into the hands of Paramount Pictures under Seagram, which still wanted to make a difference in Hollywood. In fact, what Simon just said was too big, and Queen Mai knew it well. In recent years, she has been constantly attacking Hollywood and has repeatedly failed. The resources that the film industry can give her have reached the limit. This time, the investment of $50 million in Evita is a big gamble. In addition, this is a musical film with a female lead. If it fails, Madonna will have no reason to shirk her responsibility. She will basically have no place in Hollywood in the future. On the other hand, affected by the internet, the physical record industry has shrunk rapidly, and Madonna's singing career has also begun to decline. If both aspects fall rapidly, she will be eliminated as out of date. This is something that Madonna cannot accept in any way. Therefore, whether it is a gamble of Evita or even the recent plastic surgery that I just mentioned, which is actually very cautious, it is the Queen of Madonna trying to continue her career. For this time, Madonna's first thought of Evita was Dinner's Entertainment. However, although she has a good relationship with Simon in private, business is business. Simon actually knows this project. In the past, the film cost $55 million and the global box office was about $140 million, which was not a loss. In addition, Madonna won the Golden Globe Award for the leading actress, and the subsequent channel profit is actually good. The problem is that Simon just said that the cost performance is too low. After all, it's not just a matter of making less money. Simon wouldn't mind investing if that's the case. But once he takes on this project, it will definitely take up a considerable amount of time and resources. The movie schedule and publicity resources are limited every year. Dinner's Entertainment has confirmed that it will promote Good Will Hunting this year. The production budget of this literary drama is only $10 million. It once had a global box office of more than $200 million. There is no need to worry about how to choose between the two. However, at this time, Madonna was holding his arm and begging him. Thinking that this movie was not a failure, Simon finally nodded, "Okay, but, Maggie, my 2 hours are actually very precious." Madonna came over and wanted to kiss Simon, but unfortunately this little man who had made her covetous for too long did not give her the opportunity to take advantage of him. She just kissed him on the palm of his hand. The Queen was not discouraged. She once again coaxed him with her eyes, "Simon, I'm yours tonight." The Hilton sisters who were listening in on the show complained together, "Too shameless." Simon refused firmly again, and finally agreed that next time there was an opportunity, like today, Her Majesty the Queen could support some brand under Melisandre for free, just as a way of repaying a favor. Having achieved her goal, Madonna stayed and chatted for a long time before reluctantly leaving. Before leaving, she did not forget to grab Paris's little face and kiss her. Simon did not stay at the party for too long, about half an hour, and then left with Sophia. Instead of staying in Manhattan, they returned to Greenwich in northern New York. Sophia had an appointment to have breakfast with her family tomorrow morning. The next day was Tuesday, September 17th. In the morning, Sophia left and flew to Los Angeles to see her children. Simon also returned to Manhattan. Today was the day when the second season of American Idol was broadcast. Simon had already watched the sample of the first 2 episodes of this week on the plane to the East Coast yesterday, and spent most of the morning discussing various details with the project team. As a golden goose that brings $600 million in pre-tax profits to Dinner's Entertainment in one season, this kind of attention is not an exaggeration. The second season of American Idol was finally confirmed to be 40 episodes, 8 more than the first season. It will be broadcast on September 17th, and the schedule will be 8 o'clock prime time on Tuesday and Thursday nights every week. Among them, 20 episodes in the 10 weeks before the new year are the audition stage, 4 special programs for winter training for the finalists during the winter break, and 16 official competitions after the new year. In terms of budget, the first season was a great success, and the second season is bound to increase. However, because several judges have signed long-term contracts, and the length of 40 episodes plays a dilution role, the total cost of the second season is expected to be about $260 million, an average of $6.5 million per episode, which is only 30% higher than the first season. On the other hand, due to the great success of the first season, the price of inserted advertisements in the second season has also increased significantly. The TV department predicts that compared with a revenue scale of $630 million in the first season, if everything goes well, the pre-tax profit of the second season will reach an even more terrifying $800 million. If nothing unexpected happens, this level of profit will be enough to continue for 2 to 3 seasons before it starts to decline. Due to the phenomenal success of American Idol, many other TV stations in North America have begun to prepare similar reality shows of singing talent shows. Unfortunately, the reason why phenomenal shows are phenomenal is not only because they are difficult to copy, but also because phenomenal works have already captured the attention of a large number of viewers for a period of time. Other similar shows, even if of higher quality, often find it difficult to gain much popularity due to people's preconceived notions, and will only become cannon fodder for imitating others. Chapter 1034, Privatization of the World Trade Center. After a year of hard work by our team, the operating conditions of the 3 casinos in Atlantic City have begun to improve. Frankly speaking, Simon, although Atlantic City is not as good as Las Vegas, I think the biggest problem with the 3 casinos in the past was that guy. A reception was being held in the Levison Mansion on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. The main reason was that the Levison Group had just completed the relocation of its headquarters from Miami, Florida to New York during this period, which also announced that the Levison Group had completely gotten rid of its status of being isolated in a corner of the United States and was moving further towards an international real estate group. Simon was discussing the operating conditions of the 3 casinos acquired by Atlantic City after the merger of a golden retriever real estate company with Francis Levison, the male owner of the mansion and the head of the Levison Group. Seeing Levison talking to golden retriever who was chatting and laughing with the current New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani not far away, he smiled and said, "Don't let Donald hear this." Although he said so, Simon actually agreed with Levison's opinion. I remember that Atlantic City went into decline after the turn of the century. 5 of the 12 casinos in this West Coast gambling city closed down one after another. 3 of these 5 closed casinos were from a certain golden retriever real estate company, and they owned all 3 casinos. The golden retriever once spent a lot of money to acquire the 3 casino licenses with the largest number in Atlantic City, and once wanted to become the gambling king of Atlantic City, but ended up being completely eliminated. Such a disastrous defeat can hardly be blamed on anything other than the operator himself. There is one more thing, Simon. The Taj Mahal Casino took over the hosting rights for the National Poker Championship this summer. The effect was very good, but I think it is not enough, Levison quickly said. So, I wonder if Deaneries Entertainment can make a movie to promote our 3 casinos in Atlantic City. When Simon heard Levison mention it, a series of movies related to the casino immediately emerged in his mind, but most of them were Las Vegas. He shook his head and said, "If it's just 1 or 2 movies, it's not enough. It's too deliberate to shoot a movie specifically to promote our casino. Frank, the key to the problem is to increase the overall popularity of Atlantic City. Just like Las Vegas, Hollywood has hundreds of movies involving this city, which makes the whole world impressed by that city. Compared with Las Vegas, Atlantic City, located on the coast of New Jersey and only 2 hours drive from New York and Washington, actually has a great geographical advantage. The problem is that the city lacks popularity, and even people who don't know much about the United States don't know where Atlantic City is. Therefore, if you want to boost the gambling industry in Atlantic City, the key is to increase the overall popularity of Atlantic City. With increased popularity, it will naturally attract gamblers from all over the world." Simon thought so, and before Levison could speak again, he said, "I will pay attention to this problem. Next, I will arrange for at least 1 or 2 Hollywood blockbuster movies to be filmed in Atlantic City every year. Of course, if there are good ideas, Deaneries Entertainment will also shoot special films." Francis Levison showed a happy expression. "In this case, I will find time to talk to the owners of other casinos in Atlantic City. Since they want to promote the entire Atlantic City, they can't just enjoy the results for nothing. As the two were talking about this, Simon had actually thought of a movie that could not be more suitable. The Hangover. Although the story of The Hangover is a bad trip of three unlucky people, it seems that it will not have a direct promotional effect on the filming city, but in fact, for a hit movie with a global box office of more than $400 million, even if the average ticket price of about $8 in 2009 is based on my memory, it is equivalent to the Fat Man Zach in the movie recommending Vegas, Vegas, Vegas to more than 50 million viewers around the world. This is actually how Las Vegas has become deeply rooted in the hearts of gamblers around the world. If we replace the Vegas in the movie with Atlantic City, well, although it is not so short and easy to remember, it can also have the same effect. The two were chatting, and the current New York Governor George Pataki came over with a glass of red wine in his hand. Both George Pataki and Rudy Giuliani, who is not far away, were Republicans. Now New York State is considered to be the world of the Republican Party. Of course, Simon, or the Westeros system, will definitely not simply bet on one side of the two parties in the United States. The Levison family was a supporter of the Republican Party when they were still in Florida. Now that the Levison group has moved to New York, Francis Levison has talked to Simon privately. According to Simon, the Levison family will still maintain its support for the Republican Party. Therefore, there will be a group of Republican politicians headed by Governor George Pataki and Mayor Rudy Giuliani at this cocktail party tonight. This is actually a deliberate arrangement under Simon's instructions. Simon certainly did not intend to change the overall leaning of the Westeros system towards the Democratic Party, but it would not hurt to communicate with the Republican Party occasionally. Even if it was spread out, there would be no backlash from the Democratic Party. After all, Simon's current position was here. Betting on both sides was taken for granted by either party. If he still stuck to one side, it would be stupid. Simon chatted with George Pataki, who is also enthusiastic, about some topics such as the ongoing election and the booming internet industry. At the end of the topic, the governor finally mentions something serious. Simon, well, actually I shouldn't have disclosed it in advance, but as part of the plan to reduce the fiscal deficit in New York State, we are planning to promote the privatization of the World Trade Center building. If you are interested in this, you may try to make a move. This is definitely a good deal. George Pataki finished speaking, raised his glass to the two of them, smiled and turned away. Simon had not paid much attention to it before, but when he heard Pataki say this, he realized that the World Trade Center was actually a state-owned asset. However, after carefully recalling his memory, he remembered that in the original time and space, the transfer and lease of the World Trade Center seemed to be completed in early 2001. Then, 9/11 happened. Various conspiracy theories have been brought up for this. Now, things seem to be ahead of schedule, but George Pataki just said that it was just a plan. It is definitely not something that can be realized in a year or two. After all, the scale of the World Trade Center is very large. If you want to privatize it, it will inevitably involve various disputes, and it is not impossible to drag it on for several years. Francis Levison certainly heard what the governor just said, and asked with obvious interest, Simon, what do you think? Simon shook his head directly to dispel Levison's thoughts. We are not involved in this matter, Frank. The next development focus of the Levison Group is in China. In New York, in addition to maintaining the operation of existing properties, the Levison Group's focus is still on the Westeros building that is about to be completed. Speaking of this, Simon couldn't help but feel a trace of haze that had actually been floating for a long time. About the Westeros building. If the 9/11 incident still happens this time, there is no doubt that the Westeros building, as the world's tallest building, will be more attractive than the Twin Towers. On the other hand, Simon didn't want his big butterfly to fan away a major event like 9/11 that affected the world pattern. Perhaps, we must start thinking about how to solve this problem now. Francis Levison saw Simon reject it without hesitation, hesitated a little, but still did not raise any objection. The Levison Group moved to New York not to enter the New York real estate market, but to facilitate international operations. As for New York, as a supermetropolis with a century-old history, the real estate industry in this area is already very mature. In fact, maturity means that the profit is definitely not as good as that of emerging markets like China. The two continued to chat for a few more sentences, and then went their separate ways to entertain other guests. This continued until more than 10 o'clock, when the cocktail party began to end. Grace, who had been in the group of female guests, came to Simon and said goodbye to the host together. The Levisons and some other guests saw Simon and the others out together. Seeing Grace get into Simon's luxury car, Bryce, who was obviously fighting at a distance from her husband, felt a little resentful, but it was impossible for her to get in the car with her. You can do whatever you want in private. After all, this is the road in front of the villa, and there are other people around. If you get in the car at this time, the Levison family will lose face completely, and will definitely become a laughingstock in the upper-class circles of New York in the future. Bryce doesn't mind making her husband a laughingstock. After all, it was the man next to her who personally pushed her to beg for Westeros help. But, you have to consider your son who will inherit the family business in the future. Thinking about it makes me even more depressed. Grace had divorced Bill Spolt some time ago and changed her last name back. Now as a single woman, she has no scruples. As for a certain guy, because he was standing too high at this time, everyone looked up at him, so whatever he did seemed natural. 2 black Mercedes-Benz luxury cars left the Levison family's villa. In the car, Grace felt her cheeks burning. Leaving together just now actually announced that her relationship with Simon was officially open to the small circle. She didn't expect to become his wife at all. Just like this, Grace was very satisfied, but she couldn't help feeling shy and uneasy. After all, there was a huge gap between her and him. Simon noticed the strangeness of the woman beside him, reached out and hugged Grace's waist, felt the woman leaning against him obediently, tilted his head and rubbed the woman's blonde hair, and asked with a smile, "By the way, what was your original last name? Let me remember it again." Being hugged by a man, Grace felt even more shy and uneasy. She always felt that she didn't deserve everything she had now, and whispered, "Crap, Grace, crap." Simon saw that the woman's voice was trembling, so he simply took Grace into his arms, lowered his head and kissed her on the lips, and looked at the woman's green eyes in the light of the car. "Why, do you regret it?" Grace shook her head subconsciously, as if she was worried that Simon would misunderstand, and then explained hesitantly, "It's just that I am older than you." After all, she didn't want to mention her age. However, as she said this, Grace's body gradually softened. Suddenly, I realized that, in the final analysis, it was me who had more greedy thoughts. With so many women around him, it was impossible for them to be together forever. Or, after a few years, when he was no longer interested in me, I could just go back to my own life. After all, I was not a little girl who could not live without love. Without him, I still had children and a career, so there was nothing wrong with that. Simon held the woman in his arms and could actually understand her thoughts. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, saying, "There's something I don't know if you are willing to do." Grace raised her head quickly, as if she was worried that he would misunderstand that she was unwilling. Simon smiled again, looked at the woman, and said, "Give me a child." Grace blinked her eyes quickly, as if she thought she had heard it wrong, but this, of course she hadn't heard it wrong. "You, Simon, I don't want to." "No, no," Grace said, tears inexplicably flowing down, crying, while actively leaning on Simon's lips to kiss, mumbling, "I am willing, I am willing." Apartment on 5th Avenue. Angry Davis opened the door himself, and saw his boss carrying a woman in his arms. They walked straight to the sofa in the living room, and the two fell down entangled. After a brief moment of shock, Angry neatly turned off the ceiling light in the living room, leaving only a dim yellow wall lamp, and left the living room silently like a cat. Coming to a living room next to the living room, Angry blocked a girl who heard the sound and wanted to leave. He also took out a communicator and reminded the other maids in the apartment to stay in their rooms. Then he sat down on the sofa in the living room, picked up the coffee on the coffee table, and sipped it gently. The tall girl who was about to leave stood beside her, with doubts. "Ms. Davis, what's going on outside?" Angry motioned the girl to sit down next to her and said, "The boss is back, let's not disturb him now. Carmen, I may introduce you to the boss tomorrow morning." The tall girl's name is Carmen Kate. That's right, it was Carmen Kate, who falsely reported her age and was arranged by Simon to train as a maid in the Way family. She was the supermodel nicknamed God of Cards in the original time and space. Carmen was the gift that Sophia mentioned yesterday for Simon. The reason why it was now was because 3 days ago on September 14th, Carmen officially turned 18 and could start working as a maid in the Way family. She was also the first Way family maid trained according to the strict process Simon had originally envisioned. Of course, compared with the other maids who were still being trained, Carmen was still a little quick, But in terms of quality in all aspects, especially loyalty, she was much better than the current Way family maid team after simplified training. Chapter 1035 Status. At 5:40 in the morning, accompanied by the beeping of the alarm clock, Carmen Case woke up in her room on time. She dressed and washed carefully, and finally took a close look at the uniformed ponytail girl in the bathroom mirror before going out. She took a deep breath and prepared for a new day in her new life. First, she came to the living room, where the maids who also got up on time gathered. The housekeeper Angie Davis saw that everyone was there and began to arrange the work. Some were responsible for breakfast, some were responsible for cleaning, and some were responsible for delivering and picking up things. Everything was in order. When the 2 groups of 8 maids had all dispersed, the housekeeper put away her memo. Carmen finally asked, "Ms. Davis, what about me?" "Carmen, the lady intends to make you the boss's life assistant. You will follow me for the next few days. There are many things you need to know." Carmen was handed over to Angie when Sophia left yesterday. However, the girl also knew the position of the housekeeper in the Way family's maid team, and nodded when she heard it. But it was inevitable to be curious. Who exactly was the lady the housekeeper was talking about? After Anger finished speaking, he ignored Carmen for the time being and walked to a sofa in the corner of the living room. He instructed the 2 maids who came with special tools on how to clean the fabric sofa. After a moment, he turned around again and said to the girl whose face was slightly strange and ruddy because of seeing the sofa, "By the way, you were probably guessing just now, but first of all, you have to remember, Carmen, if I didn't make a special distinction, then the lady I was talking about is Mrs. Janet. In the Westeros family, besides the boss, the second is the lady, do you understand?" The housekeeper spoke in a gentle tone, but Carmen Case, who had been taught too many things in the past 2 years, immediately nodded seriously. "I remember, Ms. Davis." At this time, the 2 maids who were sent out to get something returned. Seeing Anger walking forward, Carmen hurriedly followed. One of the 2 maids held a bulging transparent file bag in her hand. Carmen saw some newspapers and documents inside, and the other carefully held a set of black women's clothing in a dust cover. The housekeeper went forward to check and whispered, and waited for the 2 women to leave before walking to the kitchen and saying to Carmen behind her, "The boss has the habit of reading newspapers after morning exercise. Usually, people will read 1 or 2 of the most famous newspapers in the city they are in, such as the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal in New York. There may also be other information, which will be delivered regularly every day. If Miss A is here, these need to be handed over to A first. If she is not here, the boss will have you deliver it in person after exercise." Carmen agreed again and memorized quickly. The 2 came to the kitchen and looked at the 4 busy maids here. The housekeeper checked and explained again, and then said to Carmen, "The boss doesn't care much about the 3 meals, but every week, Cape Manor will send a list. Unless the boss has special needs, you only need to arrange for the maids to do it. If there are guests, there will also be a list." Carmen nodded, and couldn't help but think of the guest last night. Last night, the housekeeper went out to clean up the mess until there was no movement outside. She never saw anything, but when she passed by the living room to rest, she smelled the hazy smell in the air. The 2 stayed in the kitchen for a short time and left again. Carmen was taken by the housekeeper to walk around the 3-story duplex apartment, including the rooftop terrace, and introduced in detail each room and various details of the owner's attention. This luxury duplex apartment that occupies 3 floors of a building is really big. The 3 floors have a total of 1,200 square meters of space, which is equivalent to the size of 10 apartments of ordinary people. After walking through it, even though the sense of space is very good, Carmen is still a little dizzy. Finally, they came to the living room downstairs again. The housekeeper said again, "The boss should be in the gym. I'll take you to meet him." Then she walked to the corridor on the other side of the living room. Carmen hurriedly followed. The housekeeper glanced at the patient girl beside her, and spoke again, saying, "Carmen, there is one more thing. I am telling you this without reservation, but only for me. The girls in this apartment, including the ones you haven't seen, will need you to be quite strong and scheming in the future to lead them. This is my personal advice." Carmen was slightly stunned when she heard this. Before she could speak, the 2 of them had already entered the gym. A young man in a vest and shorts was jogging on the treadmill by the window where Central Park could be seen. The light sweat marks on the man's exposed skin showed that this exercise had obviously lasted for a while, but his body was still stable, And he still had some kind of hidden explosive power, as if he could burst out at any time. The reason for these thoughts was mainly because Carmen had seen the images of someone beating people in the underground boxing ring, and every time she thought of it, she felt it was very brutal. The two of them entered the door, and Simon's jogging for half an hour soon came to an end. After getting off the treadmill and taking the towel from the housekeeper, Simon looked at Carmen Case in front of him and greeted her with a smile. "Hi, Carmen." After greeting her like this, he immediately realized that this was probably the gift that Sophia had mentioned to him the day before yesterday. It wasn't surprising. After 2 years of subtle brainwashing, coupled with the aura of the man in front of her that made her look up to him, Carmen Case felt her heart beating faster when someone greeted her, and she didn't expect him to call out her name. She tried to look at Simon, forced herself to calm down, and responded, "Hello, Mr. Westeros. I like you to call me boss." Carmen obediently changed the title. "Yes, boss." Simon walked out and continued, "Your British accent is nice." "Well, thank you." Having agreed, without waiting for the housekeeper to signal again, Carmen Case followed him out of the gym like a newborn bird seeing the first living thing, until the man turned into the bathroom next door and the girl who stepped into the door with him reacted and was suddenly a little at a loss. Simon took off his sports vest and prepared to take a shower. Seeing the girl following him in, he asked with a smile, "Would you like to take a shower with me?" Carmen's face flushed immediately, but then she looked up at the man in front of her and whispered, I do. "It's a pity that I don't have a ring for you," Simon joked, walked over and held the girl's chin with his hand, lowered his head and pecked her lips, then gently pushed the girl and said, "Go out first, now is not the time to take a shower together." Carmen floated out of the bathroom in a daze, and waited until the man closed the door before she gradually came back to her senses. She glanced at the housekeeper who had just stood by the door, feeling a little embarrassed, but she didn't run away. The housekeeper didn't mean to laugh at Carmen, and she understood it very well. For the men standing at the top of the pyramid of this world, even if they are fat and bloated in their 70s or 80s, they can easily capture groups of beautiful women. Not to mention, whether it is appearance, talent, wealth or power, the boss's characteristics that are strongly attractive to women have reached the extreme. Even the housekeeper herself had a messy dream last night because of the noise between her boss and a woman in the living room. The two women waited patiently outside the bathroom. In less than 10 minutes, Simon finished his shower, changed into the furniture clothes prepared in advance and walked out of the bathroom. The housekeeper greeted him softly, hurriedly followed, and talked about something serious. "Boss, in Boston, Ms. Meretskova and Ms. Rosen and their families have been arranged. In addition, Ms. Meretskova said that she hopes to meet you as soon as possible. There is something very important." According to Simon's intention, the two female teachers who were captured in Ukraine last time, Uliana Meretskova and Maria Rosen, have come to the United States at this time, and have been stuffed into Harvard University as teachers. With the cooperation of the Westeros system, this matter did not encounter too much obstacles. After all, Harvard University has more than 2,000 faculty and staff. In comparison, the two women's abilities are still in the upper ranks. In addition, the children of the two women were also arranged to come here. Simon listened to the housekeeper and nodded, and then wondered, "What's the matter?" The housekeeper shook her head. "Ms. Meretskova didn't say. I'll find time to go there," Simon said, thinking of something, and was about to explain it casually, but noticed that Carmen was still with him, so he sent the girl to get him a glass of soda water. After she left, he whispered to the housekeeper. Then he went directly to the restaurant. Girl A was already sitting here looking through the information. At the large dining table, there were several marked newspapers and documents on a seat. Simon first came to Girl A, bent down and kissed her, then sat down in his seat, picked up the top copy of the New York Times, and asked, "How were the ratings of American Idol last night?" Girl A skillfully reported a series of numbers. The average number of viewers was 41.1 million, 20.1% higher than the 34.2 million viewers in the first episode of the first season last year. The highest number of viewers was 46.7 million, and the ratings for the 18 to 49 age group were 20.5. The core data are all within expectations. Even if the subsequent ratings decline, the overall average data will exceed the first season. Simon nodded with satisfaction and said nothing more. For a TV show, it is normal for the first season to be a big hit and the second season to reach a peak. The crazy ratings close to the Oscars ceremony are not uncommon in this era when the internet and cable TV have not yet fully emerged. However, this data is probably the peak of this new version of American Idol. After 2 consecutive seasons of freshness, the 3rd season will definitely start to decline gradually. Simon did not ask any more questions, but Lady A continued, "There is one more thing, boss." In China, Jinshu Media contacted ABC yesterday, hoping to get the copyright of American Idol in mainland China. Simon was stunned when he heard this. As a phenomenal song talent show, American Idol has been very successful in operating its global copyright. Currently, similar programs have been launched in many countries and regions around the world, and the copyright fees alone can bring in income. However, Simon had not thought much about China before. After all, the first phenomenal song reality show in mainland China, Supergirl, was not born until 2004. On the other hand, with the current strength of intellectual property protection on the other side of the ocean, if someone can notice this reality show and want to follow suit, they will probably do it directly. As for copyright, what is that? Unexpectedly, Simon's first heavyweight move in the Chinese film industry was directly on this reality show. When Lady A handed over a few pages of more detailed information, Simon simply glanced over it and immediately understood. Jinshu Media was not just interested, and had even selected a partner, Jiangsu TV. It was immediately clear. This was Chen Qing's fault. After thinking for a moment, Simon said to Miss A, "Tell ABC to cooperate with this project as much as possible. There is no need to pursue any profits. The main thing is to cultivate the market." Miss A nodded and quickly wrote it down on her memo. Simon read the newspaper while chatting with Miss A at 7 o'clock. The housekeeper brought breakfast on time. Upstairs bedroom. After a chaotic night, Grace slept very deeply until she felt a big hand touching her face. She subconsciously pressed against it and finally woke up. When she opened her eyes, the man was sitting next to her. The big hand that he had held and wanted to take back rubbed his cheek, and kissed it with his head tilted, and asked lazily, "What time is it?" "It's almost 8 o'clock, Simon said. "I have to go to work. I came to say goodbye to you." Grace wanted to get up, but was pressed by the big hand, and then laid down obediently, looking at the man for a moment, and finally plucked up the courage to ask, "Simon, were you serious last night?" Simon nodded, "Yes, but it depends on your willingness." Grace immediately said, "I do." Simon curled the corners of his mouth, wanting to mention that 2 women had said "I do" to him this morning, but he didn't say it out loud. He just stroked the woman's smooth face and said, "Then there's no problem." But Simon felt the worry of the woman on the bed, and took the initiative to say, "The child in the future must have the surname Westeros. There is no room for negotiation, everything else is fine." Grace's eyes suddenly turned red when she heard this. In fact, just like when Simon talked about this with Lin Su, Grace was most concerned about the same thing. If the child can't even get the father's surname, then in people's eyes, he will always be an illegitimate child. On the contrary, if he gets the surname of Westeros, the child will definitely be more legitimate. In fact, Simon agreed to the name Little Simon Lin Westeros that Lin Su insisted on last time, because of the same consideration. There are already 5 little guys at Cape Dumay Manor. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a 6th one soon. 6 children are enough for 2 women to worry about. Therefore, Simon will no longer take the children of other women into Cape Dumay Manor, but will raise them by their mothers. This requires solving the issue of status. Because of the subconscious Oriental concept, Simon is not used to father and son using the same name. However, since he has decided to have many more children in hopes that these children will inherit the huge Westeros system in the future, Simon must give corresponding recognition. Little Simon Lin Westeros, a name that obviously has special meaning to outsiders, once given to Lin Su's child, actually represents Simon's public recognition of children of other women besides Janet. Furthermore, this recognition will also subtly benefit other children. Chapter 1036 Reproductive War. Governing a large country is like cooking a small fish. This is the management philosophy that Simon has practiced in recent years around the increasingly large Westeros system. After seeing more people and things, I have found that from large countries to small enterprises, whether it is the macro management model of focusing on the big and letting go of the small, or the micro management thinking of doing everything personally, there are a large number of successful cases, and they can find many negative examples for each other. In the end, Perhaps it can be attributed to everything that is inevitable is accidental, and everything that is accidental is inevitable. And, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. In Simon's view, the most important thing is to be attentive. It is certainly not absolute that those who work hard will be rewarded by heaven, but the truth is certainly correct. The problem is that most people often do not pay their own hard work, but habitually say that heaven is unfair. After arriving in New York on Monday, Simon spent the next few days dealing with various tasks accumulated on the West Coast due to his vacation some time ago, including TV shows such as American Idol that will be broadcast in the fall season, Cisco's $2 billion bond financing in September, the progress of the Westeros private army in setting up direct security departments in various subsidiaries within the system, the in full swing of the U.S. election and the layout of the Westeros family in the political field, the recent investment projects of the Westeros company under James Raybould, and so on. Even outside New York. In Hollywood, after consultation, the Saving Private Ryan project was initially finalized. Deaneries Entertainment will bear 50% of the production budget and be responsible for global distribution. DreamWorks and Paramount will share the remaining 50% of the investment share. After completing this project, Mr. C can be regarded as paying off the last film contract owed by Universal Times. In Ukraine, after Simon spent $200 million on the budget, the large-scale resettlement housing project in Riven City was officially launched. In China, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon officially started shooting this week. In addition, the Westeros family's private intelligence team recently successfully assisted the first batch of illegal immigrants from Somalia to enter France. Because it was a preliminary attempt, there were not many people, only more than 50 people, divided into 23 pairs, and brought some children. They were all black and green. And this is just the beginning. There will be people to help these illegal immigrants settle down in France. The key is to have children, have more children, and each couple should have at least one child per year. Although France has abolished the right of birth citizenship, as long as the child is born, it is basically impossible to repatriate. In fact, these illegal immigrants who no longer have passports can also not be repatriated. They have received training in advance and everyone has forgotten where they came from. Even if someone really dares to resolutely repatriate, the series of French extreme left organizations that the Westeros system has begun to provide funding for are not vegetarians. It is expected that after the illegal immigrant smuggling and resettlement network in and outside France is fully established this year, Simon will be able to send tens of thousands of illegal immigrants to France every year starting next year. Compared with the current total population of France, which is close to 60 million, these illegal immigrants seem to be insignificant, but in fact, it is not. The key is the number of newborns. The number of newborns in France in recent years has been around 800,000, and the birth rate is relatively low. Therefore, Simon only needs to send 400,000 pairs of illegal immigrants who are in their childbearing period to France. One child per year can account for more than half of France's birth rate. 400,000 pairs, 800,000 people, may seem a lot, but if the operation cycle is extended to 10 or 20 years, and there are some refugee waves caused by wars in the meantime, this number will be easy to reach. Simon has enough patience for this, and even began to plan for a great black president like Mandela to appear in France and completely liberate France. Moreover, this is also a conspiracy to some extent. Even if someone noticed Simon's intention, it is impossible to publicly accuse him, because doing so will inevitably offend the majority of black brothers, and if it damages the votes, it will be even more painful. East Hampton, Long Island. After working non-stop, it was already Sunday in a blink of an eye, and I decided to take a day off. On the second-floor terrace of a seaside mansion in East Hampton, Simon was enjoying the warm autumn sunshine in the morning. He was leaning on the sofa on the terrace and had just written a note. He was about to ask Girl A, who was sitting next to him, to give it to Neil Bennett, who was in charge of the intelligence network, when a white arm reached out from behind and quickly snatched the note away. Looking for a group of smart and hard-working second-generation French mixed-race black boys, Simon, what is this? Simon did not answer. He grabbed Irene Lauder's arm and pulled her over. When the girl leaned forward from behind him, he kissed her on the cheek and said with a smile, "Nothing. I planned to set up a student aid program." Irene Lauder chased after Simon and kissed him on the lips. Then she jumped over the back of the sofa and jumped into Simon's arms. She raised the note in her hand and said, "I don't believe it. You must be planning to do something bad." Simon took the note and handed it to Girl A, who stood up. Then he pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "Am I that kind of person in your mind? Anyway, you must have other purposes." Irene Lauder snorted, then put her arms around Simon's neck and said coquettishly, "Tell me, okay? I promise to keep it a secret. Actually, it's mainly because I've figured out two things recently." Irene Lauder widened her eyes and listened attentively. "Huh?" Simon said, "A society that is becoming more and more civilized is more likely to have the phenomenon of bad money driving out good money." The man suddenly said this incoherently. Eileen was confused. "What do you mean?" Simon continued, "Second, in the increasingly civilized human society, the core of the future struggle for dominance is actually a very primitive and brutal reproductive war." Eileen blinked. She was a very smart girl. Even though Simon still didn't explain it clearly, she roughly understood it by combining the previous and next sentences. Then she blushed for some reason and forgot to trace the original note and what it had to do with this matter. She glared at Simon and said, "I won't give birth to a child for you." Simon smiled and took the folder that had just been placed next to him because Eileen pounced on him, and continued to write something on it, saying, "Well, I won't give birth to a child with just any woman. First of all, she must be beautiful, and then she must be very smart, so that the little Westeros born can better inherit my career." Eileen looked up at Simon for a moment, and finally said, "I suddenly realized that you are so primitive and brutal. Are you praising me?" "Huh? By the way, have you had breakfast?" "I've eaten," Irene answered. Then she remembered something and suddenly realized, "I found out, just now at breakfast, that Aang didn't give me that again. Ah, bad guy. It turns out you just want to make me pregnant." Simon gently pressed the restless girl in his arms. "I just said, not every woman is qualified to give birth to my child." Irene was hugged by Simon, but she looked at him with contempt. "So, I should thank you." "No. By the way, you should leave." Irene couldn't help it, raised her hand and hit the man on the shoulder. "Asshole." Simon continued to write calmly on the folder spread on the girl's thighs, and said, "If you don't want to leave, be good and don't make trouble." Irene suddenly became quieter, like a deflated little ball, softly hooked Simon's neck, and after a while she said resentfully, "But you don't plan to marry me, Simon. If I have your child, the face of the Lantier family will be lost. Okay, I declare that you are removed from the list." "Woo. How could I fall in love with a bastard like you?" Seeing that the girl in his arms was really a little sad, Simon gently hugged her and kissed her. Irene resisted a little, but soon began to respond actively. Then it became more and more intense. At first, Mom and Dad were always talking about us, but now they don't mention it anymore. Yet, actually, I really like the way I take 8 female maids and guards out at a time, and then see those people who are obviously jealous but pretend to be disdainful. Yet, I'm only 26 years old, I don't want children now. If we are still together when we are 30, then maybe, that? Yet, it just so happens that my parents only have 2 daughters, my sister and I. If I have a child, the surname can be Lander, and inherit the family business." Well, Simon finally stopped pretending to be hollowed out, and said, "Of course my child must have the surname Westeros." Irene patted Simon lightly again. "You don't even marry me. Then they must have the surname Westeros. In the future, these children will inherit my career." Upon hearing this, Irene raised her body slightly, but soon softened. "Well, does Jenny have any objection? You also know how big the Westeros system is now. Even if it is divided into 100 children, it will be no problem." Irene immediately became annoyed again. "Asshole, you actually want to give birth to 100. I'm speaking metaphorically. You must be thinking that. Okay, I admit it. Asshole, you actually think so." Simon raised his hands in surrender, sighing, "Women." Irene felt the man's arms quickly fall and wrap around her, and she calmed down again. After a pause, she said, "Then, give birth to 2, one with the surname Westeros and the other with the surname Lander. I also need children to inherit the family business." "Well, in fact, the surname Westeros can also inherit your family business. You're so bad." "I just said it, reproductive war. Bad guy." "Okay." After a moment of silence again, it was Irene who spoke first. "You today, I mean, can I stay tonight?" Simon had planned to wait for Irene to leave and go to Boston by himself. A few days ago, the housekeeper mentioned that Meretskova had something important to discuss with him. Although he didn't think that woman had anything important to say, it happened that the Westeros family had once again donated to a series of top North American universities at the beginning of the school year, including Harvard and MIT in Boston, and also invested in or funded many other projects. In short, with so much money spent, Simon had to show up to show his presence. Seeing the girl's pitiful appearance, Simon softened his heart and nodded, "Okay, I'll leave tomorrow morning." Irene hummed happily and propped herself up again. "In that case, Simon, here, let's go watch your girls dance again. I saw them last time and they were pretty good." "Okay." So he stayed in East Hampton all day on Sunday until the next morning. After seeing off Irene, who was reluctant to leave, Simon flew directly to Boston by helicopter. If you drive, you need to leave Long Island first, go around New York City, and then turn northeast. It takes a whole morning. The boat is also very slow. But the helicopter only takes about half an hour to travel 180 kilometers in a straight line. In fact, I had planned to return to the West Coast this morning, but I changed my schedule temporarily. I would first meet the two women, Meretskova and Maria, and then go to Harvard and MIT. At noon, I also prepared a small cocktail party to entertain some important political, business and academic figures in Boston. However, when I met Meretskova and heard the woman talk about something nervously, the itinerary was disrupted again. The western suburbs of Boston. In a manor in the wealthy area of Weston, about 20 kilometers from the city center. Simon, leaning on the sofa in a living room of the villa, looked up and down at Uliana Meretskova standing in front of him, frowned slightly, and asked, "Are you sure?" Uliana noticed the man's frowning and felt her legs go weak, but she still said, "I haven't checked it, but I haven't had my period in the past 2 months. That's confirmed." Simon changed the posture of crossing his legs and looked at the woman in front of him again, who has not moved. He had just made a decision, but he didn't expect that there would be an accident here. In fact, as Simon said to Irene yesterday, he would not let any woman get pregnant with his child. However, the woman in front of him, who has high IQ, high education, and excellent appearance, is not a problem. However, Simon didn't like this sudden thing after all. Since the other women in Ukraine didn't have any problems last time, this one, although she looks very panicked at this time, who knows what's going on? If it's a conspiracy, Simon doesn't like it even more. After thinking for a moment, Simon finally looked at Uliana and said, "I'll arrange someone to take you for a checkup later. If it's an accident, then we'll get rid of the child. Are you willing?" Uliana nodded subconsciously, and she was obviously relieved. "I will follow your arrangements, Simon." Seeing the woman's reaction, Simon reached out and stroked a crystal ball on the side table, and the housekeeper soon appeared. Simon sent Meretskova out first, and then explained to the housekeeper. After Angeli took Uliana away from the manor, Simon called Girl A again. "Check Uliana's 2 children, what are their names?" Girl A had just seen the 2 children outside, and heard, "Anna and Nicholas. Before noon, give me a copy of the 2 children's information, mainly about personality and study." Simon said, and then thought of Maria Rosin, who was arranged in another nearby manor, and then said, "And Maria, she is." Girl A said, 4 children, Annette, Victor, Constantine and Anton. Yes, the same information. Allison probably realized something, nodded to indicate that she had written it down, and asked again, "Boss, the cocktail party at noon?" As usual, Simon said, thinking of Grace, and then said, "Also, since they have come to the United States, they can change their last names and return to their previous ones, including the children." Simon nodded, "Let them all take their mother's last name." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1037 Cocktail Party. Downtown Boston. On the Harvard Business School campus on the south bank of the Charles River, Maria Rosin was translating a Soviet-era economic policy document in her office with several colleagues. Katerina, the female guard who came to the United States with her, knocked on the door and came in. Seeing Katerina, everyone's expression was somewhat strange. During this period, the specific identity of Maria, who quietly joined the company, has become a matter of great curiosity to her colleagues. After all, among the more than 2,000 faculty and staff of Harvard University, There are absolutely very few who have full-time drivers. Because she had been told in advance, Maria knew that Katharina would not come to disturb her rashly unless there was something special. She stood up and walked over inexplicable anxiety. "Kate, what's wrong?" The female guard stepped back a little, came to the corridor, and whispered to Maria, who followed her, "Mr. Westeros is here, just outside." Ah! The vague guess came true. Maria subconsciously exclaimed, and then quickly covered her mouth. Quickly calming down, Maria put down her hand, turned her head to indicate the office behind her, and said to the female guard, I still have 10 minutes before I get off work." Katharina wanted to roll her eyes at her mistress. What kind of excuse is this? Maria blurted out, and realized that this reason was too lame. Could she let him wait outside? What's more, even if it was delayed for 10 minutes, what would happen? Maria came to the United States at the beginning of the month and started working directly at Harvard. However, because the new semester has already started, she missed the course schedule and can only wait until the next semester to start teaching tasks. The woman didn't want to stay idle in the second half of the year, so she chose one of the vacancies provided by Harvard to provide translation support for an academic team on campus that studies the political economy of the former Soviet Union. This is a very flexible job, because there are several graduate students as assistant translators, so it's not a big problem even if she doesn't show up on weekdays. The reason was not valid, so she had to say hello to her colleagues in the office and leave early. After leaving the teaching building where the office was located, Maria followed Katharina through another corridor with a confused mind. Soon, they saw two identical black cars parked at an intersection. When they saw the two people approaching, the driver of one of the cars got out and opened the door for her. Maria didn't want too many people around to notice this place, so she got into the car without hesitation. Then she found that there were already two people in the back seat. In addition to him sitting in the middle next to her, there was Uliana Meretskova on the other side. Before she could say anything else, the car door had closed. The car started quickly. Simon, who was squeezed in the middle by the two women, looked at Maria, who was at a loss, with interest. The woman wore a pair of frameless glasses, her blonde hair was tied up, revealing a white neck, and she wore a long khaki coat on her upper body, and slim black trousers at the bottom. She wore a pair of black short heels on her feet. The originally elegant and intellectual woman looked much younger with this combination. Maria felt a young man's gaze around her, and felt that his gaze seemed to be warm, and she felt a burning sensation wherever she looked. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, she finally gave up and took the initiative to speak, gently tilting her head to look at him. "You, Mr. Westeros, hello." Simon smiled when he heard the woman say this. "Yes, it seems like we are meeting for the first time. Well, let me guess, this outfit you are wearing now is definitely not put together by yourself." Maria didn't expect him to suddenly mention this, and answered honestly and subconsciously, "It's my daughter." She only started, and stopped again because of some inexplicable embarrassment. "Oh, Annette, I know," Simon said, and then said, "You could have brought Annie with you this time. Why did you let her stay in Ukraine?" Maria always felt that it was impolite to talk without looking at the other person, but she was embarrassed to turn to him anyway. After all, just a breath of the man next to her had made her panic and want to jump out of the car and run away. At this time, when Simon talked about his daughter, she felt the same feeling again. The main thing is, her daughter is 21 years old. However, she had to answer the man's question. She tilted her head slightly to look at him again, turned back quickly, and said, "I hope she can finish her undergraduate studies in Ukraine and then come to the United States." She sighed inexplicably. At the beginning, Maria accepted a certain situation with the idea of sacrificing herself, hoping that her 4 children could have a bright future. Just like her eldest daughter, she wanted him to help her daughter study abroad, and it had to be the best school. Unexpectedly, she didn't even have to mention these things, and they took the initiative to help her. And they were all the best. This also made Maria change her mind temporarily, and decided that her daughter would continue to stay in Ukraine to finish her undergraduate studies, get a degree, and then go abroad to study. After all, it was only for 1 year. As for the 3 younger sons, they were brought here together this time. Simon nodded when he heard this. In fact, he had just read some information about the children of the 2 women around him. At this time, he didn't say much, but explained to Maria, who didn't know the reason, there will be a cocktail party later, and many people will come. I will take you to meet them. Maria paused, reacted, and her face suddenly flushed. This is. How? Isn't he worried about others knowing? Moreover, once they attend this cocktail party, she and Lyanna on the other side, the identities of the two people will be unclear no matter what. Even after repeated psychological construction, Maria has silently accepted certain things, but she still doesn't want this matter to be known by too many outsiders. After hesitating for a moment, Maria finally mustered up the courage and looked at the little man next to her again. Maria tentatively said, "Well, can I not go?" Simon shook his head directly. "No. How can this man be like this?" Exclamation mark. Simon decisively refused, and then added, "The main thing is that there are still some things that you need to do next, so I have to give you and Elia an identity first." Maria grabbed the corner of her clothes with both hands, thinking that she really didn't want this identity. Simon looked at the pitiful and uneasy look of the woman, unmoved, and continued, "Actually, Elia is pregnant." Ah. Maria thought she had heard it wrong, and subconsciously raised her head again, but this time she looked at Uliana Meretskova, who had been silent on the other side. Uliana saw her looking at her and just nodded slightly. Then, Maria slightly retracted her gaze and turned to him. "Then, what does this have to do with me?" In fact, she wanted to know more about how he planned to deal with this matter, but she changed her words when she was about to speak. Simon shook his head slightly. "We'll talk about this after our cocktail party." As they chatted, the two luxury cars crossed the Charles River and soon arrived at a Marriott hotel on the North Shore. Girl A, who had arrived in advance, greeted Simon in the parking lot and waited for Simon to get off the car with the two women. She personally led them to a banquet hall in the hotel. The cocktail party had already begun. According to Girl A's introduction along the way, basically all the guests who were invited and in Boston would come this time. In addition, some of them took the initiative to contact and hoped to attend. According to the specific situation, the female assistant also selected some of them. Backed by the two top universities of Harvard and MIT, Boston has gathered a large number of world-class companies, the most famous of which is GE. In addition, there are also world-renowned companies such as Gillette, Fidelity Funds, and Boston Consulting Group. Since Simon is here, it will definitely be beneficial to deal with the core figures of these schools, companies and even local governments. In the banquet hall, when Simon appeared, all the guests who had arrived immediately focused their attention on him. Then, they couldn't help but notice the two beautiful women beside Simon, whose age was so dazzling that it was hard to tell. Fortunately, everyone was used to this kind of thing, so no one made a fuss. Girl A, as an assistant, followed the man and competently helped Simon introduce people, including the president of MIT, Nobel Prize winners, the mayor of Boston, the CEO of Gillette, and so on. It took more than half an hour to go around. Walking towards the two guests who had just arrived again, I heard Girl A's low and quick introduction, the president of Harvard University, Neil Lutherstein. Neil is also a Ukrainian immigrant. The other one, a descendant of the Mellon family, Richard Mellon Scaife, runs a paper media business, is a far-right winger, and is one of the main promoters behind the Paula Jones case. As she spoke, she had come closer. Simon first took the initiative to extend his hand to Neil Lutherstein, the current president of Harvard University, who is about 60 years old and very tall, and greeted him. Then he turned to Richard Mellon Scaife and shook his hand. "Hello, Mr. Scaife, nice to meet you." "Hello, Simon, my friends call me Charlie." Richard Mellon Scaife, who was also in his 60s and had silver hair, smiled and shook hands with Simon, and then looked at the two ladies beside Simon with interest. "Who are these two?" "Oh, this is Maria and Uliana." After going around in such a big circle, Maria, who met a lot of big names in the upper echelons of the American pyramid, gradually became familiar with them. After listening to Simon's introduction, she politely extended her hand to Scaife in front of her. "Hello, Mr. Scaife." Richard Mellon Scaife agreed with a smile, but he grabbed Maria's little hand and leaned over slightly, obviously wanting to kiss her hand. Maria was uncomfortable with Scaife's lecherous smile, and when she saw him like this, she subconsciously withdrew her hand. Suddenly, Scaife, who was already half bowed, was embarrassed. Seeing this, Maria, who realized that she had offended the other party, looked at the young man beside her with a guilty conscience, worried that he would blame her for messing up the social event. After all, maybe, this is just a normal etiquette. Simon gave the woman a comforting look, and then said to Scaife, who stood up awkwardly, "Maria is not used to the hand-kissing ceremony, Mr. Scaife, and Ulia is not used to it either. I'm so sorry." Uliana on the other side felt the stiffness in the man's tone and directly gave up the idea of extending her hand to greet him. "Oh, it's nothing." Richard Mellon Scaife saw that Simon still used the title of Mr. Scaife after he just approached him, and realized that his attempt to take advantage of him made the young man very unhappy. However, as a descendant of the Mellon family, which has been passed down for 100 years and still maintains a strong influence in the United States, Scaife did not think that there was anything wrong with his actions just now. Instead, he also felt unhappy and could not help but say, "Speaking of which, Simon, I used to live in Pittsburgh. I was frightened by the bombing 2 years ago and had to move to Boston. Hey, this kind of thing happened in America, which is really a blasphemy to the civilized world." Simon seemed to have completely failed to understand the implication of Scaife's words, and shrugged slightly. "I have understood since I was 3 years old that this world is not so beautiful, Mr. Scaife. You should be glad that you only need to hide in Boston. If I remember correctly, Hearst III is still hiding in Morocco. He is much more unlucky than you. He may not be able to return to the United States in this life." The potential verbal confrontation between the two was actually the series of storms 2 years ago. Seeing Simon mention Hearst III, Richard Mellon Scaife's mouth twitched. In terms of strength, the Hearst family, whose media empire is spread all over the United States, is several levels higher than the boss of a media company whose influence is limited to the New England region in the northeastern United States. A few years ago, only the entire Mellon family could reach the level of the Hearst family. And such an old American money family with a century-old heritage and huge influence has quickly fallen into decline in just 2 years. All this is because of Simon Westeros. Looking at the young man in front of him, not to mention other things, just the terrifying net worth of $1.5 trillion is enough to suppress people to the point of losing their temper. Thinking of this, Richard Mellon Scaife, who was arrogant in his bones because of his origin in the Mellon family, could not help but reluctantly admit that his behavior just now was inappropriate. However, because of the pride of a century-old money family, it is definitely not okay for him to apologize for this. In this atmosphere, even Harvard University President Neil Ludstein felt a little embarrassed, but fortunately, someone soon helped them out. "Hi, Simon, how did you come to Boston?" The speaker was Jack Welch, the head of General Electric, who had just arrived. Simon ignored Richard Mellon Scaife when he heard Welch's greeting, but nodded slightly to Neil Ludstein. He turned to the head of General Electric with the 2 women beside him, hugged him warmly, and said, "I just happen to have something to do. Since I'm here, I'll say hello to everyone. Jack, I'm glad you can take the time to come." As the host, "Of course I have to come," Welch said with a smile, and also looked at the 2 people beside Simon. "Who is this?" Simon introduced again, "Maria and Ulia. They just joined Harvard recently. Some things don't need to be pointed out, everyone knows it at a glance." Jack Welch is not as abrupt as Scaife. He shook hands with the 2 women gently, greeted briefly, and turned to Simon again. "Speaking of which, I just happen to have something to talk to you about. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to deliver it today." Chapter 1038 Arrangements for Children. The 2 walked a little closer to the banquet hall, and Jack Welch said, "It's like this, Simon. I heard that you are planning to build a thermal power plant in Ukraine. The last nuclear power plant unit order was given to Westinghouse. There is no reason not to cooperate with General Motors this time, right? Affected by the shortage of power resources in Rovna Oblast, in addition to the number 4 unit of the Rovna nuclear power plant, which is still under construction, the Westeros system is also planning to build a 2,000-megawatt thermal power plant in Ukraine recently. Unlike the 950-megawatt number 4 unit of the Rovna nuclear power plant, the total investment can be as high as $1.5 billion. The cost of the thermal power plant is much lower. However, no matter how low the construction cost of a 2,000-megawatt thermal power plant is, the initial estimate is that it will cost $500 million. Such a project is enough for Jack Welch to personally come forward to fight for it. When Simon saw Welch bring up this matter, he did not answer directly, but asked, "Jack, the GM team should have contacted Rivne, right?" Jack Welch nodded, "Of course, but the reply from the other side is that they plan to use local equipment and solutions." Simon, "Frankly speaking, I admit the industrial strength of the former Soviet Union, but it is not as strong as before. Moreover, you must know that GM's generator sets are definitely much stronger than those of the former Soviet Union in all aspects. But it is also much more expensive, Simon said, then shook his head and smiled. Jack, frankly speaking, the last Rovna nuclear power plant was a state-owned enterprise in Ukraine, and for some other reasons, Westinghouse equipment was used. This time it is basically my personal investment. Of course, I have to consider the cost, so it's a pity. Unit 4 of the Rovna nuclear power plant originally only needed an investment of $500 million to complete. But under the operation of Westinghouse Electric, the Ukrainian nuclear power company and the Ukrainian Ministry of Energy, the price was raised to $800 million. Not to mention the private tricks, the money will eventually be paid by the already cash-strapped Ukrainian government. Now that he is doing it himself, Simon will certainly not be a sucker. Compared with nuclear power, thermal power is much easier to build, and local Ukrainian companies can undertake it. By using local solutions and equipment, the planned $500 million investment may still have a lot of surplus. Simon's plan is to take advantage of the situation to explore and reorganize a related engineering technology. After all, this thermal power station may not be the last one. Seeing Simon's refusal, Jack Welch did not give up and tried again. Simon, I'll give you a good discount. Simon shook his head again and said with a smile, Jack, perhaps you can guess my layout in Ukraine. This thermal power plant is not the only one, but that place is very important to me. It is definitely not just a business. After Simon said this, Welch, who was also very clear about some things, stopped talking, but still couldn't help asking, Simon, it seems that you plan to artificially create one in Ukraine. According to the concept in China, it's called a special economic zone, right? Yes. Then we must have other areas where we can cooperate. That's for sure, Jack. Speaking of which, if General Motors wants to build some factories in Eastern Europe, Rivne Oblast is a good choice. Jack Welch didn't expect Simon to take the initiative so quickly and pull up his own business. He smiled and nodded, of course, if there is a suitable project, I will definitely consider it. Simon thought the matter was over and was about to go and entertain other guests, but Welch stopped him and said, there's one more thing, Simon. Regarding Time Warner, to be honest, Warner Brothers' performance was really terrible in the summer season that just passed. Welch was obviously referring to the fact that Warner didn't have a single movie that broke the $100 million box office in the summer season that just passed. After all, this was the first summer season after General Electric acquired Time Warner. Although the parent company was not responsible for such performance, it certainly made Welch very embarrassed. Simon could only shrug his shoulders and say, this, Jack, is not my responsibility. Welch just couldn't help but complain. When he saw Simon say this, he realized that he really had no reason to blame Simon. Could he blame Deaneries Entertainment for being too strong and leaving Warner with no way out? As a legendary professional manager, he didn't have this habit. Moreover, if it was the head of other Hollywood film companies, they might have been unable to resist talking to Simon about cooperation at this time. However, after secretly studying a series of external cooperation projects of Deaneries Entertainment, Welch found that although other Hollywood film companies made a lot of money in cooperation with Deaneries Entertainment, they actually lost their independence to a certain extent, which is absolutely harmful to the long-term development of a company. The current situation in Hollywood is largely due to the fact that other studios have indirectly promoted the expansion of Deaneries Entertainment through cooperation with them in the past few years. The most typical example is probably the DC movie universe plan. Welch is upset when he thinks of this now. Although the DC movie universe plan has the bulk of the benefits on the Warner side, the initiative is completely controlled by the young man in front of him. Although the other party only has a smaller share of the benefits, it is actually mainly the distribution commission part, but it is equivalent to using most of Warner's resources to make money for itself, and Deaneries Entertainment can continue to develop its own projects with the production and publicity resources saved. Jurassic Park series, the Conjuring movie universe series, Pixar animation series, and so on. Even now, Warner doesn't even dare to turn against each other. Because Deaneries Entertainment still has the biggest bargaining chip, which is no less than DC's Marvel. Once the two sides fall out, Deaneries Entertainment only needs to hold the copyright of the three giant superheroes at the core of the DC movie universe, and both sides will not be able to continue to develop the DC series, while the other side can start the Marvel movie universe. In short, this is really too uncomfortable. His expression changed for a moment, and he remembered the phenomenal reality show American Idol, which was also broadcast on ABC TV network under Deanery's Entertainment last week. Welch was even more out of temper for a while, and could only raise his glass to Simon. Simon understood and probably understood Welch's mood. He also raised his glass and said nothing more. Instead, he took Maria and the two girls who had been standing quietly beside him to go somewhere else. The cocktail party lasted until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Simon took the two women out of the hotel and came to the parking lot. The bodyguard opened the car door and Uliana got in first. Simon was about to get in when Maria beside him hooked his clothes and said, "Can I sit in the back car?" Simon paused, moved aside and said, "You and Uliana sit together, I'll sit in the back. I have something to talk to you about." Maria's face blushed slightly, and she obediently got into the car after hearing that. After a while, when the car started, Maria in the car finally spoke carefully and asked Uliana beside her, "Are you really pregnant?" Uliana leaned lazily on the leather chair and heard it, "Otherwise, will he come?" Maria paused and whispered, "Then what are you going to do?" "That's what he plans to do," Uliana said, kicking off her shoes, curling up in the seat to make herself more comfortable, looking at the scenery outside the car and said, "We don't have any decision-making power, but I roughly guessed what he was thinking." "Huh? He wants you to take care of the child." Maria widened her eyes, subconsciously glanced at Uliana's abdomen, and couldn't help saying, "How can this be?" Uliana didn't care. What else? "In fact, it is obvious that you are better at educating children. Your children are all outstanding. Anita can be admitted to the National Technical University. Victor and the other three just came to the United States, can directly overcome the language barrier and enter private schools. In comparison, Anna and Nick can only stay at home to tutor English for the time being. Actually, Anna and Nick are both very good. I know what my own child is like." Uliana did not accept Maria's consolation, "So, it's not bad for you to take care of this child. If possible, I am willing to give you Anna and Nick. I came to the United States just to enjoy life. Nothing else matters. This way." Maria hesitated again, and then said, "This is not good." Uliana suddenly smiled, looking more charming, and glanced at Maria. "You are not going to persuade me to cheer up, are you?" Maria shook her head quickly. "No, I won't interfere with other people's lives." Uliana did not say anything else, turned her head again, and fell into silence. But she felt a little melancholy in her heart. In fact, it was all because of this damn world. If the Soviet Union had not collapsed, she should have been a princess-like figure all her life, and got some glorious titles with her clever mind, and then enjoyed her life leisurely. But she didn't expect the collapse of a super empire to come so soon. Even if they were two children, in fact, if she could maintain her previous life, she could spend a little time to educate them well. However, in the past few years, their family even had problems with food. In addition, there was a huge gap between her personal status and living standards. She was lucky that she did not collapse, and she could not care so much. As a result, the two children were in a mess in terms of academic performance. As for their personalities, the two children, who had just begun to understand things, experienced a huge change together. In addition to the ups and downs later, they were not only weak and timid in their bones, but also greedy and snobbish on the surface. They were just two little things that even she hated. Therefore, after guessing the man's thoughts, Uliana did not resist at all. Compared with the fear and panic when she first found out that she was pregnant, and worried about being misunderstood and abandoned by the man, this was actually the best result. What's more, even if she gave the child to Maria, it was her own child after all. What will happen in the future, who knows? Back in the wealthy area of West, the group came to a golf club that had been arranged in advance. Simon also formally told the two women about his plan in a cafe in the club. Uliana's guess was correct. After looking at the information of the two women's children, Simon quickly decided to let Maria raise the child, and he did not plan to let the two women live together as in some other arrangements. Maria was determined to refuse the man's request. She did not want to take away other women's children, even if the other party was willing. Unfortunately, the refusal was ineffective. After talking for more than 10 minutes, Simon asked someone to send Uliana back to her residence, and Maria was left behind. After Uliana left, Simon also stood up and motioned to the woman, "Let's go for a walk." In addition, I have someone to pick up Victor and the others." Maria followed him. After a slight pause after hearing what he said, she reacted and subconsciously took a step forward, a little nervous and anxious. "What are you going to do? Call them over and beat them up?" Maria's heart tightened, and then she realized that the man was joking with her, and she was obviously worried and confused. She quickly relaxed, thought about it, and said again, "I think you shouldn't snatch Ulia's child from me." Simon led the woman to the golf course, took a golf club handed over by Girl A, held it in his hand and played with it, turned his head and looked Maria up and down after hearing what he said, and asked, "Don't you want it?" "No. I mean, that, the child is Ulia's. This is not good." Simon showed a look of realization and nodded. "Oh, I see, you want to have one yourself. That's no problem, we'll start making babies tonight." Maria's face suddenly turned red, spreading all the way to her neck. She stared at a little man. "I." She couldn't help but lower her head, but continued to follow him and whispered, "I, probably, am not suitable for having children. I've seen your last physical examination data. You are in good health. It's no problem to have another child." Maria immediately looked up and waited for him. He even studied this. Anne is 21 years old. It just so happens that there is a sister and 3 brothers. In the future, this child will have a lot of help. Well, to be precise, there are 2 children, Simon said, and glanced at the woman next to him again. "Otherwise, what do you think I called Victor and others to come over for? As a de facto stepfather, of course I have to have a serious talk with my children." Stepfather. Maria almost wanted to hit someone. The burning on her face made her feel dizzy. However, in some subconscious, hearing the man say this, Maria felt that this seemed to be absolutely a good thing for her children. After all, this is Simon Westeros. As the two were talking, a group of people appeared at the edge of the court. Maria looked over and saw that it was 2 bodyguards with their 3 sons. She was immediately flustered. Simon also saw the people coming. Seeing Maria's dizzy appearance, he stepped forward to hold the woman's waist. When the woman's brain completely shut down when she felt his movement, he kissed her forehead and said, "Let's go." Then he took the woman's hand and took the initiative to meet her. Maria's 3 sons, the eldest Victor was 16 years old, Constantine was 15 years old, and the youngest Anne was 12 years old. The 3 children were very smart and were top students in the highly competitive Lively City West School. At this time, seeing their mother staying with Simon Westeros and holding hands, even if the boys instinctively had some resistance in their hearts, when Simon and the other arrived in front of them, they still took the initiative to greet them politely. At the same time, of course, they all understood something. It was not an easy thing for their mother to suddenly bring them to the United States. Simon greeted the 3 boys briefly, then turned to Maria in an intimate tone and said, "Mary, we men need to have a good talk. You don't have to follow us. You can go to the cafe over there and have a rest." After that, he asked Girl A for the golf clubs, gave them to the 3 boys, and took them to the golf course. Chapter 1039 Brainwashing. Maria rose and saw Simon walking towards the court with his 3 sons. After a moment's hesitation, she finally followed the man's advice and returned to the coffee shop. Then, after sitting down by the window, Maria subconsciously wanted to get up again because she saw 4 tall and hot female caddies wearing only vests and shorts walking towards the 4 men. This damn little man, he was not planning to talk to his children, but was clearly trying to teach them bad things. Just as she was hesitating whether to go over, Girl A appeared, sat down opposite Maria, flipped through a document, and asked, seeing her hesitation, "What's wrong?" Maria pointed to the court outside the window. Girl A turned her head to look, then retracted her gaze and said, "Sit down. According to the boss, your children will be tempted much more in the future. If they can't even survive this, there's no need to talk about the future. But, Vic and the others are still young." Girl A stopped looking at her and lowered her head to flip through a document in front of her, saying, "Do you plan to wait until your children are 18 years old to teach them how to behave in the world?" Maria finally sat down, still looking at the court outside the window, and retorted, "I think these are 2 different things." "Actually, they are the same thing," Girl A said. "Standing in your previous position, you did teach your 3 children very well, but since the boss said those words just now, then they will directly jump into a whole new social level in the future. In this social level, one thing is very important, that is, to have considerable self-control, enough to resist all kinds of temptations around them. Maria was speechless for a moment when she heard this. She even had some complaints in her mind. Could it be the so-called resistance to temptation like a certain hateful little man? The girl A on the other side suddenly asked again, "Are you secretly criticizing the boss?" Maria was startled and quickly denied, "I'm not." Girl A did not pursue anything, but said faintly, "If you were in the boss's current position, you would know that he has done well enough. He has not lost himself, has not collapsed, has not expanded infinitely, and has not done whatever he wants. For a king of wealth who can demand unlimited from the whole world, this is already a miracle." Maria listened to what Girl A said, thought about it for a while, and couldn't help but remain silent. Still a little worried. Perhaps it might be better to let her children be more ordinary in the future. Are you thinking again that keeping your children in the state of ordinary people may be better than the boss's arrangement? Maria was startled again, and didn't know how to answer. Is this woman a fairy? Can she read minds? Girl A quickly added, "Actually, you can do this. Talk to the boss later, and he will satisfy you and send your 3 children back to Ukraine, where they can study, work, get married, have children, and live an ordinary life. Of course, you definitely can't go back, because you have been occupied by the boss. See, this is the privilege of the extraordinary. Moreover, perhaps in the future your children will not approve of your arrangements for their lives. Unless they are strong enough in their hearts, no one will be willing to live an ordinary life. And when a person's heart is strong enough, in fact, this person cannot be considered ordinary." Maria paused, and finally couldn't help but said, "I think there is something wrong with your outlook on life." "Of course not, it's just that most ordinary people have been brainwashed by the so-called universal outlook on life set by the upper levels of the pyramid since they were young. After all, the space at the upper levels of the pyramid can't accommodate too many people, so they hope that you will settle down at the bottom. Just like in the United States, the most commonly advocated is a Puritan-style middle-class outlook on life that is loyal to the family and loves work. This is the most common perfect picture that people see in American film and television works. Most ordinary Americans have also been subtly influenced to think that this is a very perfect state of life. The middle class is the most ideal base of the pyramid, with relatively few social resources and therefore huge capacity, which can give the few at the bottom a goal to strive for, and will not threaten the upper elite class. Maria felt that her outlook on life was also somewhat loosened after listening to what Girl A said, and subconsciously retorted, "What's the use of all this? All of us will end up with the same ending in the end." After hearing this, Girl A finally looked up at her again, with an inexplicable smile on her lips. This is a very typical fatalism of mediocrity, self-consolation due to incompetence. However, in the same decades, some people are vigorous and prosperous, while others are mediocre and have experienced vicissitudes, and even a large number of the latter can only become some inconspicuous embellishments in the prosperous picture of the former. How can they be the same? You know, the meaning of life lies more in the process, not the result. Moreover, different people, even the endings are actually different. Maria finally realized that she couldn't argue with the girl opposite, so she simply stopped talking, took a sip of the coffee in front of her, and looked at the court outside the window again. The little man had already started playing with his children, and those flashy female caddies stood far away. She breathed a sigh of relief. However, what Lady A said just now was not forgotten. After a while, she could not help asking again, "Why are you saying this to me?" "It's very simple," Lady A seemed to be waiting for her to ask, still smiling. "The boss is brainwashing your little ones outside, and I am here to brainwash you. After all, you are about to become the mother of the boss's child, so you must change your outlook on life." On the other side. On the court, Simon was indeed transforming the 3 boys' outlook on life. But compared to Lady A's directness, Simon was much gentler. Speaking of which, Simon always had a special concern for the children of the women around him. Of course, this refers to the women Simon cares about, not the mothers and daughters who are treated or raised as toys. For the women he cares about, Simon will never cross certain boundaries, and even treats the children of these women as his own children to some extent, just like Sophia's 2 children Daniel and Gemma. This is actually a subconscious behavior that has been generated since a long time ago. As for the reason, we have to talk about Simon's theory of genetic instinct. Continuation. Just like what a book says, fish that have landed are no longer fish. To extend this, The children who are subtly cultivated by Simon to become Westerosians will naturally stand on the side of the Westeros family in the future. Although this is not absolute, and there may even be a few cases where it is counterproductive, most of them will basically be like this. These special Westerosians will become the direct descendants of the Westeros family in the future. After all, a single tree cannot support a forest, and only 10,000 trees can make a forest. Just like Daniel and Gemma, and just like the three boys around him at this moment, in the future, there is a high probability that they will become the helpers of their own children, and even better continue the Westeros family. After several hot female caddies introduced the rules of golf to the three boys, Simon sent them away. The four of them randomly divided into two groups and started playing. While smiling, he asked the oldest Victor, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Victor, whose face was slightly reddened by the female caddy who had just given close guidance, shook his head, "Not yet." Simon hit a ball casually, looked at the boy's expression, and tentatively said, "It seems that he should have a sweetheart." Victor did not answer, and followed the ball clumsily. Seeing that Anton, who was pulled into the same group as him, was hesitant to talk, Simon asked with a smile, "Tell me, which girl does your brother like?" One in their class. Anton glanced at his brother, and seeing that he didn't object too obviously, he continued, "But, well, she's the school cheerleader, she definitely doesn't like Vic." Both groups kicked off, and the four of them walked towards the landing point not far away. Simon gestured to the female caddy who was following not far away, "How about competing with him?" Simon asked while looking at Victor. The boy was a little shy and didn't answer. Anton responded for his brother again, and couldn't help but glance at the older sisters not far away, saying, "They're all beautiful, but Madeleine, it seems, her family runs a company, she is very rich, and she is also very proud." Simon smiled and said, "If you like her, you should chase her. Chasing a proud girl will make you feel more accomplished." Constantine looked at his brother and younger brother, hesitated a little, and said to Simon, "I don't like that girl. She has a boyfriend. Besides, last time in the restaurant, I heard her laugh at Anton's accent." Simon found the ball he had just hit and personally guided Anton to hit the ball. The smile on his face did not change, but he felt a little emotional in his heart. The three boys were not simple. They had only moved to the United States for less than a month, and the eldest had a girl he liked. The second and third boys unknowingly found out the general situation of the girl and even captured some private information. Maria, as a mother, probably didn't know these personality traits very well. Simon had seen them in the information in the morning, including Victor at this time, who was also pretending to be shy. Of course, Simon actually admired this kind of intelligence and precocity. Simon doesn't like children who are still ignorant when they enter middle school. At this age, they should know what they should know. Precocity is actually an advantage. As for childhood, although many people will regret the lack of childhood when they grow up, in fact, the ignorance of childhood is essentially just wasting time. Life is short, it is best not to waste it if you can. In addition, being able to tell these things to yourself also proves that the three boys are still young, and that they have probably accepted some of his identities in their subconscious. After Anton hit a ball, everyone continued to move. Simon said to Constantine, "You know, most successful people don't care too much about the ridicule or even insults of outsiders. As long as you are strong enough, any evaluation from others is not worth mentioning. Lions don't care about the provocation of mice. If you care too much about these things in life, it is a kind of confinement to yourself." The three boys listened to Simon's words together. Although they felt that it made sense, they were young after all. The most important thing was that the three boys at this time could not have Simon's strong mentality. Simon also noticed this very quickly and said again, "Well, maybe you can have a party at home this weekend, I'll have someone arrange it." In fact, people's hearts are very simple, and you boys and girls on campus now, the fundamental reliance in your heart is nothing more than your academic performance, sports ability and the family behind you. In terms of study, I believe you can do your best. As for family, I can help you do your best, so good that they can only look up to you. At that time, whether it is ethnicity or accent, it will no longer be a problem. Simon said this, and the two younger children were a little excited. Victor, on the other hand, hesitated a little and finally asked, "Simon, you, and my mother?" The boys were a little embarrassed to ask too directly, and the two younger ones looked at Simon evasively. Seeing Victor asking, Simon did not perfunctorily nod and said, "It's just what you think," and next, You will have a younger brother or sister. As an older brother, I hope you can take good care of him or her in the future." The three boys all widened their eyes and were speechless in surprise. They are very smart. They know what they should know and can think of almost everything they should think of. After all, it is impossible for their family to immigrate to the United States for no reason. This is a wish that many people pursue but cannot realize. What's more, they not only came to the United States, but also lived in a large manner in the wealthy area in the western suburbs of Boston, and could directly enter the Ivy League preparatory private school in the West District. The three boys secretly inquired that the so-called Ivy League preparatory school is basically a private school for the children of the privileged class in the United States. Entering such a middle school is equivalent to locking in the admission quota of the 8 major Ivy League schools in the United States in advance. Such a school, let alone other things, if they are just ordinary Ukrainian immigrants, they may not even be able to pay the tuition of up to $40,000 per year. Speaking of which, when they were still in Ukraine, the three boys had heard some private rumors. After all, their parents could not suddenly divorce for no reason. Today, they suddenly met Simon Westeros and heard him admit it directly, which was completely confirmed. Moreover, because the name Simon Westeros is really too prominent, deep in their hearts, the three boys' recognition is more than their instinctive resistance. Unexpectedly, Simon's words once again made the three boys feel a little helpless. They will have an extra brother or sister. Is this true? Exclamation mark. Simon gave the three boys some buffer time before continuing, "So, I am actually your stepfather now. Of course, I can't marry your mother, but I will take on the responsibilities, including taking care of you. Maybe the title of stepfather makes you feel uncomfortable, so you can treat me as your godfather, just like in Coppola's movie. How about it?" After hearing what Simon said, the three boys were stunned for a moment. Victor finally spoke first, looking at Simon seriously and said, "Simon, you have to promise to take good care of my mother." "Of course, I promise." Then the three boys looked at each other for a few more times, and then looked at Simon together. Without speaking, they reached some tacit understanding. Simon smiled and indicated that Constantine could play basketball. At the same time, he changed the subject and asked, "By the way, Coppola's The Godfather, have you all seen it?" The three boys shook their heads together. Simon said, "Then don't watch it. It's not good for you. I mean, you have to understand one thing. You are now standing at a higher social level. Gangs may make you feel excited and eager to make a move, but in essence, they are just fighting and struggling at the bottom of society. With the resources we can mobilize, if necessary, we can make them completely lose the ability to struggle at any time." Chapter 1040, Site Selection for Film and Television Base. In the early morning, Maria Rosen opened her eyes and felt the hot body of the man hugging her from behind. She immediately recalled everything that happened last night. Maria, who knew that this day would come, did not have too many complicated emotions after the constant preparation and brewing for a period of time. Women succumb to men, and the weak succumb to the strong. That's about it. The dim light coming through the curtain showed that it was still early, about 6 o'clock. She was a very self-disciplined woman and always got up at this time. But she didn't dare to move at this time. She was worried that she would wake him up and bully her again. Last night, she had already followed his wishes and broken through some tricks that she had never thought of before. In the end, he was reluctant to let her go until she begged for mercy. She gently put away her exposed arms, carefully retracted into the quilt, and slowly groped her lower abdomen. "It's not a very good time recently, but the chance still exists. I just don't know if it will really be as he wishes, and get pregnant with a little guy again." Thinking about it, it was abominable. He actually told the children yesterday that they would have a brother or sister, and he didn't point out that he was actually raising the one in Uliana's belly. What if there is no one next? Thinking about it, she suddenly blushed. Was he making excuses for herself? Because he also said that he hoped she could get pregnant as well, and then take care of the child together with Uliana's child, but she already had one this year. In short, since the birth of the youngest Enton, she has never thought about having another child. 4 children are enough. Just as she was thinking about it, Maria's body suddenly stiffened. Because the arm that was wrapped around her waist from behind began to move, obviously, someone woke up. "Morning." A man's greeting came from behind, and there was heat on her neck. I don't know if it was because she had recovered after a night's rest. Maria just felt that the heat quickly spread to her whole body. After all, she couldn't escape. Both of them woke up around 6 o'clock and didn't leave the bedroom until after 7 o'clock. Maria originally wanted to send Simon away. Today was different from yesterday. It would be too embarrassing to let him sit at the dining table with their family to eat breakfast. Unfortunately, she failed. The man was too thick-skinned and insisted on staying. She could only take over the housekeeper Angry Davis's job and keep herself busy as much as possible. She didn't sit at the table. After the three sons, who probably realized her embarrassment, hurriedly ate breakfast, she rushed them to school. They missed classes yesterday afternoon, so they had to go early today to make up for the lessons. Maria returned to the restaurant after watching the female guard Catalina drive the children away from the manor. Seeing that the milk cup next to him was empty, she helped to refill it. Just as he was about to share the meal, the housekeeper reappeared and took the initiative to ask for help, so she sat down next to her. Simon was very satisfied with both Maria and Uliana. Both women have excellent looks and good figures. Moreover, because one lives a life of luxury and the other is self-disciplined, their physical conditions are well maintained beyond their peers. Just like the woman beside him, Simon knows that she is already 43 years old, but her skin condition is so good that Simon can't let go. Seeing Maria sitting down, Simon didn't wait for the shy woman to speak first, and said, "By the way, what is your original surname?" Before Gurley had time to tell her about some of Simon's arrangements, Maria heard it, but she was smart enough to guess it immediately. She looked up and glanced at him carefully and said, "Bezruk." "Bezruk, is this also a Slavic surname?" Maria nodded. "It's a very common surname in Ukraine. I still like Meretskova and the like." Simon smiled and said, "In that case, you and the children should change back to your original surnames." Maria didn't resist much and nodded, "Okay." Although she said so, she couldn't help but think of the man who was already her ex-husband again. After all, it was a relationship that started in college. However, it is the past after all. Simon added, "I told the children yesterday that we will hold a party at home this weekend and invite some of their classmates to come and play. You prepare for the next few days, and I will let Ange stay here to help you. If necessary, you can also call Lulia. In addition, I will arrange some special guests at that time, such as the mayor of Boston, or the president of Harvard or MIT, etc., depending on their schedules." Maria is not very familiar with the social rules of Americans, but she realized that this must be the little man helping their family improve their status in the Boston network circle. This is indeed the case. Yesterday, Simon took the two women to the cocktail party, which was equivalent to revealing the identities of the two women to the upper elites of Boston. Inviting some political and business celebrities to the weekend party is a kind of support for the three boys. Of course, there are some side effects. After all, Simon Westeros's lover is just a lover after all. Simon also wants to see the three boys' ability to deal with this, which is a test. Maria agreed again, hesitated a little, and asked again, "Will you come then?" Simon shook his head. "We'll talk next time." He had been away from the West Coast for a week, and he would definitely stay at his home in Cape Dumay this weekend to accompany the woman and the children. Maria didn't know whether she was disappointed or relieved when she heard this. After having breakfast with a woman, Simon went to another nearby manor to see Uliana, made some arrangements, and then set off to fly back to the West Coast. When Simon returned to Los Angeles, the first news he heard was that Jennifer was also successfully pregnant, and the Westeros family would welcome another little life. Counting it up, this should be the seventh. However, Simon certainly did not hide Uliana's matter from the two Jennifers, and at the same time confirmed one thing, that in the future, children other than the two Jennifers would no longer enter Cape Dumay Manor, so this should be the sixth child in Cape Dumay Manor. Simon, as a father, was the first to get the news after the two mothers, followed by the Raybould family. The Rayboulds were also the happiest. James and Carol had hoped that Jennifer would have another child after Seattle, and had hinted and urged Simon several times for this. Now they finally got what they wanted. The couple obviously saw that with the current huge size of the Westeros system, no heir would be able to take over alone in the future. Therefore, as long as it was Westeros, there would be hope to inherit a considerable amount of assets in the future. After receiving the news, the Rayboulds came from New York and stayed in Los Angeles for a few days. September 1996 ended quickly with everyone's joy at the birth of a new life. Entering October 1st, Deanery's Entertainment's fiscal year cycle ended. and the full-year financial report for the 1996 fiscal year from October 1995 to September 1996 will be announced in mid-October. Speaking of which, the U.S. stock market has been rising rapidly since the release of the 1996 Forbes 400 Rich list in the United States at the end of August. The U.S. Department of Justice launched a second antitrust investigation into Intrigues, which not only failed to suppress the stock price of this new technology giant, but also had the opposite effect, causing Intrigues' stock price to continue to hit new highs. In order to attract more small and medium-sized investors, Intrigues has recently been discussing a stock split plan, intending to split Intrigues stock into 5 in October. If it was at the beginning of this year, Simon would not be in favor of stock splits for the purpose of suppressing the new technology bubble. Moreover, thinking about the market strategy of a number of new technology companies that are proud of their high stock prices, not splitting Intrigues stock is also a good choice. However, Simon did not object this time. Since the bubble is completely unstoppable, let it come more violently. Anyway, the preparations that the Westeros system should make are basically ready. On the other hand, in the same October, there was only 1 month left before the 1996 U.S. presidential election, and the U.S. election campaign also entered the October surprise stage. Whether it was the presidential election or the change of congressmen, everyone began to throw out various bottom-up chips in the last month. The demons danced wildly and brilliantly. Of course, there is not much suspense about the presidential election. After all, there is only one step left before the election. Even if the new technology bubble bursts recently, it will not bring too much direct impact on Clinton's support rate. What's more, in October, not only Deaneries Entertainment will announce the financial report of the past fiscal year, but also the quarterly financial reports of a number of new technology companies will be released. Whether it is Intrigues, Cisco, AOL in the core of the Westeros system or Microsoft, Intel, Oracle and so on in the periphery, it is expected that they will give a very good financial report. Coupled with the Intrigues stock split operation, the Nasdaq market will definitely rush again. According to some investigations in Silicon Valley, some turning points will probably be at the end of this year or the first half of next year. By then, various small and medium-sized internet companies that have been IPO'd in the past 1 or 2 years will have burned through the funds raised in the early stage, and the real financial revenue situation will become more and more obvious. At that time, as long as there is a fuse, the Nasdaq will undoubtedly collapse. Los Angeles. Time flies and it is already October 8th. Tuesday. Simon had just arrived at the office of Malibu Studios in the morning when Lady A handed him 2 documents that had just been sent from China. It was about the site selection plan for Jinshu Film and Television City. On the Chinese side, Simon received Chen Qing's message when he was still in Melbourne last month, and agreed that the project would eventually be competed by the 2 cities of Hangzhou and Suzhou. Both sides obviously attached great importance to it, and today officially announced the support policies and preferential conditions that each side could provide. Simon spent more than an hour to read the 2 documents. First of all, it was the site selection. Hangdian Film and Television City was undoubtedly the most famous film and television production base in China. This seemed to give ordinary people an impression that large film and television cities should not be built in cities. This is of course a misunderstanding. The key to the success of Hangdian Film and Television City lies in its founder, which is actually a model of hard work and success. If it weren't for his own plan, Simon wouldn't mind continuing to let Hangdian Film and Television City reproduce its former glory this time. Of course, it's definitely not possible now. After all, the Westeros system has its own interests. Even if Simon doesn't plan to make this money, he needs to consider the interest chain of the entire Westeros system. In terms of site selection, whether it is Suzhou or Hangzhou, Simon actually likes it very much. Compared with remote towns like Hangdian in the mountains, big cities like Suzhou and Hangzhou have unparalleled advantages in infrastructure. Moreover, it is not suitable to be built in urban areas. Just take Los Angeles as an example. The film and television bases of several major studios are not all in the City of Angels. It is nothing more than that it cannot be built in the densely populated area of the city center. Simon has certainly never thought about it. Speaking of which, Paramount Studios and Fox Studios, which seem to be located in the prosperous urban area of Los Angeles, were actually located in the suburbs when they were just established. In China, the sites given by the 2 cities are of course suburban. Suzhou is a suburban area between the west of the city and Taehu Lake. According to the conditions given in the information, As long as Jinshu Film and Television City is willing to be located in Suzhou, Simon can choose any plot on the western suburbs. Speaking of which, Suzhou's current development focuses on the Suzhou Industrial Park in the eastern suburbs. Many companies in the Westeros system have opened factories in the Suzhou Industrial Park, including the private garden that Simon is building in Suzhou, which is also on the island in the middle of the lake between Jinji Lake and Dushu Lake, on the edge of the industrial zone. Now, in order to win the Jinshu Film and Television City project, the SZ municipal government has also given a carrying pole plan. It sounds like a very rustic name, but it is actually very ambitious. As long as Jinshu Film and Television City is located in the western suburbs, the municipal government will vigorously support the film and television cultural tourism industry in the western suburbs, that is, a whole large cultural tourism industry chain. In the end, a city of Suzhou, with Suzhou Industrial Park in the east, supporting the economy, and Jinshu Film and Television City in the west, supporting the culture, forming a carrying pole pattern. Next is Hangzhou. Simon happened to be very familiar with the site selected by the other party. It was roughly in the western suburbs of the city, across the mountains from the Westlake Scenic Area, and it was the Zixi Wetland Park area that Simon remembered was very famous. Of course, there is no concept of wetland park yet, and that is just a pure suburb of Hangzhou. Compared with the undulating terrain in the western suburbs of Suzhou, the advantage of the western suburbs of Hangzhou is that it is located in a plain area, which is more suitable for large-scale engineering development. In addition to the site selection, there are policy support and tax incentives. The conditions given by both sides in this regard are not much different, basically reaching the limit, and after all, the relevant powers and regulations are there, and it is impossible to mess around. After Simon finished reading the two documents, he also connected to Chen Qing's video call. He had a brief discussion with the two women who were in Shanghai at the time, and quickly made a decision to choose Suzhou. It was mainly after careful analysis that Simon found that the industrial layout of the Westeros system in Jiangsu was obviously much more than that in Zhejiang. The most important one is the JS Provincial Steel Group, a super-large steel giant with a capacity of tens of millions of tons jointly established by Johnston Holdings and the JS provincial government in Australia, plus the investment of Nokia, Tinkerbell and other companies in Suzhou Industrial Park. These projects actually mean a very mature network of connections behind them. If you want to do business well in China, this factor must be taken into account. In comparison, Zhejiang is much weaker. Moreover, if it is placed in Hangzhou, it may have to compete with Hangdian, which is also in Zhejiang, in the future. Rather than letting the Zhejiang provincial government be embarrassed at that time, it is better to jump out in advance. Chapter 1041, Money Stealing Training Course. Shanghai, in the building of number 18 The Bund. After holding a video conference with her boss in Los Angeles at about 1 a.m. last night, Chen Qing still got up on time at 6 a.m., not tired at all after staying up late, but rather quite excited. After the routine morning exercise, she sat in the restaurant at 7 o'clock. While looking through some documents sent by her assistant Lily Favell, she picked up the cutlery to eat. She did not forget to say to Lin Su, who was sitting opposite her in a bad mood, "This is a decision made by the boss himself. Hangzhou can't blame you. As for your father, I think you should ignore him." Lin Su glared at her weakly. "He's my father, can you show some respect?" "I'm not disrespectful," Chen Qing retorted. "Besides, we have decided to invest in the last 3 projects. Of course, although the scale is not large, it is enough for your father to get the job done. What's more, your father this year, well, he's almost 60 years old anyway, and he's about to retire. Why bother?" Lin Su took a sip of red bean porridge and shook her head. "Let's not talk about this." "Okay," Chen Qing did not continue, and said, "I have to go back to Suzhou in the morning. You can only go to the Internet Entrepreneurship Training class here today. In fact, they need to see only you." Who knows who Chen Qing is? Lin Su rolled her eyes at Chen Qing, but nodded slightly. Chen Qing had an idea for the Internet Entrepreneurship Training class a few months ago, but she later found it too troublesome. The main reason was that she couldn't make much money. After all, both women were worth billions of RMB, so she almost gave up. It was Simon who spoke up and the project was able to continue. Simon hoped that the budding internet industry in China would not be blinded by the dark. He personally took charge of it and adopted the case teaching method of Harvard Business School. He conducted a detailed analysis and summary of a series of successful business websites in the United States from the aspects of project financing, equity structure, daily operations, business model, etc., and created a 30-day short-term entrepreneurship training program. It can be said that it is full of gold content. Even the head of the China branch was worried that the apprentice would starve to death. Simon was not worried at all. After all, people only see those successful companies, but often ignore the thousands of failed cases in the same industry. It's like there are too many great principles in books, but there are very few people who can really do it. For China's internet field, Simon plans to adopt a localization strategy, that is, mainly investing and holding shares, and does not intend to do it himself. The major internet giants in the United States once conquered the world with great momentum, but they all failed in China. This is not just because the overseas corporate teams are not acclimatized to the Chinese market. Instead of personally facing various constraints in China, it is better to be the boss behind the scenes. Therefore, this monthly Internet Entrepreneurship Training class launched simultaneously in Beijing and Shanghai can actually be said to be a talent screening for the internet industry in China for the Westeros system. It doesn't matter whether it makes money or not. However, because she felt that it was really hard work, although it was only a 1-month training program, Chen Qing directly set the fee at 100,000 yuan. In this era when people are still talking about people with a monthly income of 10,000 yuan, charging 100,000 yuan for a 1-month entrepreneurship training course is simply crazy for outsiders. After Simon knew about it, he did not object. After all, the current internet industry in China is not something that anyone can get involved in. If you are really poor, you probably have no money to start a business. Being able to come up with 100,000 yuan and dare to come up with 100,000 yuan can also be considered a kind of screening. Moreover, in addition to the valuable entrepreneurship training courses, the 100,000 yuan is mainly used to provide connections. Students who attend the training course will definitely be registered, which is equivalent to obtaining the huge network of connections in the Westeros system. Therefore, although the students spent 100,000 yuan on the 1-month training course, there will still be an assessment at the end of the course, and the students' scores will also be recorded. The October training course will start on October 1st. In Beijing, Chen Qing and Lin Su had already shown up a few days ago. In Shanghai, because the two women only arrived yesterday, they were previously scheduled to show up today and say a few words. In fact, it is also an endorsement of the strength behind the training class. Now, those who are slightly more informed in China have already known that a young Chinese woman who has just immigrated a few years ago appeared on the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans in August, and the other party is also inextricably linked to the huge Westeros system. After breakfast, although it was still early, Chen Qing set off without stopping. She even had her phone on her ear when she went out, and she looked like she was not going to touch the ground. Lin Su, who stayed behind, was not idle either. First, she informed Hung Zhou of the bad news she had just received last night. The project of Jinshu Film and Television City had failed. She called her father directly. Father Lin felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on him. He asked anxiously if he could fight for it again and said he would come in person. Lin Su had no choice but to bring up Chen Qing's idea at breakfast, saying that this was a decision made by someone personally and could not be changed. Then there were sighs and persuasion from the other side. Fortunately, Lin's mother snatched the microphone in the end, and forcibly drove away Lin's father, who was putting pressure on her daughter with family affection. After chatting for a while, she obviously knew that her daughter had been disturbed a lot because of being on that list, and suggested that Lin Su return to the United States to hide away for a while. After Lin Su hung up the phone, she thought of her mother's words, and her thoughts turned to what the man had said some time ago. Simon Lin Westeros, Jr. For some reason, although she rarely mentioned it in front of Chen Qing to avoid showing off, she was looking forward to it more and more. For this reason, she really followed the man's advice and began to take care of her body. Probably, it was because she had really reached the age of being a mother. Although she was looking forward to it, it was impossible to go back in the short term. There were too many things on hand. She originally planned to stay in Shanghai for 2 days and go to Hong Kong tomorrow, because of the listing of China Telecom. Now, Chen Qing changed her plan temporarily, and she had to go to Hong Kong alone tomorrow. After hanging up her mother's phone, Lin Su was stunned for a while, picked up the phone again, and dialed the number of BJ. In addition to the matter of Jinshu Film and Television City last night, the two also talked with a man about a VA real estate project in BJ, which was the CP District Rose Garden that made a lot of noise in the media some time ago. After a careful investigation during this period, Chen Qing really wanted to take over this project. However, the problem is that it is not suitable to use the name of Levison Group. Because the debts of this project are too complicated, the direct or indirect debts, just the ones they investigated, are no less than 600 million yuan. Many of the debts are bad debts left by developers who wanted to get something for nothing, and even usury. If they get involved in the name of Levison Group, then in the eyes of all parties, it is like seeing a fat sheep. It would be a waste not to kill it. At that time, if Levison Group wants to get this project, it must take over all the bad debts that cannot be explained. It must not be done openly. It happened that Jill Pecht, who came to China with Zhu Momo some time ago, was sent by the man to target the real estate industry in China, and happened to be a good agent. After understanding the general situation of the project, the man's intention came next. In fact, if Lin Su and Chen Qing were to do this project alone, the funds they have now would definitely be more than enough. However, according to the man's advice, the global economy is now in a state of overheating, so it is best to hold on to your purse strings and cash is king. Chen Qing is simply blindly following someone. Resolutely execute. Lin Su, who was confused about the money, became clearer after the last speech. The money in his hands will belong to his son in the future. Of course, he can't mess it up. What's more, the Rose Garden project in Beijing is actually very risky in Lin Su's opinion. You know, although China's economic development has been very rapid in the past 2 years, and it is expected that this year's GDP growth will even reach an astonishing 17%, the real estate industry is still in a trough due to the bursting of the Hainan real estate bubble and the 16 articles of the state regulation in 1993. Compared with the astonishing 17% growth of GDP, the growth scale of the real estate industry in 1996 was only 1%. In fact, the reason why the Rose Garden project fell into the quagmire was also affected by the industry downturn and industry regulation. In short, in Lin Su's opinion, this is not a very good project. What's more, there are various tangled problems. When it was mentioned last night, Lin Su hoped that someone would directly reject it, but unfortunately he was obviously very interested and agreed. It covers an area of 800 acres. This is the largest villa project in China at this stage, no one else. If she took over rashly, what if she messed it up in the future? Anyway, since he made the decision, she could only try her best to help him do it well. After all of this in the future, well, according to his meaning, will belong to his son. So she discussed it with Jill Pecht on the phone for more than half an hour. For now, she is still waiting and watching. Because the problem is still in the entanglement stage, it is not suitable to intervene too early. Moreover, with the chaos shown by this project and the current status of China's real estate industry, there are basically no people willing to take over the villa area, covering an area of 800 acres. After all, in the eyes of many people, this project is too big, and it is not known whether there are deeper problems. Instead of getting stuck in such a quagmire, it is better to invest in other projects starting from scratch. According to the discussion last night, what we have to wait for now is the intervention at the government level. In fact, the government certainly does not want to intervene in such a mess, but if it cannot be resolved, it will inevitably become a stain on the relevant officials. On the other hand, government intervention is, to some extent, a kind of endorsement. According to the analysis of the data collected here, if no one takes over, such a large real estate project will only go bankrupt, and it will become the largest real estate enterprise bankruptcy case in China so far, which is definitely a big stain. Therefore, the time for the Westeros system to enter the market is after the government intervenes and before the project goes bankrupt. Avoiding the bankruptcy of the project is equivalent to helping some people a big favor. At the same time, if you want a Westeros system, of course, as an agent, to take over this mess, the government must help sort out the legal and debt entanglements. First of all, the various approval procedures for the project must be completed if there are any ambiguities. Secondly, it is debt restructuring. If the project does not bear the debt, it must not be taken advantage of. Even if it is an existing debt, since the creditor has made a mistake, don't think about the interest. Even if it is the principal, you must give a proper discount. Otherwise, if you really go through the bankruptcy process, you may not be able to keep the principal, which means you will lose everything. After ending the call with the Beijing side, seeing that the time is almost right, Lin Su set off for Fudan University. The training class on BJ's side was set up in Tsinghua University, and on the Shanghai side, a classroom at Fudan University was rented through some connections. It was to ensure the credibility of the training program. After all, they spent 100,000 yuan, and seeing that the class was held in a university like Tsinghua or Fudan, they would instinctively feel that it was more reliable. Arriving a quarter of an hour before the class time of 9 o'clock, Lin Suxin talked with a lecturer in charge of the morning class for a while. Speaking of which, the lecturers on both sides were also selected by Simon himself. They were either Chinese executives from Silicon Valley or senior researchers from CRSI Capital China Economic Research Institute. The training class was only planned to last for 1 year. For these lecturers, Simon's arrangement was also very interesting. At the end of the 1-year course, they could directly get a $1 million angel investment provided by the Westeros system and start a business in China. After all, after teaching a year of courses, these lecturers must be more familiar with the ins and outs of the internet industry than the students. Of course, knowing the truth is one thing, and whether you can do things according to the truth is definitely another. 9 o'clock. At the beginning of the morning class, Lin Su and the lecturer walked into the classroom together. They first introduced themselves, and then called the roll to get to know everyone. There were 41 students in this session. Judging from their ages, they were all under 30 years old. In fact, they had learned about them in advance. Some of them were trained at public expense. It was the same with BJ. After learning that there was such a training class, some young government officials or senior executives of state-owned enterprises would sign up for the training in each session. When Chen Qing received the call to greet them, she even considered exempting these people from tuition fees. After all, they were not here to make money. Although, like this class, there were a total of 41 people, 100,000 yuan per person, and a monthly income of 4.1 million yuan, which was actually almost like robbing money. However, when Chen Qing said that he could give a few free places in each session, the authorities did not take advantage of this, but took the initiative to pay the full tuition. In this case, there was no pretense on this side. After all, these people did not spend their own money. The next thing to pay special attention to is that this is probably what some people want. Chapter 1042, The Sky is Falling. Suzhou, near Taiyang Mountain in the western suburbs of the city. This is the second day since Chen Qing returned to Suzhou. After Simon made her choice, the girl acted vigorously and quickly summoned all the people in charge of Jinshu Film and Television City to Suzhou, and began to carry out substantial project promotion with the municipal government. Today's battle is even bigger. After learning the details of the Jinshu Film and Television City project of the SZ municipal government, the province specially sent a senior official in charge of cultural tourism and other related industries to conduct an inspection. This is mainly because of the Westeros system background behind this project. In addition, there is actually the factor of Chen Qing's mediation. After all, the more official support this project gets from various levels, the smoother the subsequent promotion will be. Chen Qing is much more familiar with these aspects than his own boss. In the past 2 years, with someone's tiger skin and corresponding resources, he has unknowingly woven a complex network of connections. Government officials at all levels, Jinshu executives, accompanying TV stations, and even director Chen Da, the director of the first film scheduled to be stationed in the first project, the Qin Palace, got off the car and gathered at a selected plot on the west side of Taiyang Mountain. Chen Qing naturally took over the job of project manager and personally explained to leaders at all levels of the province and city. According to our plan, the Qin Palace is expected to cover an area of 1,000 acres, with an investment of 200 million yuan. It is based on the Shanyang Palace of the Qin dynasty. The planned construction area is not less than 100,000 square meters, including at least 25 palaces of various types and an ancient city street in the Qin and Han styles. At present, the project has been scheduled to be the set for director Chen's The Emperor and the Assassin with an investment of 70 million yuan and director Zhang's Hero with an investment of $30 million. This is just the beginning. After the completion of the first phase of the project, we will also build an antique historical park in the style of Sui and Tang, Song and Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties in accordance with a historical order. The total planned investment is not less than 2 billion yuan, and the development cycle is 10 years. Chen Qing walked side by side with several government leaders around him and talked freely. As soon as he finished speaking, a senior official named Wang beside him said with a smile, "Xiao Chen, I am sure about the Qin Palace project. When I came here, I had already seen the planning drawings that Director Chen spent several years designing. To be honest, it is very grand. However, you said that you plan to develop it for 10 years and invest 2 billion. Are you just drawing empty promises for us?" Senior official Wang said in a half-joking tone, and everyone around him laughed. Chen Qing also showed her standard dimpled smile and shook her head, saying, "Of course not, Chief. 2 billion is actually less than $300 million. Deaneries Entertainment is currently building the Rome Universal Studios in Italy, with a total investment of $1 billion. Senior official Wang nodded, suddenly changed the subject, and asked, "By the way, why didn't Miss Lin Su come with you this time?" "Lin Su is in Hong Kong now, for China Telecom's affairs. Chief, you know, this is the first time that our country's telecommunications industry has gone abroad, and it is also an important cooperation with the Westeros system. Even Simon attaches great importance to it. I spoke to Simon yesterday, and he specifically mentioned this matter," Chen Qing said, hesitating a little, and added, "In fact, Chief, regarding the Forbes list, Asu and I should have been on the same list, because we both hold the same share of Scober shares, but Simon felt that it would be too eye-catching if the two of us were on the list together, so he only put Asa on the list." The people around couldn't help but perk up when they heard Chen Qing mention someone. Now when they heard Chen Qing say that she actually had the same asset share as Lin Su, they were surprised and confused, but they couldn't help but get a little more excited. Even Wang, who was strolling leisurely, couldn't help but slow down his pace, looked at Chen Qing, shook his head and smiled, and asked, "So, Xiao Chen, you are also a super rich man now. It's just stocks, just like the technology stocks in the United States now, there is a certain bubble," Chen Qing explained calmly. "As for cash, there is actually not that much. Like Simon, although Forbes said that his net worth is as high as $1.5 trillion, the cash that can be used in a short period of time is only a few $100 billion at most, and most of the stocks cannot be cashed out, otherwise the stock market will collapse." The people around were all suddenly enlightened again. Senior official Wang smiled again as he did just now, and did not pursue the matter any further, returning to the original topic. "I have also learned in advance that the Three Kingdoms city built by CCTV in Wuxi for the filming of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. After it was open to the public in recent years, in addition to being a filming location, it has indeed made a lot of ticket money. But yours, just a Qin Palace, will take up 1,000 acres, plus the follow-up. Isn't the scale too large?" "Of course not," Chen Qing said firmly. "Chief, it's not that the plan of Jinshu Film and Television City is too big, but the main reason is that CCTV's film and television base in Wuxi is too small. Moreover, if I may be frank, CCTV's management of the Three Kingdoms city in Wuxi is very extensive and has not formed a reasonable business model at all. As for Jinshu Film and Television City, we will introduce the management experience of American film and television theme parks. Just like Universal Studios in Los Angeles, this film and television city can meet the filming of a large number of film and television projects of Deaneries Entertainment while attracting millions of tourists every year. According to the information I have learned recently, Deaneries Entertainment just ended a fiscal year cycle in September, and in the past 12 months, only the Universal Studios in Los Angeles has attracted more than 7 million tourists from all over the world, with a cumulative revenue of $1.1 billion, equivalent to 9.5 billion RMB. Except for senior official Wang, the officials of the SZ municipal government had actually heard Chen Qing's remarks in advance, otherwise they would not have concocted a carrying pole plan in just 1 month. But at this time, hearing Chen Qing say this again, the people around couldn't help but take a breath. Not to mention the nearly 10 billion yuan in revenue generated each year. Even if the area here can only achieve half of the output value in the future, it will be a great achievement for all the officials who are promoting this project. After hearing what Chen Qing said, senior official Wang remained calm on the surface, but said, "There is still a gap between our country and the United States. We can't compare, right?" Chen Qing did not refute this time, but nodded slightly, and then said, "Chief, in fact, the development of the United States has reached a bottleneck, while we in China still have unlimited potential. It is expected that our country's GDP growth will reach 17% this year, which is a remarkable achievement worldwide. In fact, it means that the living standards of our people are rapidly improving. Behind this improvement, it represents the demand for culture and entertainment in addition to basic material needs. The Jinshu Film and Television City project can just meet this. Just as you just mentioned that the Three Kingdoms city is very popular, this has shown that our country's cultural tourism industry has great potential. Senior official Wang nodded slightly, and then said, "You just said that the development cycle of the project will take 10 years. Yes, Chen Qing certainly understood the subtext of this sentence. This is also a kind of instinct of China's current ruling officials. Because it is impossible to stay in one place for a long time, they often pursue short-term benefits." Chen Qing has also considered this and said, "The tourism attributes of Jinshu Film and Television City need to be cultivated slowly. Maybe it will not be effective in the short term, but its own film and television industry attributes are immediate. Just like the Qin Palace, it has already locked in 2 major investment projects from Director Chen and Director Zhang. In this regard, we also need to refer to foreign experience." Senior official Wang showed a curious expression at the right time. Chen Qing whetted everyone's appetite for a while and continued, "Everyone knows that Hollywood is in the United States, but in fact, Hollywood film shooting has been moving abroad in recent years, such as Canada or Australia. In order to attract film projects, countries like Canada and Australia have introduced very generous tax rebate conditions. As far as I know, in Australia, the current average tax rebate rate can reach 15%. For a film with an investment of $100 million, the government can give a direct cash subsidy of $15 million. Why do they do this? Because these film and television projects can drive the growth of various local industries. Just like the $100 million of film production funds, as long as it is produced locally, it is equivalent to being digested locally, which is equivalent to being integrated into the local GDP. At this point, Chen Qing paused briefly, and seeing that everyone was listening attentively, she quickly continued, "Speaking of our side, Jinshu Film and Television City only needs to be completed. It does not need to be slowly cultivated like the tourism industry. As long as it is properly operated, it can bring tangible economic benefits in the short term. After all, although our domestic film industry is a bit sluggish, the television industry is booming. Every year, hundreds of TV dramas need to be filmed. As long as they can be attracted, the money spent by these crews will naturally be integrated into our local economy. In addition, there is employment. In addition to the jobs brought by the film and television city itself, the completion of the project will also drive employment in surrounding accommodation, catering, transportation and other aspects. Even for extras, the digestion capacity in this regard is even stronger, because a film and television drama requires hundreds of extras, and all ages are needed. Therefore, around the film and television city, to say a little jokingly, as long as you are able to move, you will be able to find a job in the film and television city industry chain in the future. At a time when the reform of state-owned enterprises is in full swing and a large number of workers have been laid off, the employment issue is also a focus of attention for governments at all levels, and it is also a political achievement if it is done well. Chen Qing's topic was always about GDP and employment. She accurately laid out the 2 main points that everyone on the scene was most concerned about. The on-site inspection process lasted only half an hour, and during this half an hour, most of the time was spent on Chen Qing's eloquence and the people around her who were encouraged to look forward to the future. Then, everyone moved back to the city for another hour-long symposium. Senior official Wang, whose mood was also raised by Chen Qing, personally asked if there were any problems with the project. Of course, this point could not be perfect, but Chen Qing did not raise it in person, looking very satisfied. After all, it was best to discuss the problem at home. In the end, senior official Wang discovered the problem himself. He thought that the construction of the Qin Palace in the hilly area on the west side of Sun Mountain, 20 kilometers away from the city, was a little remote, and suggested that the project be moved to the flat area on the east side for more convenient construction. Chen Qing politely rejected Wang's good intentions and explained seriously that doing so was first of all a response to the country's call to not occupy arable land. Actually, doing so was more conducive to quick approval, and the earth and rocks in the hilly area were also convenient for a series of projects to use local materials. In addition, the distance of 20 kilometers was just right. It only took more than 10 minutes to drive from the city. Moreover, the Kin Palace was just the beginning. Next, as long as everything went well, the land area of 50 square kilometers to the west of Taeyang Mountain would become a potential development area. If it was moved to the east of Taeyang Mountain, the land would definitely not be enough, and it might even compete with municipal construction. After listening to Chen Qing's explanation, Wang praised Jinshu Film and Television City for its overall consideration. Then there was a lunch at noon. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that everyone had a good time. However, of course it was not the end. To be precise, everything had just begun. After seeing Wang off, everyone returned to the municipal government, where a group of direct leaders and several senior executives of the Jinshu department held a small meeting to discuss the next plan and some important personnel appointments. Speaking of which, although there is an accurate administrative division near Taeyang Mountain, there has been no accurate regional name for these years. It is just generally called SZ Suburban District. Since it is planned to carry out vigorous development, it must not continue to be so vague. Therefore, after a brief discussion, the municipal government intends to clarify that this area will be renamed Hukyu District. In fact, it is also a later name in the original time and space. Many people have begun to call it this way in recent years, which is a natural thing. On the other hand, it is personnel. In the past few years, because Suzhou's development focus was on the industrial park in the eastern suburbs, the location there was naturally popular. The SZ suburban area in the west was inevitably unloved by grandmas and uncles. Now, it is planned to develop it on a large scale and promote the pole pattern, and the location here has immediately become hot. Even with the care of the provincial government and the project that the top leaders of the municipal government are trying their best to promote, Chen Qing understands the truth that it is easy to see the devil but difficult to deal with the little devil, so he also plans to place his own people here. The candidate has been chosen a long time ago. Zhu Momo's mother, Mo Yiling. So, after the closed-door meeting in the afternoon, Chen Qing also successfully got a position as a deputy district chief. The district chief who did not fight for the top position was the result of repeated consideration. After all, that position was too eye-catching. It would be enough to insert someone with enough say. This continued until the evening. After leaving the municipal government, Chen Qing and several other executives of the Jinshu department made an appointment for a meeting tomorrow morning. As soon as she got into the car, she skillfully took out her mobile phone and called Zhu Momo's mother. The call was quickly connected. Chen Qing got straight to the point. There was a position suitable for the other party. Although they were both deputy division level, being transferred from a remote small county in Yunnan to coastal prefecture level city not only allowed her to escape the circle where the Mo family was suppressed, but also allowed her to display her talents as soon as she came. With Zhu Momo's mother's character, even if she realized that there were other tricks, she would not refuse. Mo Yiling did not agree immediately, but just said that she needed to think about it. After all, she was the pillar of the Mo family in their small county, and the one with the highest official hat. Once she left, what would a group of brothers and sisters do? Chen Qing also accurately guessed the other party's thoughts, and at the end of the call she said that she could arrange for their entire family to come out, and that the Westeros system had such strength, and then she only gave the other party one night to consider. Chapter 1043 Too Much Money. In the United States, the most important thing for Simon recently is the financial statistics of Deanery's Entertainment Group for the past fiscal year. As a leader in the booming U.S. stock market, the global capital market is also paying close attention to this matter. Simon returned to Los Angeles from New York and followed up on it personally for a while. Deanery's Entertainment Group finally released its full-year financial report for the 1996 fiscal year on October 17. From October 1995 to September 1996, Deanery's Entertainment Group's operating income for the 4 quarters reached a new high of $36.1 billion. Compared with the revenue data of $27.6 billion in fiscal 1995, the annual revenue growth rate still maintained an increase of 31%, which significantly exceeded the growth rate forecast of 25% to 30% by Wall Street institutions and major financial media. It is not uncommon for a company to maintain a doubling of growth in the early stage of its establishment, but it is well known that when the revenue volume reaches the tens of billions of dollars, it is almost geometrically difficult to maintain high growth. After Deanery's Entertainment Group's annual revenue exceeded the $30 billion mark, its annual revenue growth was still able to maintain more than 30%. Even if it cannot be said to be a miracle, it is not far off. Therefore, When the financial report was just released, many people's first reaction was to question, how is this possible? According to the revenue scale of $36.1 billion Deanery's Entertainment Group is already enough to rank among the top 15 of the top 500 American companies by revenue, and is on par with century-old giants such as DuPont, Citi, and Texaco. However, after reading the financial report in detail, everything is irrefutable. Just like the core film business. It's just that in the past summer season, compared with previous years, almost every box office movie this year has a close connection with Deanery's Entertainment, which to a large extent represents the continued increase in Deanery's Entertainment's share of the American film industry. Outsiders watch the excitement. For insiders, behind this appearance, it represents real interests. Moreover, many people have further realized that Deanery's Entertainment has maintained a relatively restrained attitude in previous years, but since the past year, or more precisely, since the successful acquisition of Metropolitan ABC Group, Deanery's Entertainment seems to no longer conceal its ambition and edge. Looking at the big from the small, compared with the fiscal year 1995, Deanery's Entertainment's film and television entertainment sector revenue in fiscal year 1996 increased by 34% in the whole year, driven by a series of blockbusters and popular dramas, which is 3 percentage points higher than the group's average of 31%. Overall, this financial report performance that all other major Hollywood studios can't match is not due to the sudden outbreak of one aspect of Deanery's Entertainment's business, but is due to the fact that this super media and entertainment giant spanning multiple fields such as film, television, music, games, comics, theme parks, etc. has started to advance in all aspects of its business. This is actually the most terrifying point. After all, many companies can only develop new businesses in order to pursue further growth after their development reaches a bottleneck. Deanery's Entertainment Group, which has already dominated Hollywood, does not even need to open up new businesses, and its various sectors can still maintain strong growth when many people think that growth has reached its peak bottleneck. After revenue, there is naturally profit. Also, thanks to not investing too much money in the so-called emerging businesses, Deanery's Entertainment Group's full-year profit also hit a new high, reaching $5.27 billion, a year-on-year increase of 42% compared to last year's $3.71 billion, and the net profit margin rose from last year's 13.4% to 14.7%. With a profit scale of more than $5 billion, according to the financial data of major companies in the same fiscal year that have been announced, Deanery's Entertainment's profitability ranks fifth, second only to General Motors, ExxonMobil, General Electric and Philip Morris. This is also the only 5 companies with a net profit scale of more than $5 billion in the current fiscal year. The market value of Deanery's Entertainment Group exceeded the astonishing high of $450 billion during the release of the Forbes 400 Rich list in August. With the release of the full-year financial report on Thursday, October 17, Deanery's Entertainment stock price rose by 3.7% that day, breaking through the $500 billion mark from $495.1 billion the day before. The market value reached $513.4 billion at the close of the day, with a single-day market value increase of $18.3 billion. At the same time, it became the second company in the world to break through the $500 billion market value after Egret. On the same day, a CNN financial reporter commented on Deanery's Entertainment stock price on his Facebook page, using only one phrase, irrational. At a time when the new technology wave is surging, the market value of a media and entertainment company that should not be so popular can reach such a high level, which does seem to make the market seem to have completely lost its mind. However, after a detailed analysis of Deanery's Entertainment Group's various financial data, the industry has to admit that compared with a series of core companies in the Westeros system, such as Cisco, AOL, Egret, etc., Deanery's Entertainment Group is the company with the most solid foundation. While maintaining high growth, all business sectors of Deanery's Entertainment have achieved substantial revenue and profit. Apart from other factors, based on the market value of $503.4 billion at the close of the day, the P/E ratio of Deanery's Entertainment stock is actually only 96 times. The P/E ratio is as high as 96 times, and it seems that the word only should not be used, but compared with a large number of companies with P/E ratios of hundreds of times in the new technology field, the bubble content of Deanery's Entertainment is actually very low. Even for some companies on the New York Stock Exchange, because the United States is in a bull market, the P/E ratio of many companies has exceeded 100 times, and the average P/E ratio of all stocks under the relatively conservative New York Stock Exchange is as high as 51 times. The most important factor is actually the growth rate. Deaneries Entertainment, which is already at the peak of the industry, has been far ahead of its peers in all its businesses, whether it is movies, television, music, or games, but it has not lost its high-speed growth. This is the most direct proof that Deaneries Entertainment's annual revenue growth rate can still be maintained at more than 30% this year. Therefore, it is also the most critical factor that drives Deaneries Entertainment to break through $500 billion. After all, the stock market investment is actually the future. The greater the potential of the future, the higher the stock price will be relatively. On the other hand, the two companies in the Westeros system, Deaneries Entertainment and Ygritte, not only have their own market value exceeded $500 billion, but the two companies add up to $1 trillion. Moreover, the two companies lead the New York Stock Exchange and Nasdaq respectively. This situation has inevitably attracted a lot of controversy again. One of the most popular aspects is still the bubble. Although the U.S. stock market has been soaring, there are still countless capitals that choose to short sell with a fluke mentality to bet on the U.S. stock market turn. In the past 6 months, countless hedge funds that chose to short sell have suffered heavy losses. Even if these have no direct relationship with the Westeros system, after all, it is the first bird to come out, and the resentment of the huge loss will naturally be vented to the Westeros system. Secondly, it is still a cliché. Simon Westeros's personal wealth is really too huge. It is so huge that it is terrifying. So I can't help but say that I need to suppress the growth of Simon Westeros's personal wealth. These days, Simon's deepest feeling is actually one point. There is too much money, too much to spend. This is not the whining of the super rich, but a fact. Just like Warren Buffett in the original Time and Space. Berkshire Hathaway once had hundreds of billions of dollars in cash, but because of its huge size, it had nowhere to go. A certain old man was the stingy type who did not pay dividends to shareholders, so in the eyes of Buffett, who pursued compound interest and feared inflation, this was a considerable distress. Now Simon has begun to face this problem. Money is really endless. Take Deaneries Entertainment as an example. Simon currently still holds a 78.3% stake in Deaneries Entertainment Group. According to the profit data of Deaneries Entertainment in 1995, Simon could theoretically get a profit dividend of $4.1 billion. Therefore, not to mention the value of Deaneries Entertainment stock itself, not to mention the profits generated by all other companies in the huge Westeros system, but Deaneries Entertainment alone, with a dividend of more than $4 billion a year, Simon needs to spend an average of $11 million a day on personal expenses to spend it all. What is the concept of $11 million? According to the current market price, this money can buy about 1 ton of gold. Obviously, if you want to spend $11 million a day, it is really a physical job. Therefore, even if Simon lives a luxurious life, personal expenses will only be a small part of it. If it comes to investment, this seems to be the best way to spend money. However, unless Simon throws money around without considering the benefits, he does not have this habit. Then, if you want to ensure the possibility of value-added rational investment, $4 billion also requires a large team to rack their brains to find a reasonable place. What's more, this is only the income for 1 year, and it is just Deaneries Entertainment. If the profitability of all enterprises in the entire Westeros system is fully stimulated without considering factors such as tax avoidance or reinvestment, the dividends belonging to the Westeros family alone can reach a scale of $10 to $20 billion each year, and this is still only at the current stage. This number will only grow larger and larger in the future. Even in 10 or 20 years, it is not impossible that the dividends alone will reach hundreds of billions of US dollars each year. If it really reaches this level, such a huge amount of funds will really have nowhere to go. The problem is that the entire Westeros system has reached the economic size of a strong country, but there is no fiscal expenditure demand to feed tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people, and it is inevitable that there will be a situation where there is only money in but no money out. For a country, if there is a long-term fiscal deficit and it does not have the ability of the United States to use the US dollar to pass it on to the whole world, it will inevitably collapse. Similarly, When a country can accumulate a large amount of surplus every year and become rich to a certain extent, the result will not be too good. A pig that is too fat will make people jealous. The biggest problem for the Westeros system in the future is that it may continue to accumulate a large amount of surplus. Therefore, Simon must find a suitable way to solve this problem. Malibu, Deanery Studios. On the second day after the financial report was released, after the meeting attended by a group of senior executives ended and the others left, the short female president Nancy Brill, who was left behind by Simon, couldn't help but tease, "Are you worried about having too much money to spend recently?" Simon was sitting in the middle of the large conference table, flipping through a sales data file of Diablo in January. Hearing this, he probably understood that these were some small gossips that the woman got from chatting privately with the two Jennies, and smiled and asked, "Do you have any good ideas?" Nancy moved from the opposite side of the conference table to sit opposite Simon, shaking her head and said, "I can't help it. In my opinion, as the Matthew effect advantage of the Westeros system becomes more and more obvious, similar troubles you will face in the future will become more serious. I think this is a very dangerous tendency." Huh? Obviously, Nancy said, "You have too much? Even if everything is legitimate, the problem is that you have too much, so much that it scares many people, and so much that the sense of imbalance among the lower class people will only become stronger and stronger." Simon stopped and asked with a smile, "So, what do you think the result will be?" Nancy leaned forward a little and shook her head again. "I don't know, because there has never been such a precedent in human history. What's more, this is still the most civilized stage in human history for thousands of years. The probability of your personal property being taken away by violence is almost zero, but a certain danger does exist, so I don't understand." Simon still had a smile on his face and said, "You already understand." Nancy was puzzled. "What? Violence?" Simon said, "There is nothing new under the sun. On this planet, thousands of years of history, no matter what type of changes, are ultimately due to violence. Moreover, in my opinion, the more so-called civilization, the more fragile it is, and the easier it is to be destroyed by barbarism." Nancy suddenly realized, "It seems that you have definitely considered these issues more than once." "Of course, I have also taken many substantial actions." Nancy tilted her head to think for a while, and asked, "Since you are sure that civilization will be destroyed by barbarism, do you think you can escape this fate?" "Why not?" Simon asked back, the smile on his face slightly restrained, and his temperament turned sharp. "I never said that I intend to stand on the side of civilization." Nancy shrank back at the sudden change in Simon's aura, then she reacted and couldn't help but retort, "Boss, if you turn to barbarism and use violence, wouldn't that be equivalent to giving others an excuse to target you?" "I turn to barbarism, but I don't necessarily use violence." Simon restrained himself again, with a relaxed smile on his face again. "Little Nancy, in my opinion, barbarism and violence are two different concepts. In many cases, barbarism without any violence is far more destructive than violence." When Nancy heard the name Little Nancy, she became more motivated and asked in a hurry, "I don't believe it, for example." "For example." Simon deliberately dragged his voice, thinking about what he was doing in France, and felt that it would be better not to tell this French girl. He kept it a secret for a while, and when Nancy's eyes widened slightly, he said slowly, "I won't tell you. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 1044 New Layout. After being fooled by her boss for a while, Nancy Brill could only roll her eyes. Thinking about this kind of thing, after all, there are too many involved, and it is really unlikely that the man will confess to her, so she could only say, "Okay, boss, let's talk business." Simon nodded, and did not continue to joke. He lowered his head again and glanced at the Diablo sales report in his hand, and said, "The sales volume in the first month was 2.1 million copies. This is a very amazing result. The total sales volume of 10 million can be expected. However, you must have paid attention to it. This time, the 2.1 million, 1.4 million of which were online sales, and only 700,000 were offline. So, what I want to say is that Deanery's Entertainment can build its own online game mall." Hearing this, Nancy Brill widened her eyes again. "Boss, I have raised this issue with you a million times. Why do you agree today? It was not the right time before. In the embryonic stage, we needed to concentrate resources on Ygritte so that we could cultivate users' online consumption habits to the greatest extent. Now, both the network environment and consumption habits have passed the initial growth period. Even if we don't do it, other manufacturers will definitely appear. Instead of this, it is better for us to compete with ourselves. Nancy nodded her head several times like a chicken pecking at rice, as if she was worried that Simon would go back on his word, but then she asked, "Boss, have you discussed it with Ygritte?" Of course. Nancy remembered something, but still did not discuss the topic in more depth, but could not help asking, "Boss, does this mean that in this antitrust investigation, you plan to take the initiative to split Ygritte?" Simon looked at Nancy's childish face opposite her. "Don't you think your curiosity is too strong?" Nancy curled her lips. "It seems that I guessed right." "No, you guessed wrong." Simon shook his head. "Ygritte's advantage is so strong now, I won't make concessions." Nancy curled her lips slightly. "Boss, has anyone ever told you that you are hypocritical?" "Well, Jenny said the same thing to me a few days ago." Okay, let's not go off topic. Simon turned back to the subject and said, "You have to understand, Nancy, this is not an easy thing. I'll give you 2 years to get this done. As for Aeon Mall, let's decide on this name. Aeon Mall must not only publish self-produced games under Deanery's Entertainment, but also introduce games from other manufacturers into our platform. In addition, I don't want to see you engage in malicious price competition with Ygritte's Game Mall, because this will not only affect the interests of the two companies, but will even damage the foundation of the entire game industry." Nancy's face suddenly turned bitter. "Boss, then you're making it too difficult for me." Simon ignored the bitter face of the short female executive and said, "Deanery's also has advantages, doesn't she? The online battle platform that started from the Dune series, this technology is not available on the Ygritte side. The online battle platform was actually based on the Battle.net system launched by Blizzard in 1997. However, this time, Ygritte started to launch the Dune series of games from previous years. After acquiring Blizzard's predecessor Silicon and Synapse Studios, the two Warcraft and Diablo released last month were directly connected to the online battle platform. In fact, Simon originally hoped to develop a completely online game, but the attempts in recent years, if you don't count the two phenomenal casual games Happy Farm and Happy Ranch launched on the Ygritte platform, the others are not too successful. Instead, the online battle platform is becoming more and more popular with users. Up to now, not only the Dune series and Warcraft series of real-time strategy games, but also sports games, which AI is best at, and some role-playing games, have launched online networking modes. This is also the most advantageous technology for Deanery's Entertainment's game business. Nancy certainly understood the advantages of her own game department, and said, "Then, boss, can we do this? Directly transform our online battle platform client into the AI store, instead of using the web page mode under the IE browser ecosystem." The IE browser ecosystem can be said to be the basis of Ygritte's monopoly on internet interfaces. In recent years, in order to ensure the uniqueness of the IE interface and the IE browser ecosystem, Ygritte has been confronting many technology companies. When Nancy said this, she basically didn't have much hope. However, to her surprise again, Simon nodded directly. "This is a good idea, but the website still needs to be opened." Nancy was stunned for a moment and couldn't help saying, "Boss, have you been stimulated recently?" Simon shook his head calmly. "No, but there are indeed a lot of women, and it's too tiring in bed." Well, is there any problem?" "A lot of problems." "Then don't ask." Simon refused decisively, and said, "In short, your goal is to build up the AI wall within 2 years. In addition to Deanery's Entertainment's own games, it also needs to attract external customers. Ygritte will provide us with the necessary technology and IP payment interface and other authorizations. My requirements are also very simple. We must compete with Ygritte, but not vicious competition. Your goal should be on other online game walls other than us." Nancy nodded seriously and said to make sure she would take note. Simon glanced at the memo beside him and said, "Also, next, we will continue to expand our acquisition efforts. As long as the studio has potential, we can initiate an acquisition." Nancy immediately objected, "Boss, there is no need to do this. As a film director, you must know that it is rare for a creator to create 1 or 2 classics. it is impossible for them to be evergreen forever. In fact, this is even more true for game studios. You can change the acquisition model appropriately, but the strategy of expanding acquisition efforts remains unchanged, Simon insisted. Nancy, of course I know the problem you are talking about, but our acquisition target is not those teams at all, but game creativity. Boss, I remember you said before that creativity is the cheapest. Of course, creativity is cheap, but the problem is that turning creativity into games is not cheap, and the chances of turning creativity into popular games are even smaller. Nancy, at this stage, games are still mainly 2D, but you must have noticed that the trend of 3D games is becoming more and more obvious. Compared with 2D, if you think about the cost of Pixar's animation, you will know that the production cost of 3D games will increase rapidly in the future. By then, it will be very expensive to turn creativity into games. The most secure strategy is to make sequels. Unlike movies, it is often difficult to escape the trilogy curse because of factors such as actors. Games can be made all the time, and it is not impossible for a series to reach the 10th or even 20th part, just like Japan's Super Mario. Therefore, now is our last chance to collect popular ideas at a relatively low price, or it should not be called creativity, but intellectual property, IP, just like the various copyrights owned by Deaneries Entertainment. So, do you understand? Nancy stopped arguing and nodded. I understand. That's the first thing. Simon looked down at his memo again, then raised his head and said, the second thing is about Blockbuster. If nothing unexpected happens, Sony, Toshiba and other manufacturers will officially launch DVD players by the end of the year. Blockbuster's online operations have been very successful in recent years, but with the advent of the DVD era, if Blockbuster doesn't want to be eliminated, its online operation strategy also needs to be changed. Boss, I've also noticed this problem. However, compared to videotapes, the emergence of DVDs will definitely promote the proliferation of piracy more easily. Simon remembered that China's VCD industry is actually based on the piracy industry chain, and of course he has a deeper understanding than Nancy, and said, this is inevitable. However, just like the videotapes back then, some people questioned in the early days that videotapes might cause the proliferation of piracy. As a result, videotapes have now more than doubled the scale of Hollywood's film industry. As for DVDs, the same is true. We can't make the mistake of the record industry's resolute resistance to the internet in recent years, so we must actively embrace and even control this trend. In that case, boss, what should Blockbuster do? It's very simple. Increase the layout of online business and the construction of Blockbuster's logistics system. The ultimate goal is to abandon physical stores and achieve complete network operations. Nancy felt a little breathless for some reason. Boss, isn't this too radical? You can do some tests right now. Simon did not answer directly, but said, regarding the mailing test of DVDs, unlike Blockbuster's current semi-online model of online ordering and going to designated stores to collect videotapes, this time it can be done in one step, directly delivered to the user's home, and also recycled by mail. You know, compared with videotapes, the mailing cost of DVD discs is enough to support this operating model. But, boss, I think Blockbuster's current business model is already very good, otherwise Blockbuster's current market value would not be as high as $37 billion. If we don't eliminate ourselves, Nancy, the result can only be eliminated by others. The petite female executive, who has always been a strong woman, finally showed some entanglement in her expression. This is very painful. Simon said seriously, it will hurt in the early stage, and it will be very comfortable in the future. Nancy blushed immediately and glared at Simon. Boss, if you continue like this, sooner or later you will be sued for harassment. Are you going to sue? Nancy paused, then nodded vigorously in a threatening manner. Yes. Okay, no kidding. Simon continued. In fact, DVD and even the high-definition DVD that Sony is developing are still just a transition. The ultimate form of Blockbuster should be streaming media. Completely abandon physical modes such as videotapes and DVDs, and purely engage in online streaming media playback. So, one day in the future, according to what you said, if Blockbuster does not want to be eliminated, it will have to suffer again. This time, Nancy did not cooperate with the driving, but said, in this case, boss, should we buy out Blockbuster in its entirety? The stock price is a bit high now, it's not appropriate. I understand, but what I mean is that we should start preparing now and wait for the next internet bubble to burst. Blockbuster once declined rapidly with the advent of the internet era. This time, it is precisely because its successful semi-online model fits the new technology concept that is most sought after by the capital market that its market value is as high as $37 billion. However, due to some mergers and acquisitions and equity incentives in recent years, Deaneries Entertainment's shareholding in Blockbuster has now dropped from the initial 35% to 28%. Although as the largest shareholder, Deaneries Entertainment still maintains strong control over Blockbuster, it does not even have absolute control after all. Since her boss values this company so much, Nancy feels that buying it all and holding the company completely in her hands is undoubtedly the best choice. Simon thought for a moment, and said, "Now as the largest shareholder of Blockbuster, we have been frequently questioned for monopoly. Next, if there is an opportunity, we only need to buy more shares to achieve 51% absolute control, which is much less resistance than taking on everything." Nancy pondered it and found that it was the same, so she nodded in agreement. The two chatted about some details until lunchtime, when they finished their morning work. In fact, there were some music-related matters. As one of the two presidents of Deaneries Entertainment Group after Amy Pascal, after many adjustments, Nancy is now mainly responsible for the three major sectors of games, music and home entertainment. Speaking of which, if you want to seek a breakthrough for the continued growth of Deaneries Entertainment, these three businesses are just good directions. Of course, there is actually another president, Robert Iger, who is in charge of the cable TV business. In general, in addition to the core movies, Deaneries Entertainment's television, games, music and other aspects still have great potential to be tapped. Especially games. This is the top priority that Simon has always paid great attention to. After all, if this part is done well, according to the previous saying, it can make more money than drug trafficking. Moreover, the most important point is that the size of the game industry is no less than that of movies. This is actually the reason why Simon suddenly decided that Deaneries Entertainment can build its own online game mall to compete with Igret. The plate is big enough to accommodate two top online distributors. At the same time, it can also promote competition. Simon has always attached great importance to maintaining competition. Born in trouble, die in comfort. If any industry lacks competition, not to mention the high-sounding reasons such as affecting consumer experience, the industry itself will definitely stagnate. Let's talk about music. In recent years, due to the rise of the internet, the record industry has been falling rapidly at a speed of collapse, especially after the launch of iPlayer. The decline has been even faster. Simon is of course very clear that the record industry is the foundation of hardware products. However, due to the stubborn resistance of the record industry, Simon's attitude in the short term is to let this industry decline on its own, even if it will severely damage Deaneries Entertainment's own music business, until the major record giants take the initiative to make due compromises and cooperation. Moreover, by then, through acquisitions, Deaneries Entertainment can further expand its own record business. Chapter 1045 Three Little Guys. After lunch, the afternoon was the production and publicity meeting for two films from New World Pictures. It was already Friday, October 18th. Deaneries Entertainment's Halloween schedule this year will start next week, that is, on October 26th, the latest series of the Conjuring movie universe, Annabelle, produced by New World Pictures, will be officially released. As another extension of the Conjuring movie universe series, the prototype of the story of Annabelle took place in 1970. It also came from the material provided by the paranormal investigators Warren and his wife, telling the story of a rag doll being possessed by an evil spirit. The production cost of the film is still $15 million, far exceeding the $6.5 million of the 2014 version in the original time and space, and this is without considering inflation. Warner's Annabelle, which was once a derivative of the Conjuring series, was not started until the success of The Conjuring in 2013. At that time, there was no concept of the Conjuring movie universe, so there was not much expectation. Not only was the production budget shabby, but even the director and the protagonist of the film were all newcomers. As a result, the film was a great success. The production cost of $6.5 million and the global box office accumulated more than $200 million. After that, Warner began to seriously build the Conjuring movie universe. This time is of course different. The first two series of the new Conjuring movie universe, The Conjuring and The Haunting of the Mortuary, have been successful. Deaneries Entertainment attached great importance to the new version of Annabelle from the beginning, so it directly locked in a production budget of $15 million. Both the director and the actors have a relatively good foundation. For example, the most important heroine this time is Madeleine Stowe. Although this actress who debuted in the 1980s has always seemed a little tepid, she has been recognized for her appearance and acting skills. She has worked with big names such as Kevin Costner, Jack Nicholson and Daniel Day-Lewis. It can be said that what is missing is just an opportunity. Annabelle, which is basically supported by the heroine, is such an opportunity for Madeleine Stowe. Although horror movies often fail to improve the status of actors, as long as the project achieves the success of the first two series of the Conjuring movie universe, this actress who has always been positioned as a ace will be able to get rid of the shadow brought by the big names and gain more attention and resources from Hollywood. Because of this attribute, the original Annabelle heroine also went through a lot of competition. The film was completed 2 months ago, and the publicity and promotion was launched at the same time. The afternoon meeting was just to discuss the last week of the release sprint and some subsequent publicity and promotion arrangements after the film was released. Another one is American Pie. This youth sex comedy has completed the casting during this period. Compared with the starting budget of $15 million in the Conjuring movie universe, the production budget of the first part of American Pie is only $10 million. However, because it is a project under Deaneries Entertainment, it still attracted many teenage actors or actors pretending to be teenagers to come and fight for it. Inspired by American Pie, Simon also realized that he could start a youth film craze again in the next few years. Speaking of which, the last youth film boom should be the few years when Simon just debuted in the 1980s, and he gave several series of Final Destination, The Butterfly Effect and Scream in succession. Now, 10 years later, these series have basically been silent, and coupled with the rapid rise of a series of super blockbuster films in recent years, youth films have fallen into a low state. Now, American Pie can just be a new start. In order to promote this plan, Simon specially arranged for Deaneries Entertainment to sign as long-term film contracts as possible with the selected actors this time, starting with 3 films, and more are packaged 5-film contracts, basically buying out a group of newcomers or stars pretending to be newcomers for the next 10 years. Next, the same team can try horror films, sex comedies, spoofs, etc. As long as a certain potential brand effect is formed, the market will definitely favor the same group of people. Simply put, it is a bad boy gang model of a good man and 3 gangs. Moreover, although it is bound, it is also a good thing for the actors themselves. After all, the biggest disadvantage of youth film actors in the past is that the performance cycle is short and the elimination rate is high. After a few movies, they are often forgotten by the audience. Deaneries Entertainment creates a fixed cast for youth films, which can not only control costs and maintain the continuity of the series, but also continue their careers as much as possible for actors. As for American Pie, as the beginning of another youth film craze of New World Pictures under Deaneries Entertainment, the project directly finalized a popular schedule for next summer vacation, and it also fits the idea of the 3 labels under Deaneries Entertainment to start side by side. If the new version of American Pie can achieve the same success as before, New World Pictures' performance next summer will be on par with the big studios again, just like this year. The meeting on Annabelle lasted for an hour throughout the afternoon, and the rest of the time was all left for American Pie and related youth film plans. Simon is most interested in the bunch of young actors signed by Deaneries Entertainment during this period. Because of Simon's intervention, many names are familiar to people. Of course, the main attraction of Simon is the actress. For example, Sarah Michelle Gellar and Jennifer Love Hewitt, Jordana Brewster, who had a short shelf life but was quite stunning when she was young, Reese Witherspoon, Anna Farrell, Jennifer Esposito, Nosha Elizabeth, Kerry Russell, and even Charlize Theron, who unexpectedly jumped into this list. These actresses will definitely not be used up in one American Pie, but everyone will get a good opportunity for the next plan. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that he was really powerless during this period, Simon would have wanted to hold a special party to bring the girls together for entertainment. At the end of the meeting, Simon did not forget to talk about The Hangover. This was an idea that came up in New York some time ago. In order to promote a number of casinos that are already under the control of the Westeros system, Simon planned to arrange the scenes of the original Hangover in Atlantic City on the East Coast and shoot this R-rated comedy that triggered a phenomenal viewing craze in advance. However, Compared to American Pie or Annabelle, which will be released next week, this project can only be postponed to the year after next, because even the list of films for next year is already full. This also happens to give the project enough time to create. In addition, this project can also be used to support the gang of bad boys so that they can compete with several comedy stars at this stage. After finishing a week's work, Simon set off for the East Coast again the next day. The 4 major fashion weeks have officially ended, so when it comes to the final rehearsal stage of the last Victoria's Secret show in the first phase, Simon needs to follow up in person. In addition, there are women and children. It's quite troublesome to say. After the ideal last month, unknowingly, the Westeros family has 3 more children in the making. Grace is pregnant. Maria is pregnant. And the last one, Irene Lauder. The first 2 are fine, but the last girl from the Lauder family is the trouble. The main thing is that Simon didn't have a very clear plan at the beginning. He just casually told the housekeeper who was in charge of certain things that there was a bit of, risk in it, but he didn't expect it to be a one-shot hit. Now I can only bear the consequences honestly. This time I came here to discuss this issue. When Irene and Simon were together, she always said half-truthfully and half-resentingly, "You can't marry me again." Her thoughts were self-evident, but it was impossible for them to get married. If Simon dared to divorce Janet, according to what the woman said at the beginning, the result would be a heart-to-heart. There was no other meaning, it was a literal heart-to-heart. Simon had never thought of divorcing Janet. So, after a whole day of discussion with the woman and even her family elders on Sunday, they finally came up with a plan. The first was the child's fate. In the future, the Lauder family would raise the child. Even if they didn't care much about money, they had to pay child support, $1 million a month, until the child was 18 years old. If they couldn't spend it all, it would be placed in a specially established trust fund, which Irene would be responsible for. If it was other wealthy people, $1 million a month would definitely not be easy to bear, but for Simon, it was not a problem at all. Again, money was not a problem for Simon. Secondly, it was a more tug-of-war topic. Last name. Unlike other fathers who dare not even acknowledge their children, Simon insisted that the child's surname be Westeros. As for the Lauder family, as Irene Lauder told Simon last time, there were only 2 sisters in the family, no boys. If there was a child, it would be best if it was a boy, so that the child could be named Lauder and inherit the family business. In the end, the Lauder family compromised, but the child must have the middle name Lauder. Again, there was another topic that Simon had not thought about. The Lauder family required the child to believe in Judaism in the future. The Lauder family, perhaps many people did not pay much attention to, but they were indeed Jewish. Simon had never been very sensitive to religion, and he did not have some deep-rooted prejudices of Westerners. Therefore, he readily agreed to the Lauder family's solemn and obviously nervous request. In fact, another meaning was that Simon admitted that the little guy in the woman's belly was Jewish. It didn't matter. In short, after a busy day, in addition to the 3 main topics, the secretly invited lawyer sorted out more than 100 pages of legal documents about the child, along with various details. Although he is an Oriental at heart, Simon has no aversion to these things, just like the prenuptial agreement he signed when he married Janet. It is a good thing for both parties to determine many things in advance. After a busy day, Simon was left at night to attend a party organized by the Lauder family. Seeing that many Jewish bigwigs from the political and business circles on the East Coast were quietly present, Simon realized that this child might mean many other things. You can understand it with a little thought. The huge Westeros system has developed to the point where it has a significant influence on the entire world's political and economic structure. More importantly, the industries involved in the Westeros system, whether in Hollywood, the fashion circle, or even Wall Street, are all industries where Jewish groups gather. Even Hollywood was basically the territory of Jews before Simon appeared. As for Simon himself, until now, except for the Johnston family, there are not many people outside who can judge his specific ethnicity. Of course, it can be easily distinguished that Simon Westeros is definitely not black. Okay, this is a joke. In short, just like religion, Simon has never been too sensitive to things like ethnicity, but this does not mean that other people are the same. Whether it is Anglo-Saxons, Jews, or even Italians, French, British, etc., who are distinguished by country, they actually have quite close circles. The root of the deep-rooted racial discrimination in the West is actually here, Because different ethnic groups, even after more than 10 years, seem to be the same, but in fact they are also clearly divided. Different ethnicities naturally mean different racial interests. Simon has never made his ethnicity public before. Perhaps in the minds of many people, this orphan from the welfare home himself is not very clear. In this case, he can only hope for the other party's offspring. However, the two women in Cape Dumay Manor, the two Jenny, are obviously standard Anglo-Saxons, which means that the few little guys born by the two women are the same. As for Sophia's twins, although they are not Anglo-Saxons, they have nothing to do with Jews. If these little guys inherit Simon Westeros's career in the future and become the masters of Hollywood and even the fashion circle, it is hard to say whether they will still be as insensitive to different ethnic groups in various circles as they are now. Simon's slowness to race and religion is certainly no secret to the people around him. Now, Simon Westeros suddenly has a child with a daughter of the Lauder family, and things are suddenly a little different. The Lauder family is a representative of the American Jewish Consortium and a representative of the Jewish Consortium in the fashion field. As long as this child can be more legitimate and become the heir of Simon Westeros in the future, then, at least, the Jews will not appear too passive in the future Westeros system. It is very likely that this is actually one of the reasons why the Lauder family made concessions in terms of surnames. After all, whether the child's surname is Lauder or Westeros in the future will definitely mean different things to many people. Manhattan. In the mansion of the Lauder family, Aaron Lauder, holding Simon's arm, socialized with the crowd, chatted with Terry Semel skillfully for a while, and when she walked Simon to another place, she finally said to the man beside her, "Do you understand?" Simon nodded. "Yes, it seems that I have been cheated." Aaron was immediately dissatisfied. "Get it clear, bastard. Did you get me pregnant, or did you do it on purpose? I should be the one who was cheated." Chapter 1046 Sisters and Brothers. Dalton School on 89th Street on the Upper East Side in Manhattan. After the last class in the afternoon, Ray Spolt just stood up with his school bag when a black-haired boy in a baseball jersey chased after him, put his arm around Ray's shoulder and whispered, "Hey, buddy, I have something to discuss with you." Ray glanced at his good friend Gerard Holly and asked, "What?" "This Saturday is my cousin's birthday. Can you invite a few models over then?" Upon hearing this, Ray gave his friend an elbow without any hesitation and refused. "Jerry, I've told you many times not to have such an idea, and I can't do it. My mother will be mad if she finds out." The black-haired boy did not give up easily and pleaded, "Ray, please, I've promised my cousin. If I can't do it, my credit will collapse." As they were talking, they had already come to the lockers in the corridor outside the classroom. Ray opened his locker and sorted out some trivial matters. Hearing this, his tone relaxed a little. After all, this was the best friend he had made in the past 2 years. But he continued, "My mother will be really mad. She doesn't allow me to get involved in elite matters." Seeing that Ray's tone was no longer so firm, Gerard felt that there was a way, so he came over and lowered his voice and said, "Please, Ray, I can pay." Ray frowned again immediately. "Hey, I'm not a pimp." Gerard realized that he had said something wrong and quickly changed the subject. "Sorry, Ray, let's not talk about money, just consider it a favor." The two teenagers were talking in a low voice, and a tall blonde girl from the other side of the corridor came over. She happened to hear Ray's slightly loud voice just now, and subconsciously asked in a voice with a distinct British accent, "What pimp?" Gerard saw that it was Ray's girlfriend Victoria Wilkinson, so he let go of his best friend's shoulders, smiled and praised, "Vicky, your trench coat is so beautiful." Victoria was wearing a bright orange short trench coat, the latest model of Burberry. After hearing what Gerard said, the girl was not diverted. She rolled her eyes at him and asked, "What pimp?" Gerard grinned but didn't answer. He turned to Leigh again, put his arms together, bowed 90 degrees in front of his chest and said, "Come on, buddy. It's your 18th birthday, a ceremony of adulthood. It only comes once in your life." After saying that, he took a few steps back and left decisively. Leigh packed his backpack and slung it over his shoulders. When he saw Gerard disappear, he walked out with Victoria, answering his girlfriend who was still looking puzzled. "Jerry's cousin is turning 18 years old, and he asked me to help invite some models to attend." Victoria's eyes widened immediately when she heard this. "Don't do that." Leigh shrugged and said, "Of course I won't do that, and I can't do it." Victoria nodded with satisfaction, followed her boyfriend down the stairs, and couldn't help asking, "Leigh, do you See those supermodels often? Lay shook his head. Rarely. My mother doesn't allow me and my sister to get involved in that circle. Rita wanted to be a model part-time to earn some pocket money, but my mother refused. Victoria hummed, and was very satisfied again. She just turned around her boyfriend when she passed a corner of the stairs, and asked with curiosity, "Hey, do you think I can be a model?" Lay took a look at his girlfriend, who was only about 1.65 meters tall, and did not directly hit him. Instead, he said, "It's not easy to be a model. Just like the fashion week that just passed, some models even have to work 20 hours a day." Victoria looked incredulous. 20 hours? How is that possible? There are only 24 hours in a day. So, you can't become a supermodel as a model. Victoria was not convinced. "I just find it incredible. If necessary, I can work 20 hours a day," the boy and girl said as they came downstairs. As a top private school where the children of Manhattan's rich and powerful gather, Dalton Middle School often has luxury cars to pick up and drop off students after school. Of course, not all of them, and not all about money. Some families like to keep a low profile, and some people want their children to be independent. In short, only a few people pick up and drop off students. Lay and Victoria both need to go home by themselves. When they were about to get their bicycles, they saw Lay's sister Rita Spult jogging over. Looking at Rita Spult, who was standing tall and radiant in a small jacket and jeans, Victoria subconsciously pulled her Burberry windbreaker and could not hide her inferiority in front of Rita. Born in a wealthy family, Victoria is actually very beautiful. However, the girl in front of her is the most popular girl in Dalton Middle School in the past 2 years. Not only does she have excellent academic performance, she is also an active member of many school clubs and has a very outstanding boyfriend. Even though the students of Dalton Middle School are not bad, it is hard not to feel that Rita Spult is the real winner in life. Rita seemed to be unaware of Victoria's hesitation and inferiority. She greeted her with a smile and then looked at her brother. "Mom is waiting for us outside, let's go quickly." Lay was surprised and uneasy when he heard this. Then he subconsciously took his girlfriend's arm and followed her out, asking, "What's wrong?" In fact, the precocious siblings had already noticed the difference between their parents. Their parents divorced some time ago, and they even thought it was natural. Some tendencies have lasted for a long time. Moreover, this kind of thing is also very common around them, so they didn't feel anything difficult to accept. However, the siblings also realized at the same time that behind the whole thing, it seemed that it was not as simple as their parents' emotional discord. They must have something to hide from them. Now, his mother, who rarely came to pick him up, suddenly appeared. Lay was keenly aware that something might happen today. Rita just shook her head when her brother asked. The two left the school gate and soon saw their mother standing next to a black car on the street. When she saw them, she smiled and nodded to greet them. Walking closer, Ray, who was holding Victoria's hand and feeling increasingly awkward about seeing her boyfriend's mother, couldn't wait to ask, "Mom, why did you come here all of a sudden?" Grace didn't answer, but looked at the girl next to her son. "Who is this?" Ray then remembered and felt a little embarrassed, and introduced, "Mom, this is Vicky, my girlfriend." Victoria generously extended her hand to Grace. "Hello, Ms. Spurt, I'm Victoria Wilkinson." Grace smiled and shook hands with the girl. "Hello, Vicky, I'm Rita and Ray's mother, you can call me Gray. By the way, your Burberry trench coat is so beautiful." "Thank you." Victoria shrank her neck slightly and her face blushed. She was a little curious about why Ray's mother could recognize the brand of her trench coat at a glance, but she quickly realized that this lady was the head of Elite, the world's largest modeling agency, so it was natural for her to know these things. Grace didn't seem to be in a hurry. She looked at the girl in front of her and asked, "Vicky, are you from the UK?" "Yes," the girl nodded and said, "I grew up in the UK. My father came to the United States this year to manage the family business here, so I transferred here." After Victoria said this, she saw that Lay's mother's smile did not change, and she felt a little uneasy for some reason. She just deliberately revealed some of her family background. The main thing was that in front of this lady, whose temperament was even more outstanding than Rita, the girl felt more guilty than when facing Sister Lay. Once a person feels guilty, it is inevitable that he wants to find some support for himself. Grace naturally easily noticed the girl's thoughts and did not say anything else. She chatted briefly for a few words, looked at her watch, and said to the girl, "We are leaving. Vicky, where do you live? I can take you home by the way." Victoria looked at the black Mercedes-Benz luxury car on the side of the road and the two uniformed girls with special temperaments who got off the car and stood next to it at some point, and shook her head. No, S. Gray, my home is on 83rd Street, very close. The main thing was that although this car looked very special, it should not be able to accommodate people like them. Grace noticed the girl's gaze and reacted. She smiled and motioned to a girl behind her. The girl said a few words into the headset, and soon another identical black car slowly drove over from not far away. Lay, take Vicky to the car behind and send her home first, and then the driver will take you to find us. Without explaining too much, she motioned her daughter Rita to get in the car with her. When the uniformed girl helped to open the car door, Victoria noticed some details on the door, and her eyes widened slightly. Just looking at the door that was more than 10 centimeters thick, it was obviously not an ordinary Mercedes-Benz, but a bulletproof Mercedes-Benz. Not even an ordinary bulletproof Mercedes-Benz, but a bulletproof Mercedes-Benz that many senior executives and even heads of state could afford. Even though the Wilkinson family's assets reached hundreds of millions of pounds, and their ancestors and parents also collected some bulletproof cars, Victoria had never seen a car of this level. Watching the car in front leave first, the car behind stopped in front of the boy and girl, and two uniformed girls came out to help them open the door. Victoria came back to her senses, pulled her boyfriend who was also a little dazed, and got in the car together. When the car started, Victoria told the front seat her home address, then looked around a little, tentatively found a button to press, and the barrier between the front and back seats rose silently. This time, the girl asked her boyfriend, who obviously still didn't react, Lay, is this car yours? Lay shook his head, his eyes flickering. Lay, who is only 1 year younger than his sister, is 17 years old this year. Not only has he grown to 1.8 meters tall, but he has also inherited his parents' good appearance genes. This is why he found a girlfriend like Victoria not long after breaking up with his last girlfriend this year. On the other hand, the boy, who is also considered precocious, naturally knows what he should know about certain things. What's more, Lay has not only heard a lot of rumors about Simon Westeros, but he has even participated in the New Year's Eve party held by Simon Westeros in the northern suburbs of Greenwich 2 years ago. The uniformed girls just now are probably the legendary female guards of the Way family. Considering the events of the past 2 years, including his parents' divorce some time ago and what happened today, even though he was unwilling to admit it, Lay quickly realized the ins and outs of the matter. All of this, obviously, was probably because of Simon Westeros and his mother. He felt a little distressed when he thought of this. If his mother could find a stepfather like Simon Westeros for his siblings, he would not object, but it was impossible that it was really Simon Westeros. Noticing that her boyfriend was obviously worried and seemed to be very distressed, Victoria quickly stopped asking questions. The luxury car quickly dropped Victoria off in front of a villa on 83rd Street, and then drove through the streets of Manhattan for less than 10 minutes, and soon arrived at a helicopter pad on the East River where the Upper East Side and Midtown meet. Grace and Rita had already arrived in advance. After Lay got out of the car, he saw the huge black helicopter on the helipad, and immediately confirmed his guess. This kind of Black Hawk helicopter, which is also customized like the Mercedes-Benz sedan, is owned by only Simon Westeros in Manhattan. Lay privately heard some of Dalton's classmates talking about this matter. There are also rich people who want to customize this helicopter, but when they heard the price of $35 million, they immediately gave up the idea, because this money is enough to buy 10 ordinary similar helicopters. Moreover, even if they can afford it, the maintenance cost of millions of dollars a year is unbearable. On the contrary, some people have purchased ordinary civilian Black Hawks of similar models, painted black to imitate the trend. They look similar on the outside, but are very different on the inside, and the price is only $7 or $8 million. Grace saw her son's appearance after getting off the car, and realized that he probably guessed something. She went up to hug her son and took him and her daughter, who had just talked about it along the way, to get on the helicopter together. After the custom-made Black Hawk left the ground, Grace, who was still holding her son's hand, did not explain the doubts to her son, but brought up other topics first. Rita just told me that Victoria's father is Derek Wilkinson. Come to think of it, your father and I have met each other in some social occasions. The Wilkinson family is still an old aristocratic family in the UK. I didn't expect that our Lay could pick up a rich lady. Although Grace said this, her tone seemed very indifferent. If it were before, the spoilt couple, who were both professional managers, could only curry favor in front of these old money nobles. But now it is different. As long as she thinks of a little man, any other wealth and power in the world are like clouds to Grace. Most importantly, now, Grace can't help but reach out and touch her lower abdomen. There is a little Westeros in her belly. The man said at the beginning that the child can have the surname Westeros. With his personality, the little guy will definitely become one of the heirs of the Westeros system in the future. In this case, this child will always take care of his brothers and sisters in the future. In this way, whether it is a son or a daughter, relying on the backing of the Westeros system, they will have enough confidence to face any so-called old money family. Chapter 1047. Nothing new under the sun. The helicopter landed in a manor in East Hampton. Grace got off the plane with her 2 children, and Simon came to greet them. After hugging the shy Grace, Simon reached out to the boy and girl and said, "Hi, Leigh and Rita." They had learned some things on the way, but the siblings still felt restrained and embarrassed in front of Simon. Although their father had brought a new girlfriend who was much younger than him to meet the siblings some time ago, the feeling of a father's girlfriend and a mother's boyfriend could never be the same. What's more, it was Simon Westeros. Grace didn't know how to talk to her children about her pregnancy, and she wanted the 2 children and Simon to recognize each other, so she had this meeting. Seeing Simon greet the 2 children, Grace's shyness became stronger. After everyone greeted each other and walked towards the villa together, she subconsciously walked on the other side of Simon, with her little man between the 2 children. It was late autumn on the east coast of the United States at the end of October, and the days were getting shorter. It was not even 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sunset in the east had already fallen into the horizon. Everyone entered the villa and went directly to the restaurant to start the dinner that had been prepared long ago. "Your mother said that you like Chinese food very much? It happens that I like it too, so I invited a Chinese chef tonight," Simon said to the boy and girl sitting opposite him as he sat down at the dining table with Grace. "We started preparing it yesterday. It's very rich. You can taste it later." Rita Spolt sat down on the chair pulled out by the waitress. After hearing what Simon said, she hurriedly said, "Thank you, Simon." "It's nothing," Simon said, not forgetting the boy, and smiled at Leigh. "Can I drink? Chinese food is actually very suitable for drinking." Leigh subconsciously looked at his mother. Grace was the kind of parent who absolutely forbade her children to drink before the legal age, but this time she lowered her head and did not react at all, letting Simon make the decision. Without his mother speaking, Leigh did not dare to agree without permission. He shook his head and said, "No, Simon, thank you. Drink a little. I prepared a kind of yellow wine from China. It has a very low alcohol content. Drinking a little is good for your health." Leigh nodded when he heard Simon say that. "Well, okay." Grace finally reacted. Seeing Simon persuading her son to drink, she subconsciously wanted to object. After a little hesitation, she still did not speak. Rita, who was sitting opposite her, was speechless when she saw her mother like this. Is this still the smart and capable mother she usually is? Simon chatted with Leigh for a few words, and then turned to Rita again. "If I remember correctly, Rita, you are in grade 12 this year. Have you decided which university to go to?" Rita quickly withdrew her thoughts from her mother, and instinctively cheered up and responded, "I plan to apply for Columbia University." Simon actually knew this. The girl was for a boy from the Levison family. The other party stayed in New York for her in the past 2 years, and Rita also went to Columbia University this time. However, he did not point these out. He nodded slightly and continued, "What major are you looking at?" "International relations." Simon remembered that Linsu also studied international relations in college, and nodded, "A great choice." Rita blinked her eyes and looked at her mother like her brother just now. When she first talked about this with her parents, they were all against it. Unexpectedly, the other side. Simon Westeros actually agreed with her. Then he thought that he might just be polite. Simon noticed the change in the girl's expression and smiled. "You don't think I'm just being polite, do you?" Rita suddenly felt guilty. Simon's expression was more serious. "You are wrong. I am really optimistic about your study of this major, because from the perspective of our class, pattern and vision are more important than specific professional ability. Children from ordinary families study architecture, medicine, computer and the like, just because these are the most direct and realistic to change their lives, and we, from a higher level, whether it is international relations, psychology or philosophy, These things that are very illusory for ordinary people are actually more practical. This is my personal experience. When a company is very small, managers need all kinds of professional skills, but when a company grows to a certain size, management ideas tend to be philosophical. So, while majoring in international relations, you can try to take psychology or philosophy, which will be very helpful for your future. Rita listened to Simon carefully and nodded. Thank you, Simon, I remember it. Oh, always be so polite, relax a little. Grace next to her listened silently to the words of the little man next to her. Her nervous mood gradually slowed down, and some tenderness emerged in her heart again. After all, if the little man is not close to someone, he will definitely not say these words casually. In fact, this should be the life experience he will pass on to his children. Chatting casually, the sky outside unknowingly darkened, and the waiter began to serve the carefully prepared dinner. The boy and girl like Chinese food. In fact, it has only been in the past 2 years. In the final analysis, it is because Grace was influenced by Simon. However, as the dishes that the siblings have never even heard of were served, the boy and girl found that the Chinese food styles they had tasted in the past were just the tip of the iceberg. Even though they reminded themselves from time to time to be reserved in front of Simon Westeros, the two of them still ate a lot unconsciously. Simon also shared a jar of Shaoxing rice wine with the siblings. When the dinner was over, everyone came to a living room in the villa. The waitresses served tea after the meal, and Simon officially told the siblings about Grace's pregnancy. Although they thought this was just a dinner party where their mother confessed her lover to them, after a dinner, the siblings easily accepted it. Rita, who was more experienced than her brother, boldly asked about some arrangements for her unborn brother or sister. When she learned that the child would be named Westeros, the girl felt a little jealous, but also quite satisfied. This shows that Simon Westeros is very serious about his mother and even a little guy. Although, he certainly can't be his stepfather or something. Everyone talked until after 9 o'clock in the evening, and finally Grace took the initiative to speak and sent Simon out of the villa. The two children live here tonight, and even if the relationship has been made clear, she is embarrassed to sleep with him. After sending the man away, Grace returned to the living room with her children. She hugged her daughter who leaned over naturally and patted her. Then she looked at her son and said after a little hesitation, "So, do you have any other questions?" Rita curiously stretched out a small hand to her mother's abdomen. "Mom, how long has it been?" Grace held down her daughter's moving little hand. Her face couldn't help but blush again. She whispered, "It's only been a month. We just found out recently and it can't be felt." Rita rubbed her mother's shoulder and said, "I think Simon is very good. He is good enough to Mom. In fact, he is much better than the girlfriend Dad found. We had dinner together last time. I feel that he is just a vase." Grace paused and defended her ex-husband. "Men actually like vases. It's easy to get along with him." Rita retorted, "Mom is not a vase." Of course, Grace curled the corners of her mouth and said, "Because Simon is different." Rita couldn't help laughing. "I understand, Mom. What you actually mean is that Dad only looks for vases. Don't say that to your father, he will be sad." "Of course I won't say it to his face," Rita said, and then she remembered something, glanced at her mother's expression, and couldn't help asking, "Mom, you divorced Dad because of Simon?" Grace hesitated slightly, but still nodded, "Yes." Seeing her mother's uneasy look, Rita leaned against her again. "Actually, it's easy to think of it. Simon is so outstanding. If he is not your mother's lover, I can't help but snatch him away." Grace knew that her daughter took the initiative to excuse herself, but when she heard her say that, her eyes subconsciously widened slightly, thinking of the mother and daughter she had helped him take care of at the beginning. Her little man is definitely not a good person. Although she thinks he should not mess with her, she still secretly decided to try to avoid him from seeing her daughter. Thinking of this, she raised her hand to stroke her daughter's hair. Grace thought of her son again and asked Lay, who had been silent next to her, "Baby, what are you thinking about?" Lay shook his head subconsciously. Compared with his daughter, the son's feelings about his mother looking for another man are always more complicated. However, it was indeed as his sister said, Simon Westeros was too high up. Lay couldn't even have much resistance. He just couldn't help but recall some of Simon's words at the table. The man also asked about his future plans, which university he wanted to go to and what major he wanted to study. Lay was only 1 year younger than his sister, and he was also going to college next year, but before that, he hadn't really thought about it too seriously. After all, the changes in the family in the past 2 years had made the boy very satisfied. Then, some of Simon Westeros's words inadvertently changed Leigh's outlook on life. Compared with his sister, Leigh was a person who lacked his own opinions. And the man said that no matter what university he went to or what major he studied in the future, he should treat people with a conqueror's mentality, not think about integrating himself into the crowd, and not deliberately change his principles for some interpersonal relationships, but try to let others change for him and become the leader. Not only that, the other party also said that he would give him some support in the future so that he would have the confidence to do so. To be honest, even though his father had quickly become a core executive of First Boston in the past 2 years, and even though his mother controlled the world's largest model agency, Ray often felt powerless in front of his classmates from Dalton Middle School who had more prominent family backgrounds. From today on, things had obviously begun to turn in another direction. While thinking, the first decision Ray made was to refuse his best friend's request during the day to find some models to support his cousin's 18th birthday. The Gerald family is also an old money family in the United States, and the cousin's family background must not be too bad. If it were in the past, considering that he might become estranged from his best friend who he had been with for 2 years, or even break up the friendship, he might violate the rules set by his mother and his own insistence. Now, there is no need to do this. It shouldn't be done. After all, if he really did these things, even if he didn't charge a penny, in the eyes of many people, he might be reduced to a kind of pimp. In the eyes of those old money children who are already arrogant, a pimp is destined to be despised. Even if some people get closer to him in the future in order to get in touch with those models, it is just for other purposes, and one of his identities will be more confirmed, and he will not be able to enter the core of some high-end circles in the future. On the other hand, Simon was driven out by Grace and stayed overnight in another luxury house where a mother and daughter named Liu were kept. After breakfast the next day, he came to Grace again. Today is October 26th. Friday. The siblings still have to go to school. After breakfast, they took a helicopter back to Manhattan. Grace stayed. When Simon arrived, the woman was lying on the sofa in a living room downstairs of the villa like a cat, watching TV, looking very lazy. Hugging the woman's body and lying on the sofa together, Simon also looked at the TV. On the screen was a current affairs commentary on CNN in the morning, and the content was still the voting in the American election that was getting closer and closer. It was already the end of October, and this month's October surprise was quite lively, and it also gave Simon a sense of déjà vu. For example, the Republicans started to attack the source of funds for Clinton's campaign team at the end of September, and created a gateway to China. Well, I won't say much about this. Anyway, the matter has been fermenting throughout October, which is very lively. In addition, it is Clinton's private life. At the beginning of the month, it was suddenly revealed that Clinton raped a female government employee when he was the Attorney General of Arkansas, and the constant scandals during Clinton's first term were reheated, which can be said to be a sensation. Clinton, on the other hand, kept talking about the health problems of his 73-year-old opponent Bob Dole, accusing him of being unable to take on the position of president. In short, the various accusations and revelations between the two sides were exactly the same as some things that happened in Simon's memory. History always repeats itself. The various things that happened in this month made Simon once again appreciate what it means that there is nothing new under the sun. Grace leaned in Simon's arms and watched TV with him for a while before finally asking, "Don't you need to go to work today?" Simon put his arm around the woman's waist, carefully stroked her belly with one hand, and said, "You are my job." Grace obviously liked to hear such love words. She curled her lips, but she did not lose her ability to think. "I feel that you are very tired recently. It's okay to take a day off." "Well, but I can't do anything with you." Chapter 1048 Arm. Simon had no mood to do anything, not only during this period, but also last night when he was resting in another villa nearby. He did nothing, which made a certain woman think that he had lost interest in her and looked very uneasy. It was mainly because of the sudden addition of a few little ones in women's bellies recently. Even if this was Simon's own plan, he was still more or less at a loss when the time came. He could not help but think about many things, and even slacked off a lot at work, and was inevitably tired. It was nothing more than worrying about the future. Simon was never an idealist. It was impossible to have so many little ones grow up in harmony. As a father, and a very realistic father, He just wanted these little ones not to fight with each other in the future. In addition, there was also the question of how the world would view these pure-blooded direct Westerosians and whether the little ones could cope with it and how they should cope with it. In short, it was a mess. Grace snuggled in Simon's arms and watched TV with the man for a while. Feeling his silence, she looked up at the man's expression and asked carefully, "Do you regret it?" Simon lowered his head and pecked the woman's lips, shook his head and said, "Of course not, I'm just thinking about the future." Grace looked at Simon and confirmed that he was not comforting herself, and said, "Do you think it's troublesome?" "Yes," Simon nodded, his big hand still stroking the woman's lower abdomen, and said, "In fact, there are more than just you recently." Grace reacted and curled her lips. "I know, the one from the Lola family." Simon was a little surprised. "You knew it so quickly." "Of course, you were with her for the past few days, and the commotion was so big, how could I not know?" Grace said, with a smile on her face, and then said, "What about the Jews? They may cause you more trouble in the future." Simon gently picked up the woman who was leaning on him, put her on his lap, and asked with a smile, "Do you have any opinion on the Jews?" Grace shrugged, "No, but there are some things that you must know better than me." Simon knew it, of course, but he didn't say much. He remembered something and asked, "By the way, what race are you?" "My grandparents are from Norway and immigrated to the United States during World War II. Krepp is a typical Nordic surname, so my father is pure Norwegian. However, my grandparents are from England and Greece respectively. I don't know much about the past, so my mother is probably a mixed race of England and Greece, and I." Grace counted on her fingers like a little girl, and then looked at Simon. "What race do you think I am?" Simon sorted it out, and finally said indifferently, "Anyway, our children will be very beautiful. Mixed-race children are all very beautiful." Grace nodded, still looking at Simon with some curiosity, but she didn't ask after all. Simon also pretended not to know. After chatting for a while, Grace, who knew she shouldn't be too greedy, took the initiative to get up and said she wanted to return to the city. Simon followed her. After all, it was not the weekend, and she had been with Irene for the past few days, so she must deal with some work. The two took a helicopter back to Manhattan, and Simon personally sent Grace to the elite headquarters on 5th Avenue in Midtown. Arriving outside the elite building at the intersection of 28th Street, Grace was obviously reluctant to leave. She came over and was gentle with him again. She couldn't help but say, "Do you want to go up and sit for a while? We have signed some new girls recently. Let me call them over to show you." "No, I can't handle it anymore," Simon joked, but he didn't forget to explain. "Also, Elite is on the right track now. At least before the baby is born, you are not allowed to make yourself too tired. Overtime is prohibited. I will have someone watch you. Remember." "I know. Now the baby is my first priority. It doesn't matter even if Elite is gone." Simon immediately pretended to be jealous. "It seems that I am second." Grace chuckled and came over again, rubbing her cheek against Simon's, and whispered, "You are my god, my emperor, my everything. To me, nothing is more important than you." Simon kissed the woman's neck and began to drive her away. "Okay, that's it, go away. It's really terrible when women coax men. I almost fell in love with you." Grace heard the last sentence, glared at the man, and got out of the car obediently. Simon watched Grace enter the building with a pair of female guards from the Westeros family who got out of the car behind her, and then told the driver to drive to his office at the headquarters of Westeros Company, which is also in Midtown. Girl A stayed in Manhattan yesterday and came here in advance. When Simon arrived, Allison immediately sent various documents that had accumulated recently. First of all, on Tuesday this week, Tinkerbell's acquisition of Apple was successfully approved by the boards of directors of the two companies and the main regulatory authorities, and the two parties officially began to merge. It's not that no one raised objections during this period. Especially Microsoft. No one can treat anyone as a fool. Simon took a fancy to a series of core patents of the graphical interface operating system held by Apple. Microsoft certainly knew better what advantages the acquisition of Apple would bring to Tinkerbell and even the entire Westeros system. Therefore, it once lobbied Washington to try to obstruct it and also created momentum in the media. But it didn't succeed. Because Microsoft's monopoly on the graphical interface operating system is already very obvious, and it is not clean itself. If it goes too far, it will inevitably bring disaster to itself. In addition, There were rumors that some other investors intended to intercept, but in the end, nothing came of it. After all these years of trouble, Apple's a mess. If it cannot form a strong complement to its own business, simply taking over this company will only be a hot potato that is destined to lose money. On the Thinkable side, now that the acquisition has been completed, it has also begun to announce some plans after the acquisition of Apple. The main one is to cooperate with Igret, integrate the operating system technology accumulated by Apple over the years, and launch a new personal computer based on the Linux system. Simon has also had many discussions with the senior executives of Igret and Thinkable on this matter. The core issue is whether Igret's operating system R&D department, or the main PC operating system R&D team, should be cut and transferred to Thinkable. If Igret retains the system R&D team, Thinkable will only exchange patents and system licenses with Igret, and does not need to participate in the development of the operating system. Then, Igret will have a good chance of gaining a leading edge in the mobile internet era in the future, just like Google once did, even if it cannot be too active in the PC era. The disadvantage is that the system and hardware are developed separately, which inevitably creates barriers and makes it difficult to operate as expected. If the team is handed over to Thinkable, and Thinkable's software and hardware are integrated, Thinkable will have a good chance of becoming another Apple in the future. The disadvantage is that in the future mobile internet era, if Thinkable cannot make appropriate trade-offs in the system, it is likely to cause the rise of another operating system such as the former Android, and may even make Microsoft's mobile operating system successful. Simon finally chose the separation of software and hardware. However, for a long time in the future, in order to safeguard its own interests as a Microsoft shareholder, Thinkable will be the only licensee of Igret's PC operating system, and it is not free. In addition, although it is an operating system developed based on Linux, Igret will choose a relatively closed development and operation strategy. Even if it is widely authorized in the future, the absolute control of the system must be in the hands of Igret in order to avoid the fragmentation of this operating system to the greatest extent. In the past, the Android system still had a poor reputation after it matured. A big reason was that the major mobile phone manufacturers went their own way to further develop the Android system, resulting in serious fragmentation. In addition to announcing the launch of the Linux version of the personal computer, there is also a terminal development plan that Simon proposed to Miss C as an upload device for core products such as iCom. Thinkable will develop and deploy public terminal devices for uploading or downloading devices such as iCom, iPlayer, and iRec around the world, so that users can share pictures, music, and even videos anytime and anywhere in this pre-mobile internet era. The third is the development plan for the ebook device iBook. This plan has been developed privately for several years, and the prototype is already quite mature. This time, combined with the software and hardware technology related to Apple's Newton tablet, it is expected that iBook 10 will be launched next fall. Of course, the ebook device can only be regarded as a transition to Thinkable's mobile internet plan that has not been publicly announced. The initial data transmission still needs to rely on wired connections. These are all public plans to stimulate the market. Privately, Thinkable will first make drastic cuts to Apple's original business, including many product lines such as servers and printers will be directly cut, and the existing Macintosh computers will be temporarily discontinued, waiting for the Linux version of the new personal computer with Intel processor next year. In the office, after reading the information sent from San Francisco, Simon always felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. After thinking carefully, he remembered. ARM. The British ARM company was actually invested by Apple at the beginning, providing microprocessor architecture technology support for Apple's Newton tablet. Now Apple is still the major shareholder of ARM. Simon paid attention to this matter very early. Since there is an opportunity to swallow ARM in advance and fully grasp the most important processor architecture in the mobile internet era, of course it cannot be missed. Thinking of this, Simon directly called the office of Miss C in San Francisco, talked in detail for more than 10 minutes, and handed over the matter. In addition to this matter, there is news from China. After obtaining the authorization of American Idol, the Chinese version of the singing reality show was also initiated by Jinshu TV production company under Jinshu Media. At Simon's suggestion, it was named Supergirl. Unlike the mixed men and women in the United States, the first session in China will be dominated by girls. As long as everything goes well, there will naturally be Superboy in the future. Because cable TV is not popular in China, except for CCTV, most TV stations in most regions are still regional. Jinshu Media tried to cooperate with CCTV but failed. After first confirming Jiangsu TV, it recently attracted 3 other TV stations, a total of 4 provincial TV stations to cooperate. There is no TV schedule in China, so there is no need to consider these. If you start preparing now, you can start landing on 4 TV stations at the beginning of next year. Simon's attitude towards China's media and entertainment industry is to sow seeds and ignite. He has never thought about making money, so he just watched and let it be implemented. He only grasped one main style vein, that is, all the film and television programs produced by Jinshu series, and even other projects, are based on pure entertainment. Don't mention the red line, even the various popular movies and TVs in China that reflect current events or reflect on history, they are not touched. Absolute entertainment first. Then, there are the recent ratings or box office data of Deanery's Entertainment's film and television works. There is no need to say much about the TV programs such as American Idol, Story, Seinfeld, and Friends that are still the main hits this year. They are still quite popular. Mainly movies. First, last week, there was the independent film Boogie Nights produced by Highgate Pictures. This film, directed by Paul Thomas Anderson and starring Ben Affleck instead of Mark Wahlberg, opened in 1,218 theaters across the United States last week and received unanimous praise from film critics, with an overall score of 8.1 points. Many film critics highly praised this film. Whether it is narrative or photography, the film can even be said to have reached the master level, without the immaturity of a new director who has just shot a feature film. Paul Thomas Anderson, who emerged in the past 2 years, became famous this time. In addition to the gimmick of the film telling the rise and fall of the adult industry in the 1970s and 1980s, relying on the skilled targeted distribution strategy of the Highgate Pictures team, the box office of the film was also very successful, with revenue of $9.39 million in the first week of its release, which is a very outstanding achievement for an art film. Considering that this is a film that is very suitable for the long term, the local box office of Boogie Nights is expected to reach more than $30 million. The film cost $15 million to make, $5 million to promote, more than $30 million to domestic sales, and global theatrical distribution is enough to make a profit. According to the subject matter assessment, the potential of the film's videotapes is actually higher. In short, this project not only adds a classic to Deanery's Entertainment's film library, but also makes considerable profits. Then there is the new film Annabelle in the Conjuring movie universe, which officially opened today. With the same $15 million production cost as Boogie Nights, the promotion of this Halloween horror movie reached the same $15 million, with a total investment of $30 million. Moreover, as a new chapter in the Conjuring movie universe series that has been announced long ago, the topic heat brought by the film itself is enough to play a role in the investment of tens of millions of publicity and promotion. Compared with the original first film, which had a very bad reputation because it was not taken seriously, Simon adopted the story structure of the second film Annabelle in his memory, plus some supplementary modifications. This new series of openings not only retains the overall style of the Conjuring movie universe, but also has its own characteristics. It received quite good reviews during the internal preview stage. As it opened on a large scale today with 2,739 screens, the word of mouth of Annabelle was also immediately released, with a combined score from various media reaching 7.8 points. For a horror film, this score is already quite attractive for audiences to buy tickets. Chapter 1049, Uncertain Future. Manhattan, which is cold in autumn, has a hot atmosphere during this period, mainly because a large number of supermodels gathered in the Big Apple to prepare for the upcoming 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show. As the last of the first phase of the fashion industry's Super Bowl, this show has attracted extensive follow-up from almost all media around the world. Therefore, in addition to the tall and long-legged people who are easy to encounter in Manhattan during this period, the number of paparazzi in the Big Apple has also increased significantly. As a result, due to the large number of media reports on this Victoria's Secret fashion show, the popularity of related topics has also reached the highest level. On the other hand, the official also officially announced the specific schedule of the show a few days ago. This year's date will be November 9th. At the same time, in order to leave more time for the later stage, the TV broadcast time is scheduled for November 18th. Brooklyn. Victoria's Secret studio here has been converted into a temporary show venue for rehearsals. As the date of the show approaches, the rehearsal schedule here has become increasingly tight. Almost every day, the big fairies of the Victoria's Secret Army and some guests appear here, which naturally attracts groups of paparazzi reporters to stay here. At noon, the Victoria's Secret angels who had finished their morning work came out of the studio one after another to eat at a nearby restaurant, and the paparazzi around them also surrounded them. Linda, your good friend Naomi still couldn't participate in the Victoria's Secret show this time. Do you have anything to say about this? Hey, Linda. Trish, Jumanji is about to be released. After this show, do you plan to concentrate on developing your acting career? Roberta, I heard that Stalker has been harassing you recently and even attracted the police. Is this true? Well, about the heroine of Terminator 3, it is rumored that Disney has given up on you. What do you think about this? As the last Victoria's Secret show, Cindy, how do you feel about this? In addition, in Hollywood, you don't seem to have made any new attempts after Fair Game. Is it because the failure of Fair Game was too tragic? Stephanie, Guns N' Roses will also be the guests of this Victoria's Secret show. Have you met Axel during this period? At the entrance of the studio, Linda Evangelista, Cindy Crawford, Trish Goff, Stephanie Seymour, Paulina Poroskova, Roberta Churko and other celebrities went out one after another, attracting paparazzi to press the shutter frantically, accompanied by various mild, sharp or nitpicking questions. This is actually a win-win situation with tacit understanding between the two sides. It is far from easy for the modeling industry to gain exposure as it is for actors and singers. When encountering a big event that can be openly logged onto the media platform, people with a little bit of brains will try their best to fight for it. Therefore, even if Victoria's Secret provides working meals for the models who come to participate in the rehearsal, the big fairies still take the initiative to go out. Jeonjin and Tao Yulai followed a group of big fairies out of the studio in this atmosphere. The two women have experienced the lively scene outside the door these days and are not panicked. When the paparazzi raised their cameras to them, they also cooperated accordingly according to the training they received in advance. However, compared with other big fairies who are being pursued, the two Chinese girls attracted much less attention. The two women were not disappointed. After all, being able to step onto the Victoria's Secret runway meant they had surpassed almost all of their Chinese counterparts working hard in the West. Moreover, the two women had other reasons to be confident. It was a man, of course. Although, after they met, except for the first time, they had only met him at the Anna Sui show last month in the past few months, and had not even spoken a few words. Moreover, the two women also found that he had too many women even in this circle around him, but what did it matter? Simon Westeros's lover was something that many women in this world wanted but could not get. Without being surrounded by paparazzi, the two women got into a car parked on the side of the road easily. A waitress who had been following the two women silently got on the passenger seat. The waitress on the driver's seat asked a question and drove away skillfully. Although they deliberately went out to show their faces, they didn't want to be disturbed if they really wanted to have a meal, so they walked a little further and came to an Italian restaurant a few streets away where they had reserved a seat in advance. Unexpectedly, when the waiter led them to their seats, they saw two other models who were also participating in the rehearsal today, Roberta Churko and another Victoria's Secret angel Annalisa Thurbert. Roberta and Annalisa, who had just sat down, were slightly surprised to see Jeonjin and the others, but they quickly stood up to greet them. After a few simple greetings, Roberta invited them first, and finally everyone sat together at a table. Then there was some inexplicable embarrassment. You know, Roberta and Annalisa are both models under Ford. Ford and Elite are almost mortal enemies in the same industry. They were in a mess in the 1980s, but they have been better in recent years, mainly because Ford has been declining, while Elite is becoming more and more prosperous. However, the two girls did not dare to look down on Roberta and Annalisa. Both models are first-line models, especially Roberta, who has been very popular in recent months thanks to her performance in Spectre. As for Jeonjin and Tao Yulai, apart from their non-mainstream Chinese identity, they are just rookies who have just debuted. If certain factors are not taken into account, they have nothing to show in front of the two seniors who have already achieved success. The four girls ordered their meals and continued to chat for a while. Jeonjin and Tao Yulai soon realized that the reason why the two girls were so warm with them was obviously because of a certain man. In this circle, Some things are actually very easy to distinguish. You just need to see if there are female guards of the Way family around them. So much so that occasionally there will even be some cases where some young actors and models who want to stand out and deliberately hire some girls to pretend to be female guards of the Way family. Although in most cases, these female guards and maids do not wear uniforms seriously and look like ordinary assistants. After all, even Simon would not be stupid enough to deliberately be high profile. He just likes the female guards and maids to wear uniforms when they appear next to him, which has also become a routine. But, in the final analysis, the real female guards of the Way family are actually very easy to distinguish. Moreover, if the two Oriental rookies who had just come to the United States to work hard had not met a noble person, they would probably never have been able to walk on the Victoria's Secret tea stage, where every position was fiercely sought after. Even though they understood the other party's intentions, Jeonjin and the other girl still behaved quite appropriately. After talking about their feelings about the theme they rehearsed in the morning, Jeonjin said, "Yulei and I have seen your performance, Inspector Roberta. To be honest, it was really amazing. I heard that you will be in Terminator 3. Has this been decided?" Hearing Jeonjin mention this again like the paparazzi before, Roberta couldn't help but reveal some disappointment even though she concealed it well. She shook her head and said, "Disney is still considering it." Jeonjin and the other girl didn't know much about Hollywood, but from Roberta's expression, they roughly understood something. Speaking of which, Roberta Chilco has also been tossed around by this matter in recent months. Arnold Schwarzenegger obtained the authorization for the third part of Terminator from Deaneries and Fox, and quickly started cooperation with Disney. As a green light project personally intervened by the parent company Vivendi, the preparation of Terminator 3 has been ongoing. The script has been completed, and it has been confirmed that the biggest villain in the third part will be a female Terminator. Then, the problem came. Although Roberta's performance Inspector was remarkable, she only starred in this movie after all, and her total appearance time was less than 10 minutes. As a super blockbuster with a budget destined to exceed $100 million, both Disney management and Vivendi believed that her popularity and status were not enough to be a female Terminator. You know, unlike the minor supporting role Inspector, this female Terminator is definitely the first female protagonist who will confront Schwarzenegger head-on. Therefore, after the initial contact, Disney became cold. The most helpless and even angry thing is that Disney has not yet given a complete rejection, but only said that it will consider it. Then, they kept her hanging and continued to release news to cause discussion in the media. After all, although they thought she was not big enough, the fifth Victoria's Secret fashion show followed 007. Her popularity in the fashion circle combined with the rumors of being the heroine of Terminator still attracted the audience's attention. This was enough to keep Terminator 3 hot on the media. Roberta certainly took the initiative to fight for it. During the Paris Fashion Week some time ago, Roberta was introduced to meet Jean-Marie Mercier, the head of Vivendi, at a party. The middle-aged man in power showed considerable interest in her. Not only did he touch her at the party, he also invited her back to his residence to chat. However, when Roberta tried to talk to the other party about Terminator 3, the topic was always avoided. Roberta was not a rookie. There were too many people who wanted to take advantage of others without any promises. The other party had no intention of giving in. Even if she was willing to make some exchanges for this opportunity, she would not easily stick to him. Men always need to be kept hanging. In the following days of Paris Fashion Week, she received a call from the other party's assistant and had dinner with him. In the end, the other party only talked about other things. Roberta understood it completely. Now, unless a miracle happens, she is probably unlikely to get this opportunity. Every time she thinks about it, she is entangled to the point of wanting to go crazy. You know, after the amazing supporting role Inspector, if she can get the leading role in Terminator 3, 2 super blockbusters will be enough for her to gain a foothold in Hollywood. The competition in the fashion industry is so fierce, and the career life of models is short as everyone knows. In addition, even the Victoria's Secret fashion show, which is the easiest way for models to get promoted, will be cancelled. If she misses the opportunity of Terminator 3, her future is simply uncertain. Chatting with Jeonjin and the other two girls, Roberta couldn't help but think of a certain idea that had always existed in her mind. When she got the role of the female killer Inspector, it was said that Westeros personally designated her. She thought that the man would be interested in her and was mentally prepared. With a dazzling degree of the man, becoming Simon Westeros's lover was not a matter of losing face. However, The filming of the movie started, the movie was released, and the movie was taken off the shelves. The popularity of the movie was almost gone. From beginning to end, he never showed any special expression to her. Roberta Churko also tried a curved strategy, trying to break into a smaller circle close to him in the circle, that is, the small group of big fairies such as Nadia Ullman, Trish Goff, and Fernanda Lima, and then get more opportunities to contact Simon Westeros. Unfortunately, that small circle is very exclusive, and it is even more obvious to guard against outsiders like her with special intentions. This is also easy to understand. After all, there is only one man, and a group of fairies are not enough to share, so how can they allow outsiders to enter easily? Now, the two Oriental girls in front of him, who looked like fledglings, gave Roberta hope again. After deliberately getting close to them, they were able to talk about anything after lunch. After paying the bill and walking out together, Roberta Churko casually said to Jeonjin, Jane, and Tao, how about going shopping together tomorrow, Saturday? When wandering in a foreign land, it is inevitable that one would want to have more friends instinctively. Even though she could vaguely sense some of Roberta's thoughts, Jeonjin hesitated a little and said, okay, but we will probably be free in the afternoon, because we have to take a group of photos in the morning. Roberta was immediately envious again. Being able to schedule work until Saturday showed that Elite valued the two girls very much, or, to be more precise, that the man valued the two girls very much. Thinking of this, her expression remained calm, and she did not ask curiously what the photo was. She just said happily, okay, then in the afternoon. In addition, we can go to Broadway to watch a play in the evening. The stage play version of This Man from Earth that Simon personally participated in writing at the beginning of last year has just started recently. I heard that the reputation is also very good. Jeonjin wanted to refuse when she heard about the play. Although the two girls have been taking English tutoring, they feel that such a high-end play may not be understood. When Robert added that This Man from Earth was written by Simon himself, she also became interested and nodded in agreement. As he spoke, he left the restaurant. Roberta and Annalisa drove themselves. Seeing the car of Jeonjin and the two girls, they couldn't help but feel a little envious. Although Roberta and Annalisa have reached the supermodel level in the model ranking list of the fashion section of the Egret portal, there are too many supermodels in the circle now. Correspondingly, except for the top ones, the income of the rest is inevitably reduced. In short, they can't afford to hire a full-time driver, and can only share the assistance provided by Ford when they need them. In fact, with the income of the two women, it is more than enough to spend tens of thousands of dollars a year to hire a personal assistant, at least for now, but the problem is that the modeling profession comes and goes too quickly. This year you may still make $1 million, but next year you may be out of fashion quickly, and you can't afford to waste it for a long time. After all, you don't have money. On the other side, after the car drove away, Tao Yula glanced at Roberta and the other girl who had just got on the car in the rearview mirror, and said to Jeonjin, Zixin, don't you think they deliberately approached us? Jeonjin took out a makeup mirror from her Hermes bag and simply touched up her makeup, saying, of course I know. Then you still. We need friends too. Jeonjin was applying lipstick, paused, and continued, during this time, you must have discovered that Coco Gauff and the others are actually Simon's women, and they have no intention of accepting us. In this case, why don't we build our own small circle? Among the three Oriental girls, 22-year-old Tao Yula is the oldest, but the most reserved one, with the gentleness and grace of a Jiangnan girl. Hearing Jeonjin's words, the girl seemed to understand something, but was somewhat unwilling to think about it in a certain direction. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Jeonjin glanced at her and couldn't help but curled up the corners of her mouth. What's there to be embarrassed about? The three of us were together for the first time. Momo is not here now. If we add 2 more people, maybe Simon can pay more attention to us. We haven't seen each other for several months. I'm worried that Simon will suddenly forget about us. Don't you feel the same way? Tao Yula didn't speak for a while. Jeonjin seemed to understand what she was thinking, and said, if you want to break up with Simon, it's actually very simple. Ms. Davis talked to us about it at the beginning. We just need to send the maids and guards away. But, Yula, have you ever thought about it? Without Simon, we will be alone. Can we still make it in this circle? Well, maybe we can continue to make it, but you have seen what this circle is like in the past 6 months. There are no vegetarians around us. At that time, If you want to get a job, want to fight for endorsements, or even want a set of beautiful photos, you will have to keep being taken advantage of by those company bosses, designers and even photographers, and even have to go to bed with them. Instead of this, it is better to be Simon's lover. I think you will understand such a simple truth. Tao Yulai continued to be silent for a moment, and finally asked, Zixin, have you thought about when it will end? Of course, you also know the company's plan for us. The focus is still on China. For example, tomorrow's photo album will be published in some Chinese media to warm us up. In addition to our investment share on Jill's side, I also plan to work as a model while trying to create my own fashion brand. You know, I studied fashion design, although it's just a vocational high school, but there are very powerful professional colleges in New York. I definitely couldn't get in before, but now, with Simon, I have my eyes on the goal, Parsons School of Art. I heard that many top designers are from this school. In short, I will study for a few years and open up my own career. Even if I leave him in the future, I can continue to live a good life. Tao Yulai was a little confused after listening to Jianxin. From childhood to adulthood, at least until now when she is 22 years old, she has always been very smooth, so she doesn't have a clear life goal. After Jianxin finished putting on makeup, she saw Tao Yulai was still a little dazed, so she smiled and said, if you don't know what to do, then just be my partner. After all, among the three of us, you have the highest academic degree as a college student, although, civil engineering, well, why did a girl like you choose civil engineering in the first place? My father helped me choose it. He is a bridge engineer. Tisk. Forget it. Anyway, he is better than me and Momo. Let's start a business together. Tao Yulai was still hesitant, mainly because she was worried that she would not be able to help Jianxin, but would become a burden instead. However, Jianxin quickly came over, hugged her waist affectionately, and said with a smile, there is no need to hesitate. It's settled. We are good sisters. At the beginning, we swore an oath of blood. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.